The guys clinked glasses and the protagonist told him that the previous night there was a party in honor of his retirement. Sitting at the table with his comrades, he noted that he was only a B rank, so there were not many people. A few friends came, gave him gifts, and they drank. He imagined the buildings and noted that the money he had saved over 20 years of hard work and the real estate registered in his name were with him. All that was left was to spend his last days in peace. The protagonist raised his head. Sitting on the bed, he stated that this was not the same reality. Holding his head, he said that he woke up in the student dorm where he lived 20 years ago. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist asked if it was 2018. He threw the phone at the wall and screamed that this must be a joke. The dumbfounded guy asked why he came back at this time of year, noting that he had just begun a carefree life. The protagonist grabbed his head and continued asking why this had happened to him. The upset guy clarified what he had done wrong. He looked away and asked to wait. The protagonist looked at his watch and said that it had been given to him as a gift, and then wondered why he was still wearing it. The protagonist remembered Jack telling him that this watch was very rare. Rumor had it that it was a relic of a legendary mage of the continent. Frowning, the guy asked if they had returned it to him, noting that he had been twisting and studying it the previous night before going to bed. Suddenly, someone started knocking on his door and asked why he was making noise. Sighing, the protagonist remembered that there was a fool living next to him. He was the son of the owner of this dorm, so he pretended to be in charge there too. The protagonist remembered trying to fall asleep and told him that every time the guy threw karaoke parties and drinking parties, and then came to shake money out of him while he was still half awake. The furious protagonist stated that the mere thought of him was driving him crazy. The protagonist came out to him. He had a smile on his face. Looking at the guy, Rick noted that he was wearing pretty good quality clothes. His jacket was made of monster skin. The guy said with a satisfied look that he was already thinking about calling the police. But he didn't want to ruin the life of such a young man. He would turn a blind eye to his behavior if he gave him money as compensation. The guy reached for his watch and stated that this watch was worth just as much as needed. The protagonist suddenly frowned. Rick pushed the guy's hand away. His face was furious. The protagonist dealt him a powerful blow. Blood began to flow from the guy's nose. Rick grabbed his head. He hit him in the face with his knee. Looking at the wounded guy, the protagonist wondered why a lanky guy like him continued to rob the weak. Rick started to leave from there and emphasized the fact that it was not enough revenge for everything he took from him, but he would spare him anyway. The protagonist put his hand in his pocket. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he was moving out of there. Walking down the street, Rick thought that at first it was unclear why he was returned to 2018, but it was at this time that he woke up when an accident occurred at a construction site when he injured his knee, which then caused him pain for the rest of his life. The protagonist enveloped his body in mana and noted that it was time to wake up. The energy spread throughout his body and he noted that he had been controlling mana for 20 years, so it would not be difficult. Clenching his hand into a fist, Rick began to reason that he was not eating well and lacked muscle mass, after which he asked how one could even go to work with such a body. Taken aback, the protagonist said that he needed to have a snack first. Looking around the city, Rick noted that there was a construction site everywhere. Frowning, the protagonist noted that he understood why no one noticed how the small gate opened, because many people died there due to the sudden appearance of monsters. The protagonist was suddenly surprised. There was a portal outside, and people started shouting that there would be monsters there, and they needed to call the police. The protagonist's gaze fell on the monster, and he read that it was a wild red dog with speckles, a monster with sharp fangs that lived in a pack. The old man touched Rick's shoulder and cried out that he should run. Taking off his backpack, the protagonist said that he had returned to a disgusting moment in time. He looked at the construction workers and wondered where he could get a weapon. The protagonist grabbed a crowbar with lightning speed. He turned his gaze to the screen. 3 wolves surrounded a little girl. They rushed at her. Rick suddenly managed to pull her away. The protagonist covered her with himself and asked her to run to her father. The wolves rushed at him. Rick swung the crowbar. He dealt a powerful blow to the monster. The wolf cried out in pain. The protagonist continued to swing the crowbar. He hit the dog in the face. The protagonist took the crowbar in both hands. Rick dealt another blow. He began to scream with a serious face. The wolf flew away from his blow. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. Standing in front of the monsters, Rick said that he was hungry, then asked why there were so many of them. The monster suddenly became scared. The protagonist's mouth was drooling as he said that they were so plump and looked delicious. The wolves backed away. The protagonist imagined the pot and thought that he remembered eating their meat, and it was delicious. Holding the crowbar in front of him, Rick said that this was great, the city would help deal with them faster. The protagonist rushed past the monsters, attacking them, and thought that although he had become 20 years younger, at that age he did not have such good abilities as at 40. Dodging a wolf, Rick emphasized the fact that his knees did not hurt at all. He jumped behind the monster. The protagonist landed on the wolf's head. The protagonist noticed another wolf behind him. Dodging a bite, Rick thought that there was no end to them. One crowbar would not be enough to deal with them all. He put his watch on his fingers like brass knuckles. The protagonist hit the wolf in the face. The protagonist looked at the watch and thought that it was very durable. Rick stood surrounded by wolves and asked how many were left. He smirked at the voice that said that the police had arrived. The protagonist saw that the sleeve of his jacket was torn. Disappointed, Rick noted that it had torn the first time he wore it. The policeman, smiling, thanked the protagonist for saving those people and then asked him to state his name and place of work so that they could send him a reward. The man began to write down the protagonist's name in a notebook. Holding the back of his head, Rick said that he had not yet been registered as a superhuman either. He had only awakened a couple of hours ago. He offered to give his number and Ivan with a satisfied look. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he would go, because he had things to do. Looking after Rick, the man cried out that he still had to question them. Running away from there, the protagonist thought that his name and number would be enough for them to contact him. Rick imagined the surprised people who said that they had found a new awakened person. They put beef soup on the table for him. Rick began to eat. Holding a spoon in his mouth, the protagonist said that it was delicious. The protagonist looked at his vibrating phone. Touching his phone, he thought that everyone was looking to hire superhumans now, and they saw how good he was despite his recent awakening. Rick looked at the date on his phone and thought that if it was 2018, then it had been 2 years since the previous gate appeared. The protagonist imagined a man being showered with coins and noted that it was then that superhumans with mana and special abilities began to replace the police and army, and guilds came to power. Every time a new superhuman appeared, everyone began to fight for him. Holding a spoon in his mouth, Rick said that this is the time he returned. Raising his head, he thought that there were many criminal superhumans now, and until now there was no plan for dealing with the appearance of monsters. Because some of the 6 disasters are already approaching, he has no choice. The protagonist held up 3 fingers and said that he would use his knowledge of the future to retire in just 3 years and make sure that it goes well. Rick said with a satisfied look that the messages did not stop coming. The man approached him from behind. Turning around, the protagonist asked who he was. The guy handed over a letter and introduced himself as Kyle, the manager of the ruling family's guild. The car pulled up to a cafe where Kyle said that after watching the video of Rick defeating monsters, he immediately wanted to meet him. The girl entered them. She said with a smile on her face that the main character looks even more amazing in real life. The man with a smile on his face said that he was from the Warriors Guild. A crowd of guys tried to get to Rick. The protagonist looked at them with a displeased look. His face suddenly became serious. Sitting in front of the people, Rick said that if they said one more word, he would not join anyone for any amount of money. Sitting in front of the people, the protagonist asked if it would be better for them to talk elsewhere. Rick was sitting at the table. Sipping tea, the protagonist said that he would not take up much of their time. Looking at the guys, the protagonist asked how big a bonus they could offer for signing the contract. Stretching out his hand, Kyle said that there were clauses in the contract that could not be disclosed, after which he suggested listening to them in turn. Rick ate cake and asked if Kyle was from the ruling family's guild. Closing his eyes, Kyle answered that their guild was prestigious and had a year and a half of tradition, and the protagonist wished him a safe journey home. Stunned, Kyle asked again, and the protagonist answered that he did not plan to sign a contract with them, after which he wondered why he would join a guild with such poor management, especially since it was soon to merge with another. Rick turned his gaze to the other managers and asked how long he should wait for the next offer. The dumbfounded guy cried out that they were offering him 1 billion won. The frightened people began to offer more money. While drinking tea, the protagonist wondered how much the Black Hounds would offer him, since he was with them before returning in time. Chloe put down the cup and said that they were offering 2 billion, as well as a better salary, benefits, and quests for obtaining items. Their conditions were the most favorable. Folding her arms, she noted that no one would treat him like this anywhere else, and the plot told us that this was the manager of the White House Guild. The protagonist presented the guild's crest and thought that the White House was recently founded, but in 3 years it would become one of the 3 best in Korea. Smiling, Rick suggested that this was the reason for their harsh approach. Looking at the girl, the protagonist asked everyone except her to leave, noting that they could leave him their business cards just in case. Chloe sat silently opposite him. She closed her eyes and said that on the way there she watched the video of his fight several times. His skills are impressive, and only yesterday he was an ordinary person. Smiling, the protagonist thought that this was an elegant way to show that she made inquiries about him. Chloe put the documents on the table and said that she was sure that Rick was either a genius or received characteristics that gave him an advantage in combat. Smiling, the girl emphasized the fact that they would like to nurture his talent for the future White House. Looking at the documents, the protagonist thought that in his past life he could not even think of such an offer, after which he clarified if Chloe would mind if he added a few conditions. Chloe sat in front of him silently. She looked at Rick and listened to his conditions. The girl laughed and said that he was a big joker. Pointing his finger at the documents, the protagonist said that he wanted a 4-day work week, an on-time end to the work day, the right to refuse tasks that take a long time to complete. Chloe, furious, replied that it was definitely a joke. The protagonist, with a serious face, stated that these were his conditions. Holding his chin, the girl asked where he got so much confidence from. Looking at her, Rick said that she would not regret it if they signed the contract. Chloe got up from the table. Smiling, she said that she would review the conditions again and come to him in a couple of days. She winked at the protagonist and asked if he would mind meeting for drinks instead of coffee next time. The protagonist sat silently at the table. Holding his face, the protagonist thought that this would not affect him. She thought he did not know that her father was the guild leader. Rick got up from the table and noted that he would go register as a superhuman. The protagonist arrived at the Disaster Control Center, Korean branch. He was standing in the superhuman support room, where the girl was telling him that the person in charge was away at the moment, and that she was new there and couldn't handle it herself. Standing in front of her, Rick asked if they could come up with something if he was in a hurry, and the girl replied that she would try to contact her boss. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he needed to quickly settle everything there and leave. Standing in front of her, the protagonist told her that he uses physical force, but he has no skills. Holding onto the strap of his backpack, Rick noted that no one believes in the existence of magic now, so they can only find out about his abilities if he shows them himself, but in this life he will not do that. They came to a room in which the protagonist was asked to first lift a barbell. Rick's hand was enveloped in blue mana. He lifted the barbell over his head with one hand. The surprised girl said that the protagonist really is a superhuman, after which she suggested continuing. The girl gave the protagonist a temporary superhuman certificate. Standing in front of her, Rick listened to her say that they would contact them soon when the official certificate was ready. The protagonist was taken aback by what he heard. The protagonist walked towards the guy and thought that it would be better to go around him. Looking at him, Rick thought that this was Jimmy from the Superhuman Support Service. Nothing good could be expected from him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noted that he would try to never come there again. Jimmy approached the girl and asked if this was a new superhuman, to which he received the answer that it was Rick, whom she told him about on the phone. Turning around, Jimmy called him a supernabi. The protagonist walked through the pollution control zone and noted that it was closed, destroyed and abandoned because of monsters, but everything would change when the spatial gates opened. The protagonist introduced 2 planets and told us that the continent of Gaia is a fantasy world where swords and magic exist. In a year its spatial gates will open on Earth, and humanity will meet a new civilization. Stopping, Rick said that in Korea only one gate will open there, in the control zone. The protagonist cried out with delight that as soon as he was paid a bonus for signing the contract, he needed to buy this place. When the gates opened, he would get rich. He began to take things out of his backpack and said that he would now unpack his things and go hunt monsters. Taken aback, the protagonist heard a cry that he needed to leave or die. Looking out of the capsule, Rick wondered if this was the language of the inhabitants of Gaia. His face was serious. His legs were enveloped in blue mana. The protagonist jumped over the fence and thought that by blending in with the environment, he could hide his presence. It was because of this skill that he was sent on dangerous missions of reconnaissance, espionage, and secret assassination. Moving at great speed, Rick noted that he would not fall for this again. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if someone was following her. The girl stood in front of the guys and screamed that she warned them. She concentrated energy in her hands and said that they asked for it. The dumbfounded guys screamed that superpowers are awesome. The girl was taken aback by the words that they would pay for her as much as they asked. Rick watched her and thought that she spoke the language of Gaia and used its superpowers. Of all people, she was unlucky enough to stumble upon slave traders. Stretching out his hand, the guy asked the girl to surrender and go to them, and they will buy her food. The protagonist was surprised when he saw the man's tattoo. Examining it, the protagonist emphasized the fact that members of the Red Snake criminal group were it. Rick landed on the ground and thought that he had some mana left until he stopped using concealment. He had not met the inhabitants of Gaia for a long time. In his hand was a knife. The protagonist pierced the bandit's chest with a knife. The blade was covered in blood. Rick killed the remaining guys. The girl was shocked by what she saw. She stood in front of the protagonist. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if she was from the Gaia continent, adding that he had a question. Taken aback, the stranger clarified whether he could speak their language. Rick cleaned the knife from the blood. He asked with a serious face if she liked meat. The girl with a happy face thanked him for saving her, after which she promised that one day she would repay. Standing in front of her, the protagonist clarified how many servings he could eat. The stranger was taken aback by the question of whether she had crossed the dimensional gate alone. Rick held out his hand and asked where she had been before, where her home was. Lily hung her head and said she didn't want to tell him anything. Sitting in front of her, the protagonist thought that he hadn't learned anything in the end, and Lily asked him to help her. Frowning, she told him that she knew nothing about this place, couldn't talk to anyone, and had almost no strength left. Lily gathered mana in her hands and said that she could use fire, but it didn't work out very well. Her face was sad. Crossing his arms, the protagonist replied that he was busy, that being a nanny was hard, and that he must have a reason to take care of her. Rick said with a serious expression that he was giving her a month. That's how long she could live there, that he would teach her their language and give her basic knowledge. In exchange, she would do the housework and run his errands. Lily was confused by this. She asked with delight if she could really stay there. The protagonist gave her the dishes and asked her to wash them. The girl happily said that she hoped they would get along. Rick pointed his finger and showed her where to wash the dishes. The protagonist began to think about Lily, who uses fire, and noted that this could not be true. The protagonist imagined the girl and concluded that the monster that would burn half of Sela in 10 years had flame-colored hair and the ability to control fire. Her name was Lily, and she came from the continent of Gaia, this fire witch, one of the 6 disasters. Rick, holding his chin, reasoned that the girl was very similar to him. They were literally like 2 peas in a pod. Watching her, the protagonist thought that as far as he knew, the fire witch was kidnapped as a child by a criminal organization and raised to be someone who would cause a disaster, after which he emphasized the fact that he would be able to stop one of the 6 disasters. Lily followed the protagonist and asked where they were. Rick answered with a serious look that they were at the market. He would cook a special lunch for her today. Inspecting the meat, the protagonist asked the seller if he had a predator fillet. The protagonist presented various items and told us that after the opening of the first spatial gate, a food crisis began, and people switched to monster meat. Now the supply exceeds the demand, because no one has yet realized its usefulness, which lies in the richness of meat with mana. In the future we cannot live without it. Rick examined various products. The protagonist carried bags of food and thought that her appearance evoked sympathy in everyone, so they gave them too much. Surprised, Lily asked if she really could choose her clothes. The girl looked at the suit and cried out that she wanted it. Rick's face was serious. The guy dressed her in a tracksuit. Sighing, the protagonist said that such clothes are just right for walking around the dump. The protagonist put the frying pan on the table and said that today's signature dish, enriched with mana, was for dinner. Sitting at the table, Lily asked if they would eat it, to which Rick replied that healthy food always looked like that. The surprised girl said that it smelled delicious. Holding the box in his hands, the protagonist said that he took the chicken for later, but he thought that they could eat it now. Lily began to eat. She was delighted. The joyful girl began to scream that the food could not be so delicious. From now on she would only eat chicken. The enraged protagonist asked to eat the rest, otherwise he would throw it in the soup too. Rick began to eat the soup and said that Lily was too picky. It was quite edible, and in his mind he noted that it was not so, just a little more, and he could die. Sitting at the table, the protagonist came to the conclusion that if he had not returned to the past, he would now be ordering delicacies in a restaurant. Looking at the remains, Lily said that her tongue had gone numb. Standing in front of her, Rick ordered to wash the dishes and sit down to read a book, and he should not be disturbed. The protagonist began to meditate. He imagined the silhouette of a person and thought that this was the technique of the Great Sea of Mind. It increases magical power and allows you to use it more dexterously. Shrouded in blue mana, the guy thought that before returning he trained this technique. Mana grows faster than expected. Rick imagined clots of mana and emphasized that in the past, no matter how much effort he put in, there was no such effect. He feels how his dantian increases in size. Grinning, the protagonist said that if he continues to eat food rich in mana and master the technique of the mind, he will become even stronger than last time. He stood up and noted that it was time for him to finish, after which he wondered why his stomach was already growling. Enthusiastic Lily clarified whether Rick was hungry and whether he wanted chicken. The protagonist turned around with a puzzled look. Sitting at the table, the girl cried out that she hated soup. 2 days later, the protagonist examined his body and noted that this was an amazing result in such a short time. With the current level, you can even go treasure hunting. his phone began to vibrate. Putting the phone to her ear, Chloe said that she was a little disappointed. She thought Rick would call first, after which she clarified if he cared about how she was doing. Frowning, the protagonist replied that he had things to do and asked how the revision of the contract terms was going. Chloe silently held the phone, after which the protagonist clarified if she had any difficulties, after which she said that she managed to convince their leader he would hire her if he proved that he was capable. Frowning, Rick clarified if they wanted to conduct an interview. Smiling, the protagonist said that he agreed. He came to the headquarters of the guild White House. Chloe greeted Lily with a smile, and the protagonist said that she was his half-sister. Lily looked at the girl with delight, and Rick said that she lived abroad, so she doesn't speak Korean well. He will have to take her everywhere with him for some time due to unforeseen circumstances. Lily presented the money and thought that this meant that Chloe was a very good person. Holding her hands behind her back, Chloe asked not to worry, because their guild does not interfere in the personal lives of its members. The man greeted her with a satisfied look and said that his name was Bill, and the plot told us that this was the head of the White House Guild. He shook Rick's hand and said that they were supposed to visit him first, but business got in the way. He hoped for his understanding, after which the protagonist replied that everything was fine. They would consider that he came there on an excursion. Standing in front of the protagonist, Bill stated that he was told that he had added a new condition, to double the amount stated in the contract if he passed the test. Yellow energy began to surround his body. Surrounded by mana, Bill wondered if he was really worth that much money. Frowning, Rick thought that he was sure that he had no martial arts or magic, and yet he was able to create overwhelming energy with his mana. A monster was a monster anyway. If it were another superhuman, he would not have said a word. Lily watched them with fear. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would prove his worth to him. Bill was shocked by this. He turned his gaze to Chloe and asked her to rewrite the contract. Closing his eyes, Bill said that they would triple the amount stated, and they would also add a condition that he would receive 20 billion won if he passed the test and signed the contract. The protagonist grinned and said that Bill was a hot-tempered man and was ready to start the test right now. Standing in the underground training grounds of the White House, Bill said that the test would be considered passed if he defeated 3 members of their guild. Since this was not a real fight, they had to try not to hurt each other. He looked at the guy and noted that this was Rick's first opponent. His name was John. Despite his young age, he was a member of the first guild union. The protagonist put a watch on his fingers and said that he did not need a weapon and this watch would be more than enough. Furious, John thought that Rick had awakened not so long ago and wanted to fight for hours. Standing between them, Bill said that they could start the fight. Furious, John said that he would cripple him. Standing opposite, the protagonist wondered what was wrong with him. John rushed into battle, and the protagonist thought that he had only read about this guy in a magazine. His skill was speed. He had the ability to become faster the more he moved without stopping. Rick stood still and came to the conclusion that he needed to defeat him quickly before he became even faster. John ran around the protagonist. Frowning, the protagonist said that he expected him to attack directly, but this was not the case. The guys watched the fight and discussed that John had accelerated too much. It was quite difficult to defeat a member of the First Association. It was over, but at least Rick was brave. Chloe was scared. The protagonist noticed John, who said that he would finish him off. John rushed at him. The protagonist's face was serious. Rick hit the guy in the face and thought that the one who let his guard down was the easiest to defeat. Frowning, the protagonist noted that he was not allowed to attack him, because his speed also worked against him. Lily cried out happily that it was a victory. Rick turned around and asked who was next. Bill held out his hand to the guy and said that the protagonist was amazing. He imagined John in bed and said that his life was not in danger, the doctors would take care of him, and he would recover in a couple of days of rest. Smiling, the man said that it was good that he had restrained his power. Rick grinned, asking if it really seemed that way to him and thought that if he had not controlled his power, his head would have flown off his shoulders, which did not go unnoticed. Looking at the balcony with the guys, the protagonist thought that he was now definitely guaranteed 6 billion under the contract. He already met their requirements. The guy smiled and thought that they would have fun until the end of the test. Lily looked at him in surprise and asked why he was smiling like a fool. The plot takes us to a training ground in an artificial forest, where a girl stood with the guys and said that in the White House there were 2 associations of 6 teams, each with 5 people. Having presented the coat of arms, she said that his next opponent was the leader of the 6th team of the First Association. Riley extended his hand and said that he hoped for a good fight. Imagining the guys on the balcony, Rick thought that he was one of those who wanted to kill him. The protagonist raised his fists and said that he was ready. The opponent took out his sword and replied that he was too. The bell rang. The protagonist rushed towards the guy. He swung his watch. Riley parried the blow with his shield. Rick dodged the sword swing. The opponent smiled and thought that this was his chance. Having swung his shield, he thought that he could throw it. The protagonist ran around him. The guy stretched out his fingers, activating the falcon's claws. The opponent covered himself with a shield, wondering if he had studied martial arts before awakening. He swung his sword. The protagonist deftly dodged the attack. Rick ran into him with his body. Pushing him with his back, the guy activated the Iron Mountain. Riley turned around, worried. He flew into the depths of the forest. The protagonist stood there displeased. The protagonist watched as the opponent said that he was quite strong and thought that his physical endurance was no joke. Frowning, Rick thought about how he planned to hide his capabilities until the last opponent. He looked at the happy Bill, wondering what this old fox wanted him to show him. Raising his hand, Riley said that he would ask to join his team. He thought they would work well together. The protagonist looked at him displeased and asked who decides this. The opponent pointed his sword at the leader and asked him if the winner really decides this. The man nodded and agreed. Looking away, the main character said that he would become the leader of the team if he defeated him. The guys watched him from the balcony and discussed that this was some kind of nonsense, too much excitement. Rick stood in front of the man, saying that he would create his own team and recruit people. They would carry out tasks independently, thinking that at first he wanted to gradually lead to this after demonstrating his abilities. But why wait if he would defeat the existing leader anyway? Bill looked seriously and said that he agreed. Frowning, he said that if the guy loses, he will reduce the bonus for signing the contract by half and double its duration. Riley stood in front of him and asked if he was sure that he would defeat him. Rick looked at the dumbfounded enemy and said that he likes Chloe. He dreams of finishing him off because she shows interest in him. Does he really think that winning will give him the right to act arrogantly towards him? Imagining a room with a photo of a girl, he thought about how the opponent would become a very controversial character in the near future. He would have to go through all kinds of humiliation and eventually be expelled from the guild, and told him to at least clean up the room. The guys watched from behind the bushes as Riley screamed to shut his mouth. The protagonist watched as he clenched his fist and said that he would show what a commander is made of, thinking that this was the buffalo mode, which is activated when he loses his temper, in which his mana and physical indicators increase. The guy rushed forward. The protagonist held out his watch, using the Great Sea of Mind technique. Rick swung his fist, saying that he advises blocking it with a shield. He delivered a powerful blow to the shield. Bill watched in shock. Looking at the sitting Riley, he said that the rookie really defeated him. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist said that his whole body hurt, how hard it is to earn money. Looking at his watch, the guy thought about how weak his body was. He couldn't believe that he had lost so much strength after just one blow from a lightning fist. Rick sat surrounded by mana, thinking about how he needed to recover with a mind technique. His strength would come in handy in the next sparring match. He frowned. Chloe came up to him and happily said that he was now the head of the 7th team. Smiling, the protagonist replied that it sounded good. The guy held his lower back, thinking about how, according to the contract, defeating 2 opponents adds another billion to him. Now he can aim for all 20. He stood in front of the girl and asked who his last opponent was. Adjusting his collar, Bill said that it was him. He didn't think that he would defeat Commander Riley. The man clenched his fist and said that he had no choice. He would have to fight the last fight himself. The protagonist looked at him with concern, wondering if he really had to fight this monster. He looked at the surprised leader and said that he was giving up. Bill grabbed him by the shoulder and said that he would give him 20 billion for just 5 minutes of fighting, or better yet, 3 billion for every 3 minutes, to which the guy replied that he could not fight anymore. Chloe smiled sweetly and said that it was time to finally sign the contract. A window appeared with information that the contract was signed. The protagonist looked at the papers and said that these conditions were very good. He hoped that they would work together. He sat at the table in front of the girl and asked if he could already sign contracts with others. Touching Lily's chair, Rick said that with those who were not members of any guild and were very talented. The girl turned around in confusion. She held a pen in surprise and listened that she should create as big a flame as she could. Lily sighed and replied that she was hungry. The girl frowned when she heard that he would buy 3 chickens. She ran around the room and shouted that he had promised. Lily raised a huge flame above herself and said that she wanted 3 chickens. Covering her mouth with her hand, Chloe asked if his sister was also a superhuman, to which he replied that this was why he wanted to take her into his team. The protagonist watched the flame, thinking that fire did not burn things, which meant that she had perfect control over the ability, which was surprising, because he had only trained her for a couple of days. In her past life she had become a disaster for a reason. Rick picked up the document and said that they needed to discuss Lily's contract payment. They would start with 3 billion. The furious girl stood behind him and asked what was going on with the chicken. She happily held the chicken legs, and the system reported that her contract payment was 5 billion. The protagonist looked at the skyscraper and thought about how the White House owned this building. Its large company had enough permanent workers to service the training halls, living quarters, control rooms, and more. The protagonist walked with the guys along the corridor and said that he was not one of those who could be surprised by the thought that the equipment was old compared to what he saw in the future. Entering the lab, he said that this place was impressive. Chloe pointed at the weapon and said that this was a workshop for developing equipment. If he needed anything, they would fulfill the order in a week. Picking up the knives, Rick thought that this would be enough for the first time, and answered that for now he would use these blades. The guy took hold of his jacket and asked if they were done with the inspection yet. Turning around, the girl said that since this was his first day, it would end after the meeting with the head. Bill extended his hand and said that there was an urgent message from the control room. All teams were currently on missions, so he was in a difficult situation, apologized for asking him about this on the first day, but wanted him to go on a mission. The protagonist looked displeased and thought that he had hoped to leave work early today. The protagonist asked with a serious look where to go. Looking at the portal with monsters, Rick said that the portal was 10 meters above the ground, and huge slimes were crawling out of it in large numbers. The guy covered himself with a shield from the slime. The protagonist stood behind him with the girl and said that it seemed that most of the monsters had already been dealt with. Maybe they should not interfere, they looked weak. He held the phone to his ear, listening to them say that they needed a sample of these new monsters. Let them bring at least 3 and try to preserve their original appearance as much as possible. Looking at the monster, the guy thought that these were huge stinking slugs. They were weak, but exploded on impact and splashed out stinking slime. Lily raised her hands in panic and asked if they really needed to fight them, to which the guy replied that he blocked his sense of smell with mana. Pointing his finger forward, Rick said that it would hardly work the first time, but with practice he could. The girl happily clenched her fists and said that it worked. She no longer felt anything. The protagonist watched as people collected the slime, thinking that no one had managed to get a good sample. They explode even from a small amount of mana, and attacks without mana do not work on them. Pushing off the ground, he decided that it was time to catch samples. The guy noticed a slug on a tree. The protagonist kicked the trunk. The monster jumped on him. Rick hit it with his hand. The protagonist threw the slug aside. The monster spun quickly. It fell to the ground. Lily watched as the guy put it in a bag and asked how he did it. Let him teach her. Rick frowned and said that he would teach her for 100 billion, thinking that she wanted to spend all his money. Chloe put her hand to the earpiece. Listening that the samples were collected, all 3 were with them. They would hand them over to the collection team and finish the job for today. The protagonist stood with a bag on the street, saying that there was nothing to worry about. When they arrived, the others had almost everything figured out. He turned around, hearing the man ask if he was from the White House. Chuck was walking towards him on the road and said that he had not seen him before. He looked like a new recruit. Looking at the protagonist's arm, he said that he heard that they hired someone. Judging by the shoulder bandage, he was a commander, asking if they didn't have enough people if they were putting a newbie in command. The man crossed his arms and asked if the move he used was his ability. Frowning, Rick said that he had enough chatter, specifying what he needed. Lily anxiously held the bag, listening to how those slimes always exploded, and they were unable to collect normal samples. The protagonist looked at him seriously and said that he refused to share with them. Chuck smirked, asking if he really would refuse. How old was he? Why was he talking to him so familiarly? The member of the ruling family's guild approached the guy and told him to think for himself. They would have to meet often on the battlefield, so it was better to help each other become better. Chloe held the phone to his ear angrily and told him not to give in to them. She would file a formal complaint with the leader. Looking at the bag in his hand, the protagonist thought that he had been through this many times. If he did not share, they would try to take the bag by force. He threw the bag aside and told them to take it. Rick listened with a smirk as the man said that he would have done so in an instant. The protagonist approached the slime. Sitting on the bag, the guy told him to take it if they could. The other guild member frowned and objected that he was trying to negotiate. Clenching his fist, Chuck asked if he wanted to deal with this differently. The protagonist sat in front of the girl and whispered to her that when he gave the signal, she should set everything on fire, let them worry. Taken aback, Lily asked if she really should burn them. The guy looked at him seriously and replied that in that case they would have no problems later, only the earth, thinking that he would not let it become a disaster. Chuck pointed at him with his hand and shouted that as an elder, he would teach him a lesson. Looking at the sparkling portal, he asked what was wrong with it. A slug appeared from the gate. Frowning, the man shouted for everyone to get ready to fight. People quickly ran down the street. A huge snail appeared on the ground. The guy watched as Rick dragged a bag and said that if he got hit, he should blame himself. Walking down the street with the girl, the protagonist said that they would take the bags to the car. The guys fought the monster and asked why it did not cut itself. Where did it get so much strength from? The guy stood in front of the slug and shouted that first it was necessary to cut off the tentacles. The protagonist stood near the trunk, listening to the girl say that he should go fight. He grinned when he heard that they only needed one hit to claim the loot, and replied that he didn't have to worry. Rick turned around and said that they would never defeat him like that. The commander dodged the monster's blows and shouted that the tanks should deal with the tentacles first, because its slime dissolves shields. Grabbing his arm, Chuck said that the tanks should retreat for now and prepare to attack from afar. The guy ran down the street and shouted that he wasn't like those little slimes. Lily sat in the trunk and asked how long they would watch this, to which the protagonist replied that until they all left. Charlie ran down the street, listening to people shouting at him to speed up. He ran with all his might and asked for forgiveness. Picking up his broken sword, the guy said that all his weapons had been eaten away. The monster moved down the street after the people. Charlie ran in fear, listening to how he should use his abilities to escape. The tentacles wrapped around his body and he said he couldn't. The slug lifted the guy's body. Having cut the tentacle, Rick asked if they really called themselves his comrades. The protagonist stood in front of the wounded monster. Having fallen to the ground, Charlie thanked him. The protagonist turned around and said that this was not how he should use his abilities. He looked at the lying guy and said that if he wanted to know how to do it right, he should find him after the fight. Rick stood in front of the girl and said that they were starting. The guys looked at the flames and asked where so much fire had suddenly come from. The protagonist stood in the flames, listening through his headphones that the support team would arrive in 5 minutes, he should wait for them and fight together, and said that help would come to the others too. It would be better to take all the loot for himself. Chloe watched the drone in the sky and told him that the fire was making it hard for him to get closer, he needed to be taken away. Frowning, she shouted that they didn't care about all the loot, it was too dangerous. The protagonist touched his earphone and replied that he shouldn't worry, he would defeat him and return safely. Imagining a book with a snail, Rick thought that this was an unusually brutal monster, so there was an entry about it in an illustrated book. It was important to remember the strategy for defeating monsters in an emergency. He stood in front of the monster on the road, thinking that fire was its weakness. It definitely slowed down after they started it. The guy ran ahead, asking Lily to cover him. The protagonist ran quickly, thinking that the tentacles were growing back. He was recovering quickly, he would need the girl's help. The protagonist ran past the monster and said that it was time to act. Lily stretched out her hand with a flame. The fiery projectiles hit the tentacles. Rick ran in front of the girl and said that everything was fine, they were continuing. The severed limbs lay in the slime. The guy imagined a wounded snail, thinking that when most of the tentacles were cut off, it would hide in its shell to recover. The protagonist imagined a hidden monster. Standing in front of the monster, Rick thought about how the book said that it even blocks the passage. The protagonist looked at the blade and said that they would use what they took from the car. Imagining the monster's shell, the guy thought that it was incredibly durable, so they had to aim at different places. He approached the shell with the tip. The protagonist plunged the blade into the monster. Lily watched him swing the dagger and said that it was boring. Looking at the flames, the man asked what they were doing there. Charlie stood sadly, remembering how the protagonist said that he should not use his abilities like that, and wondered if he was telling the truth. Rick sighed with a smile. Standing in front of the punctured shell, the guy said that it was time to move on to the last stage. He looked at the punctured shell and thought about the nails driven in. Now he needs to aim for the center. He needs to make the strongest blow he can now. The protagonist touched the shell. Swinging his fist, Rick activated the Great Sea of Mind technique, the lightning fist. The guy delivered a powerful blow. He closed his eyes. The nails in the shell began to sparkle. The snail's shell opened. The protagonist held his sore arm. Lying on the road, the protagonist thought about how during the test he thought that using this technique twice would be too much, but his body is so weak that he cannot perform any normally. Lily kicked him in fear, asking if he was electrocuted, to which he replied that she was supposed to help him. Kneeling down, Rick said that he thought they had him beat. Let him hold the firewall a little longer. They were trying really hard, so they would take all the loot for themselves. The guy threw pieces of slime into the bag and told the girl that its meat was very soft and rich in nutrients. He held the knife to his throat and thought about how it was the perfect ingredient for a nutritious manaragu. Frowning, the protagonist listened through the headphones as the captain of the second team said that he had been informed of his situation. They would soon come to help. The protagonist touched the earpiece and said that they should come after he removed the firewall. Cutting the tentacles, Rick thought that he had not yet taken the most important thing and listened that the two of them must have a hard time resisting the slime. After all, it was the first day on the job, so let him not overdo it. The protagonist grabbed the monster's flesh and asked the girl to put out the fire. The boys watched as the flames dissipated. Brock extended his finger and asked if they had defeated it themselves. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he had fought to the death. Fortunately, he had been lucky. A dumbfounded Chuck stood in front of his colleagues and asked how he had managed to do what none of them had been able to do. Rick grabbed his shoulder and asked Brock if he could leave the cleaning to them, to which Brock agreed. The guy walked away calmly, listening to how if he was seriously injured, he should return to headquarters, where he would be treated. Looking at the dark street, the protagonist told the girl that she had also worked hard today. He looked at the abundance of food and suggested that she eat her fill. Lily clasped her hands in delight and said that this was not a dream. Picking up the chicken legs, she cried out that she wanted to go snail fishing again. The protagonist put the mug of beer on the table and said that such a taste was worth living for, damn it. The dumbfounded girl ate the meat, thinking that he said it every time he ate. Rick watched as she happily shouted, damn, thinking that it was not for nothing that they say that you need to control your speech in front of children. Wiping his mouth, the guy said that it was a bad word. You shouldn't use it, he can, but she can't. All the buildings were overgrown with vegetation. The protagonist meditated and thought that he had been using the Great Sea of Reason technique for a long time, but this shit was still killing him. Then he strained his gaze and added that although what else could one expect after yesterday's drinking, this technique rather works as an emergency aid, it was not worth getting drunk. Rick stared at the phone and asked how many calls he had received this morning. Then he raised the phone to his ear and heard why he did not answer. The girl opened her mouth, heard that his muscles hurt so much that he was still just sleeping off, he had overworked himself yesterday, and asked if he was feeling better. The protagonist began to walk through the ruins and said that not really what she wanted, and Chloe replied that she planned to actively recruit people for his team, so she would like to hear his opinion. A screen with silhouettes appeared and Rick said that a lot of people would be needed to lead the team, groups for filming, support and providing medical care, as well as an operator who would contact everyone from the control room. Chloe winked and the protagonist added that even the secretaries, who would be responsible for developing the schedule for the groups and doing paperwork. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking that these people would affect the effectiveness of the team, and noted that it would be better to choose them to his taste. The girl bowed her head and said that he was good at judging people. Rick darkened, heard that so be it, after all, it was she who hired him. If he didn't mind, they needed to call after lunch, and said that he would like to take one Superhuman. The guy rubbed the back of his head and Rick added that it was Charlie from the Blackhound Guild. Bill smiled and said to take 3 days off. The protagonist stared at the phone, noted that he was a little tired, and heard that Chloe told him everything. It was unlikely that he would be able to go on a mission until they gathered the whole team. Rick frowned and thought that he wouldn't mind not going to work for a couple of days, and Bill said that he should rest and not overexert himself so much next time. He was the future of their guild. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked if she was hungry. He would have a good rest. Lily smiled and asked if they were going to eat, and Rick replied that he would cook something delicious. The protagonist introduced the vegetables and noted that, unlike the previous dish, this one was prepared from fresh and tasty products with a soft texture, and even with the addition of snail heart, this was a special healthy manna dish. A moment later, there was ready soup in the cauldron and the protagonist noted that the color was strange, but it was healthy food. Lily raised her hand and said that she ate a lot of chicken yesterday, and had not yet had time to get hungry, and Rick replied that he was very sorry. Then the protagonist closed his eyes and noted that it was damn tasty and rich. The protagonist grabbed the plate and noted that he would eat her portion too, and the girl shouted that she would. Rick frowned and said that he had said that he did not want to. Lily put her head on the table and said that she was so happy yesterday, and Rick asked her not to act out the drama, because the world was full of delicious food. The girl clenched her teeth and asked how pork belly tasted, and Rick answered that it was more expensive than chicken. The girl put her hand on her chin and noted that one could live for such a thing. Rick began to knead his hand and noted that in order to eat delicious food, it is necessary to improve her digestion. Let her follow him, hunt for treasures. The eagle sat on a branch, and the protagonist said that the monsters that survived after the opening of the first gate chose places for themselves to live. The orcs squeezed the sword and Rick added that some of them, the orcs, united into a tribe on their territory. There is a relic from another dimension. 2 orcs were standing near the statue. The protagonist looked through the binoculars and noted that it was probably in that stone statue, but before returning in time, the expedition team found and took it, but this time he would get ahead of them. After which he put away the binoculars and added that there were about 200 orcs in the tribe. Thanks to the central crystal, His body was restored, but there were still too many of them for him alone. Rick rose from his knee and noted that he would penetrate there, and she would light a fire when she gave a signal, and Lily asked what signal they were talking about. The protagonist turned to her and said that if the torch on the other side goes out, let her set fire to the entrance. If you are distracted and do not see the signal, you can forget about the relic. The protagonist used invisibility. Lily stared at the protagonist. Rick passed the guards and thought that there was no one among them who could detect him, unless a stronger enemy appeared. The orcs were standing near the statue and Rick thought that the statue was guarded by 10 orcs. Then he began to pull out a knife and added that he could handle them alone. The protagonist squeezed the knife. Then he stared at the main orc and noted in his head that this was the leader of the tribe, a mutant orc. The warrior tore his shirt and the protagonist thought that he demonstrated incredible monstrous strength during the attack of the expedition team. The protagonist grabbed the crystal and noted in his head that this was a dangerous opponent. It would be better to do as planned. Then he threw it into the fire pit. Lily watched everything from above and thought that this was a signal. The orc stared at the fire in surprise. The leader put out his weapon in order to attack. The protagonist turned his gaze and thought that this was great. He would take advantage of the situation to quickly destroy the statue. A moment later, a wave appeared in front of him. The leader was behind him, and Rick thought that he had smelled him. Then he ran forward and added that the orc was very strong and they needed to retreat. Rick ran through the crowd of orcs. Then he stared forward and thought that it was useless to hide now. Lily looked at him and asked if they had noticed him, and Rick shouted for her to run away too. The dark sky was visible behind the leaves. The heroes were sitting in a small clearing. The protagonist scratched his head and thought that they had not run for long, but were already exhausted. Lily pointed to the cave and noted that she knew this place. She came out of this cave when she passed through the gate. Then she opened her mouth and added that those strange guys were there. They were trying to catch her, so she ran away. Rick imagined the emblem of the Red Snake clan and thought that this was their shelter. Who would have guessed that they settled next to the orc tribe? Then he put his hand on the girl's head and thought that if he used it correctly. The protagonist smiled and said that they needed to go inside. Lily looked at him and asked if it was necessary. She didn't really want to. Rick raised his hand and told her to hide in those bushes and sit quietly and let her contact him if something happened. After which he entered the cave. A moment later, the protagonist used invisibility. A guy was sitting on the floor and Rick thought that the Red Snake was not a small group. After which he continued to go deeper into the cave and added that judging by the security, this really was their secret shelter. Why did they decide to settle next to the orcs? The chemist stood behind the equipment, and Rick thought about what they were doing. After which he stared at the employee and thought that this was white powder. The protagonist turned around and thought that it was a snake. Then he introduced the people near the package and said that the snake was a drug created from plants from another world. In the past, many people fell victim to addiction. They went crazy and eventually died. The police spent years investigating, but to no avail. Who could have known that they were hiding in such a place? Rick passed by the cooks and heard them hurry up. If they don't meet the quota by tomorrow, they're finished. And then he thought that 100 armed members of the Red Snake group and about 30 drug makers. The protagonist turned to the packages and noted in his head that there were about 50 kilograms of snake. But he doesn't know how much it is in money, but it's definitely more than several trillion won. The soldier stood in front of the boss and noted that demand has increased in recent days. They have a shortage of supplies. Yesterday one idiot died, so the production speed has decreased. Rick turned his gaze, heard that they were trying to take those who, even if they died, would not drag them to the bottom, and noted in his head that they were caught. The guards turned around in surprise and started shouting that they could not see anything. Let him turn on the light. The snake was gone. The moon appeared in the night sky and the protagonist asked where Lily was. The girl jumped out of the bushes and asked if he was finished, and Rick answered that this was just the beginning. They would play tag, let them get ready. Lily climbed into the box and Rick noted that there would be a lot of people running after them. They just needed to not let them catch them. It was dangerous, so she needed to be quiet. The soldier ran out of the bushes and shouted that he was here. Let them catch this freak. And Rick said that here are the catchers. Let him hide inside. Then he turned with a grin and noted that he would take the box. The protagonist began to dodge the bullets. Then he turned around and thought that they were running after him. Rick stepped onto the ground. Then he opened his mouth and said that he saw familiar faces. The orc leader put out his weapon and ordered to attack. The soldiers opened their mouths in surprise. The protagonist ran forward and asked Lily to get out. Then he kicked the floor. Then he threw the box up. The soldiers opened their mouths and shouted that he was crazy. The orcs looked up in surprise. The box fell near the orc. The soldiers opened their mouths and shouted that they needed to kill the monsters and take the snake, then they would deal with this bastard. A moment later they opened fire, and the commander shouted that they needed to open fire. The orc kicked the ground. Then he ran towards the soldiers. Then he swung his sword. The protagonist knelt down, heard when it would be over, she wanted to eat, and replied that it was not always easy to finish the job. Rick opened his mouth and added that there was not much time left to wait, so was it worth arranging a cleanup now? The trembling soldier looked at the orc and asked for mercy. The leader raised his weapon and screamed. Then he closed his eyes. Then a blade appeared in his chest, and Rick noted that he had dealt with the scum well. The protagonist abruptly pulled the blade out of his chest. The orcs, trembling with fear, looked at the protagonist, and he noted in his head that the leader was dead, the rest would not be a hindrance. Then they began to run away, and the protagonist added that they would follow him one by one. Rick hit the stone with a sledgehammer, after which the statue collapsed. 2 decorations appeared, and the protagonist said that this artifact helps to heal and improve the condition of its wearer. By consuming mana, it can activate a protective spell. The effect is enhanced if both bracelets are worn. The protagonist stared at the bracelet and thought that it had shrunk to his size. The mana he had just spent was restored, as indicated in the description. Lily looked at it and asked if this was the treasure, and Rick asked her to come closer. Then he took her hand. Lily opened her eyes and asked why. Then she looked at the bracelet, heard that it had a protective spell, an ordinary person would not be able to see it, and noted that they had the same bracelets. Rick looked down with displeasure, thought that she was still weak. Thanks to the bracelet he would be able to track her location, which would be useful in case of danger, and noted that he needed to have dinner a little later. He still needed to return to the cave. Then he turned around, heard the question why, and replied that he would explain later. Then he pointed at the tower and noted that Lily should burn everything to the ground. A moment later, the girl created a fireball. Then a huge flame appeared. The girl opened her mouth and shouted that he wanted tasty food. Rick sweated and thought that if he starved her, something could come of it. The soldiers began to shoot and shout that they needed to kill him. Rick called a shield and said to watch. It was created by the bracelet. Lily created a shield and heard that once she got the hang of it, she could make it of any shape. The girl waved her hand when she heard that she just needed to hit them with the shield. The soldier fell to his knees and asked for mercy, because he would tell them everything about their group. Rick gritted his teeth and noted that he was not interested in this, he was interested in where the safe was. An hour later, the heroes were walking with their backs to the explosion. Rick grinned and thought that it was a good secret place. In addition to money, he received a lot of items. Then he turned and added that if she was done blowing everything up, the shield could be removed, and the girl asked if they would run away. Rick looked at the soldiers and noted that they had nowhere to run, and then said that there were about 35 members of the Red Snake and drug manufacturers left. He would not kill them, but he would not let them go so easily either, since they participated in the creation of the snake. Rick turned to the soldier and ordered them to follow him. The soldier scratched the back of his head and asked why he was a rice cake with red beans. The protagonist opened his mouth and shouted that because he looked like him, Lily would take him to his tent. Then he looked at the others and added that the rest would go to the guard post and surrender. A moment later, Rick gritted his teeth because of the questions and shouted that if they did not know, he would beat them up so that they would find out. The soldiers were on their knees, and Rick wondered why there were so many people in the restricted area. Then he looked out from behind the bush and thought that he would take them to the police, and they would probably report him and Lily. He just hoped that the man would not take their testimony seriously. The dark silhouette turned back and Rick noted that they needed to establish communication with the Titan. Then he jumped away from the container and thought that the girl had worked well today. He should buy something tasty. Lily was pounding her fists on the floor and screaming that she was hungry. Rick darkened and said that he did not understand what she was saying. The girl opened her mouth and screamed that he promised him food that tasted like chicken. Then she grabbed the bag and noted that it smelled completely the opposite and looked like a mess, his slugs again. Rice Cake with Red Beans picked up the tray and screamed for them to give it to him. After which he took the pieces of meat, and the protagonist noted that 2 pork breasts cooked to perfection, fried garlic and some seasonal green olives, wrapped in sesame salad with a piece of lettuce so that it could be eaten in one bite. Lily smiled widely and shouted that it was unbelievable, how delicious, and Rick noted that the food was falling out of her mouth, let her chew first and then talk. The protagonist closed his eyes, heard that the land was cheap, but he was sure that he wanted to buy 10,000 paeong, and replied that he never knows what will happen in the future, and the plot told that 4 days passed quickly. It was time to work hard. During the past time, Rick bought the land next to his tent with the money he received from the guild under the contract. The protagonist lay on the tent and noted that living in a tent is boring. The guy picked up a log and noted that Rick entrusted it to him. Then he put his hand on his chest and shouted that for 3 years he would be doing construction, cooking, cleaning and other things, all the work would be on me. He gave him a chance to start over, so from now on he would live an honest life. Rick took the chopsticks and noted that he should work hard for the next 3 years, and Lily shouted that he was an excellent cook. Rice cake was sitting on his lap and the protagonist said that the cake was a eunuch. He hit him in certain points of the bloodstream so that he could not escape. Until martial arts were available to him, he would not be able to fix it. The guy was holding a hammer, and Rick noted that he planned to use him as a labor force for 3 years, and then he would give him some money and let him go. Chloe winked and noted that he would be a temporary assistant for Team 7. They were new, so they needed an experienced person. Rick put his hand out and asked if she was sure that she was staying for a while. He would definitely put someone to replace him later, and Chloe replied that of course, she was a busy girl. The protagonist's face darkened when he heard that his official mission would start tomorrow, and that today he just needed to remember everything written in these documents, and he thought that he should have rested more during those 3 days. Rick stared at the paper and asked that this was a mission to destroy the gate, and that his contract had a clause stating that he would not take on missions that took a long time. Chloe smiled and replied that it had been sent to them by the government a couple of days ago, that 4 guilds were participating according to the government's estimates, and that the cleanup would take 2 days, and that his team was the only one with room in their schedule, and Rick thought that the government's estimates should not be trusted. The protagonist introduced 2 slimes and said that enemies are divided into 2 types. Type A, they close after monsters come out of them, and they are easy to kill. Then he introduced a portal and added that Type B, these gates do not disappear after monsters come out of them, and they may not come out at all. Then he introduced the gate and noted that in this case, someone must go inside, kill the monsters and destroy the core in order to return. Such a task is called a gate destruction task. Rick looked at the book carefully and thought that he recognized this place. Then he imagined the spikes with chains and added that this is one of the most catastrophic gates that appeared after the first one, the Labyrinth of Fallen Spirits. The protagonist looked down and thought that before returning in time, he was an instructor and always mentioned this place for its infamous fame. If he took part in this task then, he would have died. Chloe looked at him and noted that he recently had a skirmish with another guild. Did he want to pass the task to someone else? And Rick replied that the 7th team will deal with him. A sunny street appeared, and Rick heard whatever happens, let him remain calm and not lose his composure, and asked if she thought that she would throw a tantrum or something. The protagonist looked out the window and thought, in order to clear this gate, he will need a strong tank, since hiring Charlie took longer than expected. Due to paying the commission for breaking the contract, he will have to go get it himself. The car stopped near the building. The driver bowed and asked the protagonist to take care of himself. Rick opened his mouth and noted that he should not do this in the future. He is grateful to him for driving him. The man smiled and agreed. Chloe smiled widely and noted that he showed himself cool now, and Rick thought that he is uncomfortable and strange to be around honest and kind people, prefers to be in the company of aggressive and rude scumbags, for example, with the guys from the Blackhound Guild, with whom he worked in a past life. Ben put out his hand and noted that he is glad to meet. This is Charlie, and next to him is the captain of his team, Chuck. Rick shook his hand and noted that he is also glad to meet. He has heard about him. Ben folded his arms and asked if they wanted to take Charlie with them. Rick took a sip, heard that he was their valuable employee, and thought about Ben being the younger cousin of the guild leader and the one who did all the dirty work. Then he glared and added that he could set outrageous conditions for the cancellation of the contract. Chloe smiled widely and noted that they understood his position on this issue, but $5 billion for the cancellation of the contract. Ben glared and noted that it was not $5 billion at all. It seemed that he had not been told yet. Mr. Charlie renewed his contract with them that morning. Chloe looked surprised and heard that according to the new conditions, the cancellation fee was $10 billion. If they paid that amount, they would give them Charlie. Rick slammed the table, thought that he intended to provoke them to start arguing. Probably now they were secretly filming, and said that they should go. Chloe turned her gaze and Rick noted in his head that she was the daughter of the guild leader. She was easy to manipulate. Ben smiled and noted that Rick himself asked to give it to him, but it seemed that they did not need it that much. Ben looked at the empty plates and noted that if they changed their minds, they should let him know. It seemed that the girl liked the cake. They had better take her to the hospital. It had long expired. Lily turned back abruptly. Rick hit the man sharply in the face. Chuck swung and shouted if he had gone crazy, after which he received a series of blows to the face. The protagonist looked at him furiously. The guy fell to the floor. The warrior opened his mouth and shouted what was happening. Rick looked at them furiously and noted that if they wanted to attack him, think again. They are sure that they are stronger than Chuck. Let them call the guild leader for him. And then thought that if they so wanted him to fall for the provocation, let them get it. Chloe folded her arms and yelled that even if he was angry, he shouldn't treat them like that. and Rick asked what he was imagining or if she looked happy. Lily looked at him, asked why he beat up those who gave her the cake, and heard that she had nothing to worry about. Next time just tell him not to eat what strangers give him. In future he will ask for rice cake to give her a thrasher. Rick approached Charlie and thought that they probably lied about the cake, since she was fine, but it didn't matter now. Then he looked furiously and noted that they would talk later. Rick and Lily turned around abruptly. The man stepped on the floor and the protagonist thought that judging by the murderous energy, the guild leader was coming here. Carl looked down furiously. Then he put his hands in his pockets and asked if they called him. He was waiting for an explanation, and Rick thought that he was acting like he didn't know what was going on here, although he himself was watching through the cameras. After which he waved his hand and noted that just let the others leave. Carl smiled and noted that he was a loyal comrade, since he was ready to take full responsibility. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked Lily to wait for him at the headquarters. The girl looked at him and asked if she could burn this place to the ground. The protagonist grabbed her cheek and told her not to be stupid. If she played with fire without his permission, she would never get fried chicken again. A moment later, Rick sat down at the table and asked what he wanted from him. Carl took out a paper and asked if he wanted to work together, and Rick folded his arms and replied that he wanted him to defect to him. For this he would have to pay a huge amount of money to terminate the contract. Carl opened his mouth and noted that he was not asking him to leave his guild. After which he raised his hand and added that he could continue to work for the White House, just let him sometimes pass him information, and Rick asked that he wanted him to spy. The protagonist gritted his teeth, heard that he was promising, the payment would be generous, let him read the contract himself, the offer was simply excellent, and asked what would happen if he refused. Carl raised his hands and replied that then he would have to pay for what he had done here. If he suddenly went too far, he could end up without an arm or two. The man opened his mouth and shouted for Carl to return Rick. Then he threw his head back and noted that if he did not do it in 10 seconds, he would break into his place. Rick opened his mouth slightly and asked what the boss was doing here. Bill turned and noted that Chloe said that he was locked in there, and Rick replied that he offered him his sincere apologies, and they accepted them. Then he smiled widely and added that it seemed that they were bribed by his sincerity. The protagonist opened his eyes when he heard that he should read the contract himself. The offer was simply excellent, and asked what would happen if he refused. Carl was flushed with anger and replied that he would have to pay for what he had done here. If he went too far, he might end up without an arm or two. Rick smiled broadly and noted that his relationship with his sister-in-law was quite close. It would be okay if it became public knowledge. Then he held up his hand and added that the nature of their relationship with his younger brother's wife, if it was permissible, he could investigate it himself, and Carl asked how he had found out about it. Then he trembled with anger when he heard that if he wanted to keep the secret, let him consider his offer. First, let him let Charlie go without paying the tax for terminating the contract, and the amount for my silence is written here. Rick sat on the couch, told her that before he went back in time, Carl had been having an affair with his younger brother's wife for decades. They eventually got caught. The younger brother with his younger brother's wife for decades. They eventually got caught. The younger brother and his wife tragically committed suicide, and Carl left the service in shock. He would probably want him to keep quiet no matter what it took. And Bill clenched his fist and shouted that the bastard was cunning as hell. He would never let them go so easily. Let him be honest, he would deal with him personally. Rick turned his head, heard that he should be grateful that nothing happened, and thought about her being quieter than usual. Then he stroked the girl and said that he told you that you don't have to solve all problems with fire. Lily looked down and said that she was hungry. Chloe smiled and noted that the situation was not the most favorable. She must be in shock. The protagonist smiled widely and asked if Lily would mind having chicken for dinner. Then he looked at Chloe and Bill and thought that he left her aside. If the guild was their priority, they would not have come to the rescue. His joining the White House, it turns out, is a very smart decision. Charlie squeezed the straps of his briefcase and said hello. Rick stuck out a finger and noted that he was early, and Charlie bowed. A moment later, the protagonist held out a mug and noted that they sorted out the paperwork yesterday. From this day on he is the tank of their team. Let him call him commander. Then he stared at him and told him that Charlie grew up in an orphanage. He is an introvert and cold in communication with people, because of which the Black Hound treated him like a weakling. He died when the first disaster happened. The protagonist opened his mouth to hear why such a serious commander like him chose such a talentless tank like him, and answered because he needed him. Charlie put his hands out and noted that he should tell him in case he didn't know what his specialty was. A moment later, the protagonist grabbed him by the shoulder and asked him to freeze. Then he introduced the Stone Warrior and added that in 10 years he would become a supernatural hero respected by everyone. Rick tapped the guy's chest and thought that Charlie was a petrification specialist. He saw a piece of stone. His body is much stronger. Now, having personally checked it, he was finally convinced of this. The protagonist put his finger out and thought that Charlie's ability to petrify was superior to Ming's, and then said that 1 year, no, 6 months, and he would become the top tank of Seoul. Charlie opened his mouth and shouted that it couldn't be, and Rick noted that he called himself a talentless tank, so he would give him the talent he denied. Charlie held out his hand with a wide smile. The cook smiled widely and shouted that what was asked of him was ready. The protagonist saw the purple soup and noted that there were 3 plates for each of them, so that everyone could eat it. The heroes opened their mouths when they heard that they would be preparing for the trip to the labyrinth of fallen spirits for 4 days. The beast opened its mouth. The protagonist dodged the blows. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that he was a tank, so he should stop being afraid. If he felt sorry, then he should protect them properly. Then he raised his knives and shouted for him to come as close as possible and immobilize him. Charlie held out his hand and Rick noted that for 2 days the tank ate 3 plates of soup rich in mana, along with 5 dishes for training. After which he grabbed the beast, and the protagonist added that the result of training to strengthen petrification was not ready yet. The beast opened its mouth and hit the guy. Charlie clenched his teeth and screamed that it hurt. Rick looked at him and screamed to hold on for another minute. If he can handle it, eat 6 bowls of mana-rich soup. The protagonist turned to the girl, thought that the peculiarity of petrification is such that the more a person breaks, the stronger he becomes, so Charlie needs to be broken, and noted that now it was Lily's turn. The girl opened her mouth and noted that she was not going to do it. She has to eat disgusting food every day. He does not buy her chicken. Lily created a fireball upon hearing that there would be chicken for dinner today, and screamed for everyone to run out of the way. A moment later, a motionless body lay near Charlie. Rick gritted his teeth and noted that she had turned him into a lump of coal, so he wouldn't be able to get a sample. If he couldn't control the fire, then she wouldn't see the chicken, and Charlie thought that it was amazing that she had defeated that monster with 1 blow. The protagonist put his hand on his chin and asked to check the location of the other monsters, and then thought that 8 one-horned white tigers had come out of the gate 20 minutes ago. They needed to fight 1 more to get a sample. A moment later, Rick jumped back from his place and heard that the Warriors Guild was closer to him than he thought. He wouldn't have time. The radar interface appeared and the protagonist asked what the difference in distance was, and the dispatcher replied that he was 2 kilometers away, and they were a kilometer away. Rick looked at the girl and noted that he would run forward. She would follow him at her own speed. Then he rushed forward. Blue waves appeared around him and Rick thought that he was also training with the others, and eating food rich in mana. He had not reached the level he had before his revival, but he had progressed significantly. 2 guys were running towards the beast. The protagonist quickly flew past and noticed that this was his prey. Then he turned his gaze, heard that they were preparing magic, let them hurry up and attack him, and thought that if they hit first, there would be problems with dividing the prey. Then he quickly approached the beast. Rick swung his dagger. Then he struck. Then he straightened up and complained about his back. The girl opened her mouth and said that the map showed that he had just arrived. Lily smiled widely and asked that this time she fried it properly. Today there would be chicken for dinner, and Rick replied that a sample could be taken from him. The protagonist raised his hand to his ear, heard that there were no more monsters, the gates were destroyed, the situation had returned to normal, and noted that he was going to finish. The doctor went to the protagonist. After which he smiled and asked if he was injured, and Rick replied that he was fine, only Lily needed to bandage her hand. Henry smiled widely and shouted that he was done with the video. The protagonist stared at the screen and noted that it looked like a scene from a movie. Chloe fixed her hair and Rick said that she hired 3 twins to support the 7th team. Each of them is famous and works in their own field. How she managed to do this remains a secret. Rick turned to the team and noted that he has not been working with them for long, so he has not yet remembered their names, but asks not to be offended. He knows how difficult it is to cooperate with superhumans. When he returns from the upcoming trip to the dungeon, he will definitely additionally reward them and give them time off. Then he opened his mouth and added that they would take care of him in the future. Henry opened his mouth and shouted that he was the best. He filmed his speech, and the protagonist thought that when he returned from the labyrinth of fallen spirits, the guild would need to reward him. Of course, he should survive a proportionate amount of troubles, but without details yet. The driver smiled and noted that Rick seemed popular. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he knew what it was like to serve. Then he imagined himself walking on water and thought that he used to be the one who followed orders. He left the guild because he was tired of it, but the people on his team will not have to feel the same way. Chloe smiled widely and noted that he knows how to communicate with people. The protagonist stared at the document, heard that here is a list of items he will need. The special equipment he ordered from the workshop will be ready in 2 days, and noted that he is glad to hear it. Madam responsible assistant of the 7th team, they have little time, but she has prepared everything perfectly. After which he turned the page and the girl noted that this is the one he was interested in. She expected that it would be difficult to find information, because she did not have anything except a name, but on the internet she came across a video with the items he made. The protagonist looked at the guy with his mother and thought that the only superhuman in Korea with a specialization in the field of manufacturing, Jacques. After which he closed the document and asked where he was. Lily opened her mouth and shouted so that he would not forget, 4 servings of boneless chicken and large French fries. Rick turned to her and noted that he would keep his promise, and she conveys everything exactly as he taught her. The sign of the establishment appeared. The hairdresser smiled when she heard that they had a lot of toys and replied that her son liked to make different things. Lily was sitting on the couch and remarked that she was bored, and Rick told her to sit quietly. The protagonist turned around, heard that it was cute, and remarked that she hadn't touched anything, otherwise she would break it. Lily smiled widely and shouted that this was the very same chicken that she liked so much. The hairdresser smiled widely, heard that her son made a chicken, they can take it away if she liked it, his little cousin is a real demon, and replied that she has a lot of toys, and Rick asked how old her son is. The protagonist introduced her son and remarked that Harley, the son of the hairdresser's owner, has savant syndrome, a rare condition in which individuals with developmental disabilities have outstanding abilities in one or more areas of knowledge. Because of this, his social skills are very low, and he doesn't really like talking to people. Rick, in a hat, looked straight ahead and thought that unlike other superhumans, he should get closer to Harley very naturally. Firstly, he needs to come here more often. Harley was sitting in the closet, and the hairdresser said that even now he was probably creating another thing in the closet, and Rick asked what he hoped they were not distracting him with their loud conversations, and received the answer that he was so concentrated that he did not notice anything. The main character turned his gaze and thought that they were not communicating in a whisper, so he could hear them if he was a superhuman. Should he check it now? Harley abruptly picked up the screwdriver. Then he looked out of the room and asked if everything was okay with his mother, and the hairdresser answered that he suddenly came out himself, and Rick thought that since he came out right away, he can feel mana, he is definitely a superhuman. Lily abruptly turned her gaze and thought that it was time for the chicken plan. Then she flew into the guy and screamed that it was he who did it. She was insanely cute. How did he do it? Harley looked at her and asked if she was curious. The girl opened her mouth and screamed that it was amazing, he was incredible. Harley blushed and noted that there was nothing special about it. Rick turned his gaze, overheard the conversation that she liked chicken and he liked pizza more, and thought that she was still a little unsure of her Korean, but was trying. The protagonist turned his face in surprise when he heard that he had many different things. The hairdresser opened her mouth and remarked that she could not believe that Harley was talking to someone, and Rick wondered if this little guy had a crush on her. Harley sat across from Lily, and the protagonist thought that they got a guy who would create equipment for superhumans worth hundreds of billions. Harley held out his hand in front of him and the girl shouted out 4 servings of boneless chicken, and Rick thought that the guy became a member of the guild the very next day and created uniforms for battle. A few days later, the protagonist ran down the hallway and remarked that the Uruk chieftain's skin was perfect for a uniform, like her new clothes, and Lily shouted that she was comfortable and beautiful. Then she looked at the sleeves and shouted that they had pictures of chicken and pizza on them. Rick turned to Henry, heard where his uniform was, and shouted that he didn't need it, and then thought that he had done everything he could in a short time. Chloe stood near the elevator and said that the support squad reported that they had finished preparing, they needed to move out immediately. Then she smiled and asked the commander if his style had changed. It must be hard to maintain the styling. Rick's face darkened and he thought that it was no wonder there were no customers in the barber shop. A red portal appeared and shouts were heard, which meant that another guild entered first. He let them in because they said that the line had changed and they would be late. Chloe opened her mouth and shouted who said that. The protagonist presented the guild emblems and thought that 4 guilds would take part in the joint mission. At first glance it was clear that these 3 guilds were trying to make fun of them. Rick closed his eyes and noted that their showdown would not change anything, they just needed to go as planned. Chloe turned and said that even if they left now, there was unlikely to be anything left, they should have prepared better. Then she folded her arms and added that there was no need to be upset. Who knows, maybe they would be able to find something better. The car drove along the road. Several cars drove through the tunnel, and Chloe said that they swept everything clean. Rick looked out the window and thought that he was going to give them a ride, but they missed their chance. It doesn't matter, they will meet again. After which he introduced the chains and said that at first the difficulty level of the Labyrinth of Fallen Spirits was B, but it increased after several unsuccessful attempts to close the dungeon, which eventually became the worst. after which he opened his eyes and shouted for everyone to stop. The protagonist got out of the car and added that there was something there. Let Charlie stay and protect the cars. After which he stared at the dark tunnel and thought that the reason why the dungeon is called the Labyrinth of Fallen Spirits is that it turns people who enter it into monsters. Henry opened his mouth and shouted, "What the hell is this?" The monsters walked straight, and Rick noted that judging by their clothes, they could be members of the Red Shark. Then he looked at the guy with long hair and added that it looked like they were bitten by zombies. Their fangs were sharp enough to break through their fighting uniform. It probably happened when they relaxed and let their guard down. Maybe they separated from the rest of the guild. It's good that there aren't that many of them. Rick stood in front of them and told Charlie to show them the results of his training. The guy opened his eyes in fear and asked again, and the protagonist noted that if they scratched them, they would be infected. The protagonist shoved him and told him not to be a coward. Charlie crawled like a stone and noted that he would try, and Rick thought that his petrified state was better than during training. The zombies attacked the guy, and he heard that he shouldn't kill them. Then he struck the zombies. Charlie smiled widely and noted that he was able to hit. Lily closed her eyes and noted that she was bored. Maybe we should just burn them. And Rick turned around and noted that these people were not only civilians, but also members of another guild, so he shouldn't think that he could just destroy them. Henry opened his mouth and shouted that he was already recording everything, and Rick noted that they were using these materials to demand compensation, so he should film everything properly. Megan took out her clothes and noted that she had finished preparing the repellent suits, and Rick noted that she had done it quickly. Now they would sort them out and put them on. Derek took out a suitcase and noted that he had brought the antidote that he had entrusted to him, and the protagonist said that this was the main thing in such a dungeon. Rick looked away carefully. Charlie waved his arms and shouted that it hurt, and the protagonist thought that the members of the Red Shark support squad had easily fallen ill, and the rest. The zombies hit the guy from both sides, and Rick thought that judging by their movements, they were superhumans. Then he hit the back of the head with his fingers. Then the second one too. Charlie opened his mouth and wondered how he could do it so easily. Rick stood near the bodies and asked if there was anyone else. They managed. Rick closed his eyes and ordered Charlie to lay them out in a row. The protagonist looked at the bag with the antidote and thought that among the things he had prepared for going to the labyrinth this time, there was an outstanding antidote to zombie poison. Then he imagined dark silhouettes and added that after a zombie bite there are 10 minutes. When the time runs out, the person will begin to behave inappropriately, and after half an hour he will become a slave who protects the zombie hive. The protagonist began to pour the antidote, and thought that it was possible to accurately determine that more than half an hour had passed since their conversion, so even after drinking the antidote, they will have problems with their minds for some time. Then he turned and ordered them to step aside. He needed to concentrate. Then he put out his hand and noted that he had saved them, so they should help him too. The hero, holding the weapon in his hands, thought that those who had talent could concentrate on it and improve it, but with the increase in the survival rate, people like him should acquire several abilities. This is why he traveled to different dimensions in his past life. The continent of Gaia appeared. A view of Murim opened up. The underworld appeared. Many hours appeared. The thought arose that he was able to survive thanks to the magic and martial arts learned during his travels. The protagonist blew his whistle. The thought arose that one of the things he picked up from there was a technique that allows you to control animals with low IQ. Standing in front of the people, he said that attention, from now on they will fight together with them. The people smiled, hearing that they understood. Holding a whistle in his hands, Rick said that since everyone agreed, let them start hunting zombie bees and listen to his orders. Go ahead. Closing his eyes, the guy exclaimed. Rushing forward, he shouted that he caught the queen bee, but there were too many of them around, to which he was answered that he was a good boy. Looking to the side, the hero said that he should burn them and then they would eat them, to which he responded approvingly. A flame appeared in front of the man. The ball bounced off the wall. It was heard that he did not expect that the members of the Red Shark would actively assist them. Looking to the side, the guy asked that he did not do anything suspicious to them, to which the protagonist replied that they told him that they would be happy to help him in order to repay him. Gritting his teeth, he added that well, they are done with checking the insect suit, we can move on, to which he was answered approvingly. The man took a step forward, and a voice said to stop, someone was coming. The man smiled, walking straight. The girl looked at him in amazement, and said that these were the guys she had seen with the slugs. Lily began to attack them, saying that the Warriors Guild was in action. Rick closed his eyes and said that he hoped they were also grateful and ready to correct their mistakes. Frowning, he thought about what was happening. Everything was simpler than he expected. Looking to the side, the guy said that the monsters had gotten to the supplies and eaten them, to which the hero replied that he should let her take a look. The girl blew a whistle, and it was heard that judging by the tracks, they should still be nearby. The people rushed forward and shouted. Looking at them, the protagonist thought that it was even easier for him because she liked to control these bastards, red-eyed poison mice, or what was left of them. He closed his eyes and added that he had prepared for various situations, but everything was going smoothly. But he should not lose his vigilance. The boss-level monsters were still somewhere around here. A red beam flew through the air. The demonic bat smiled. The thought appeared that here it was, the intermediate boss. Turning around, Rick shouted that they should prepare for battle, leave all the cars behind, and let Charlie advance, to which he responded approvingly. The hero whistled and thought that he had brainwashed the red sharks and warriors, so the mirror would not work on them. People quickly ran forward, and he added that this monster shows illusions of everyone who looks in the mirror, making them his minions. The rest of his team should be careful. Frowning, the protagonist shouted at him not to look in his mirror. Turning around, the guy said that he was a little, to which he added that he was a damn coward. Pointing at the flame, Rick shouted to make a shield out of fire so that they would not pass. To move at least 2 kilometers, he would gather some information and join them. He stretched his hand forward and whistled. Frowning, the girl asked what she could burn everything here, to which the hero replied that he would usually agree, but let him remove the fire for now, and then activated the concealment skill. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what he would report, where he went, to which the girl thought that he was a cowardly fool. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought where the bat was. He abruptly grabbed his weapon. Rick threw the knives up. The monster looked at him and smiled. The hero closed the girl's eyes and thought that concealment does not work with him. He flies from side to side, and not straight. It is worth moving away for now to understand how he moves. Grinning, the guy said that he returned, and the other added that he was not wounded. Standing in front of them, the protagonist replied that he would explain to everyone what to do. There is not much time, so let them hurry. The monster abruptly rushed forward. Turning around, Rick shouted that he was here, a technical support squad, let them retreat, to which he was answered that the fortification was complete. They were retreating. The people held shields in their hands. It was heard that great, let them prepare for battle. The bat flapped its wings. The guy screamed furiously. People started ramming the shields. The hero jumped up sharply. He struck the monster. Frowning, the protagonist turned to the girl. Lily stretched her hand forward and said that he should take it. The monster dodged the flames and laughed. The girl exclaimed furiously and said that it didn't matter. The monster suddenly rushed forward. Rick looked at him and used the shield. He swung the weapon sharply. The girl raised her hands and used the shield, to which the hero thought that it was great. Turning around, he added that no matter how fast his movements were. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that he would see how long he could dodge attacks. He sharply chopped off the monster's hand. Smiling widely, Rick said that he would take the mirror for himself. Thank you. Doors appeared, and it was heard that this was the end. People were standing near the exit, and a voice was heard that they should not let their guard down just because they had just gotten here. Looking away, Lily asked how long the coward would stay like this, to which the hero replied that he planned to leave him alone until they defeated the boss. He had a feeling that otherwise he would be brainwashed again. The creature in the cloak walked straight. The skeleton's eyes glowed blue. The spirit hunter lowered his head and muttered something. The protagonist blew his whistle. Rushing forward, the guy asked that he was one of his fans. The skeleton looked forward angrily. Grinning, the guy said that hugs were always welcome. The hunter suddenly struck him. The guy gritted his teeth and said that he was a hater. The skeleton waved his weapon. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he was a little shy, but he was holding up well. Charlie, this was the moment he had been training for. The skeleton turned its head to the side. It screamed loudly and cast a spell. Rick smirked, thinking that this spell wouldn't work on them. Suddenly, the boys struck the skeleton. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that the mirror of the defeated demonic mirror bat and his little trick kept their brains washed, so the spirit connection was useless. Turning around, the spirit hunter exclaimed. He held the sword with both hands. Looking at him, the guy said that he loved him too. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that her appearance was coming soon, to which Lily replied that she understood. The skeleton's eyes lit up brightly. Suddenly, he used the devil summoning skill. Monsters appeared. The thought appeared that this was monkey summoning magic. He had prepared for it in advance. Flames emanated from the girl's hand. Fire appeared around the skeleton. Stretching her hand forward, Lily said that they would burn everything here and go eat chicken. The hunter looked at her in amazement. Standing next to the girl, Rick said that she was a smart girl and would be responsible for destroying the monkeys. Suddenly, he jumped to the side. The hero frowned and thought that he seemed to have seen something, but he would pretend that it had not happened. People were attacking the skeleton, and the thought occurred to him that it was not his turn to join the fight. Watching the battle, the protagonist thought that his goal was to safely clear the dungeon with minimal effort when these bastards ran out of strength. Smiling, he added that he would join in then. The skeleton screamed furiously. Holding the whistle to his mouth, Rick thought that, well, it's time. The guys smiled, looking at him. Putting his hand on his side, the hero asked why he was waiting, said that they would finish this already. The skeleton's eyes lit up and he exclaimed. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he didn't know what he was saying, but he seemed like a cowardly bastard, right? Well, he hoped his words were clear to him. They rushed towards each other. It was heard that some people have no choice, they can only live like this. The stone on the hero's hand lit up. The spirit hunter looked at it. A thought appeared. He couldn't brainwash him with the illusion mirror, but he could weaken his vigilance for a moment. Lightning appeared around the hero's hand. He used the lightning strike fist skill. The skeleton's armor was destroyed. Frowning, the protagonist thought, wait, that's it. A spiritual stone appeared. It was said that even high-level magic stones cannot compare to it. This treasure allows the owner to perform a miracle. It is also the reason why he decided to enter the labyrinth of fallen spirits. Taking out the stone, Rick said that he will find a good use for it, thank you. Standing behind him, the girl asked that it was over. The hero clenched his fists and thought that it was an amazing find. Now he would be able to use the transformation. Putting his hand to his face, he added that if he completed it, the body would go into a practical state for mastering martial arts. But that was not what interested him. He wanted to slow down aging and increase his lifespan, to enjoy his young body for a long time after retirement, which he would retire in 3 years. Looking at her in surprise, Lily asked what it was. It was delicious. Smiling, the protagonist answered that no, it was inedible. He would get sick if he tried it, to which she asked why. He tried to eat it himself. Looking away, Rick said that well. He froze in bewilderment. The girl stood next to him. Falling to his knees, the hero thought that the stone, which would cost $1 million at auction if he decided not to use it, and Lily asked that he was tired of fighting. The protagonist lowered his head. Looking at the clock, he thought that the hands were moving. Smiling, Rick thought that this meant the same thing. This clock works from magical power. A portal appeared in the middle of the city. It was heard that further, 4 guilds, united by one goal, the task of destroying the gate, should have already returned. 10 days had passed. Experts believe that they died. They will delve into the topic. The girl looked at her phone. She turned her head, hearing that she was here again. Brock grinned and said that the second team will return the 7th in one piece. Let her not worry too much. Lowering her gaze, Chloe said that other guilds do not plan to send rescue teams. She knows that his team is able to clear the A-rank dungeon, but let him be careful, to which she answered that good, he can rely on them. Standing in front of the portal, the man said that so, they are moving out. Red beams appeared around the portal, and it was heard that they should wait, that something was happening with the gate, that they should prepare for battle. The hero was holding the girl on his back. The man grinned and turned to him. The girl hugged him and exclaimed. Frowning, the protagonist asked what was wrong with them all of a sudden, that he had a child on his back, so he should let go, to which the girl asked what had delayed him, and he replied that there were a couple of unforeseen circumstances that shouldn't be discussed in front of everyone. Rick raised his head, hearing that no, she was very worried, to which he replied that he had no strength left, that he wanted to go home already, that they should wait for the application for overtime. Sitting in the car, the hero heard that thanks to the 7th team of the White House, the superhumans of all guilds returned home alive. The gate turned out to be more dangerous than the government thought, and the man said that the whole country was discussing his actions, to which he replied that for him it was an extra headache. Turning his head, the protagonist asked what he said. While he was in the dungeon, it was not raining, to which the man replied that yes, there was not a cloud in the sky. The car was driving on the bridge. It was heard that from behind the rainbow wondering, it appeared 4 days ago, that's how. Rick frowned, thinking that this was not a natural phenomenon, but an omen of the first great disaster. A rainbow appeared. It was said that gradually, color by color, the rainbow would begin to disappear, and on the day when it disappeared completely, the great disaster of the Night of the 7 Moons would begin. Monsters appeared. The thought arose that hundreds of gates would open everywhere, and monsters would pour out of them non-stop. In the past, the girl was fast asleep. The thought arose that he had barely escaped, sitting in a shelter, but now everything was different. Clenching his fist, the hero thought that he had become stronger compared to last time. Suddenly, a glow appeared. Lowering his head, he added that he also had this damn watch that had absorbed the mana of the spiritual stone. Looking to the side, the girl said that it was a little tight in the waist. Frowning, the protagonist said that then let him put on the jumpsuit, to which she replied that it was ugly, and he asked what she was suggesting he do. Looking at him angrily, the girl asked how it was that Lily didn't have evening wear. She meant that she only had home tracksuits in her wardrobe. Raising his eyebrows, Rick thought that she had given it to Lily, so it would be rude not to wear it, and then said that let him go like this, and if it became uncomfortable, he would change, to which Lily replied that it was a great idea, he was a genius. Smiling, the man said that here they are, their main characters of the day. It was said that when the team safely returns from the dungeon, a party is held in the White House. Hugging the hero, he added that he knew that he would return alive, to which the protagonist asked that he wanted to kill him himself. The girl, looking at Lily, said that this dress suits her very well, to which she replied that she was grateful for the gift, and Chloe added that she speaks better every day. Looking at them, the guy asked if he would mind going to dinner together, to which Lily responded approvingly. Putting her hand to her face, the girl thought that it was really him. How cute. The guy looked at Lily. Watching the people, the hero thought that it seemed like everyone was enjoying the evening. There was a black hound in the guild. He could not even dream of anything like this. The protagonist looked away, hearing his name. Closing his eyes, the man asked what his goals were, to which he asked again, and Bill added that he was curious about what young people dream of these days, to become the strongest in the world, or to gain untold wealth. Closing his eyes, Rick replied that his goal was to retire. The man looked surprised when he heard that he planned to save up a lot of money and build a mansion of 9,900 square meters, invite friends, and do whatever he wanted. Closing her eyes, the girl said that what a wonderful goal. The guy smiled and said that a peaceful life sounded good. Raising his eyebrows, Bill asked what he didn't want to become strong, said that if he trained with him, and the girl turned to him. Looking away, the hero thought that at first he planned to avoid the dangers that would happen in the future, but now he had the potential to become stronger and comrades he could trust. A rainbow appeared, and he added that if they could not be prevented, then it was worth coming up with a plan to benefit from it. Clenching his fist, the man said that he never expected that such a beautiful lake was located in the forbidden territory. Walking into the water, he added that his spirit was lifted by the closeness to nature, to which the protagonist thought that he had called the leader and the others to spend a week's vacation without losing anything. Sitting on the blanket, the girl turned to him. Grinning, she asked what he would smear on her back, said that she herself could not reach it. Looking at her, Rick replied that she should practice stretching. Let him look, he reaches it, to which she asked that she simply could not agree. The guys turned around, hearing that if she needed it so much, she should ask them to help. Looking at the guy, the girl asked that by the way, she had not yet said hello to him, and who was he, to which he thought that the beauty was interested in him. Archie put his hand to his chest and introduced himself, and then said that his nickname is Rice Cake with Red Beans, she can call him that too. The girl closed her eyes and said that she was glad to meet him, but they were not that close yet, to which the hero replied that if she said such nonsense again, he would rename him. Glaring angrily, he asked how about a pie with whipped blood. Waving his hand, the protagonist asked that he wanted to compete in swimming, to which the man replied that it sounded fun. The stone flew up. It was heard that the one who gets to the other side of the lake faster will win, so the stone fell into the water. The man swam forward rapidly. Frowning, Rick thought that he was the first Superman, and very fast. They competed and he added that thanks to him he would be able to get a big catch. Suddenly, Bill looked in surprise. A huge monster appeared in front of him. Frowning, the man shouted that how dare he. Jumping up, he added that he would interfere with their resistance. The man struck the monster. He looked at him in amazement. Bill began to strike many times. The protagonist smirked, thinking that he was fighting with his bare hands. The man stood on the monster, and he added that he knew that taking it with him was a good idea, and then asked if he was okay. Frowning, the protagonist said that he did not expect a monster to appear here, to which Bill replied that he was glad that he was not hurt. The forbidden zone was full of surprises. Looking away, the man said that they had swum far, he was worried about the others, it was better to return to them, to which Rick replied that he would stay behind to inspect the bottom of the lake. The man swam away and shouted that he should return for dinner, to which the protagonist thought that he had already cleared the area where they were sitting, so the monsters would not appear. He began to swim to the bottom and used the shield. Looking away, the protagonist thought that the kraken died because it interfered with them. The real problem was waiting below. He swam down and added that he didn't know how deep he had to go, but there would definitely be treasure there. Rick looked towards the light. He stretched his hand forward and thought that he had found it. Now he could return to the guys and enjoy his vacation, and then he would come here with the baby. Suddenly a typhoon appeared in the water. The hero looked at it in surprise. He began to swim away rapidly, thinking that the devil, something was sucking him in. Suddenly his shield collapsed. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist thought that the devil. Frowning, he added that he said he would be back soon. Lily turned around, hearing her name. Looking away, the guy said that she should drink this before the commander returned and gave her some strange food, to which she replied that it was fine, she would eat her fill before he returned. A cave appeared under the water. The water was floating to the shore. Drops fell on the hero's face. Suddenly he woke up. It was heard that he woke up. What will they do? Should we expect something bad? Looking at him, the spirit asked who he was, to which the protagonist thought that he knew these creatures. Having risen, he asked that it was they who dragged him here. Waving their hands, the spirit said that he tore the ropes, looked angry, he would finish them off. Looking at them, Rick said that he would not kill them, let them calm down. The spirit appeared. It was said that the continent of Nostell is a habitat of magical plants, animals and fairies. When he worked there for a couple of months as a guide, he met fairies only near clean water. The fairy looked out, hearing that they were snowballs, to which she asked that he knew them. Having flown up to him, the spirit asked that he had been to Nostell, and the other added that she also spoke their language, to which the hero replied that they should ask questions in turn. Frowning, he thought that in the past life there was no information about what lived here. It would be problematic if the course of events changed. They thought, hearing that, why they were here. The fairies looked scared. It was heard that they lived in the lake, but suddenly it was transferred to another dimension, to which the hero thought that they must be talking about the first gate, and they added that the monsters that appeared fought and ate each other. The octopus killed many of them. The spirits flew away from the kraken. The thought appeared that they were talking about the kraken. Grinning, the fairy said that that is why they hid at the bottom of the lake, and found their salvation here. The protagonist crossed his arms and replied that yes, they had a hard time, and then thought that they had been exterminated. That was why there was no information, and she added that but they had no future, they were getting weaker due to lack of sunlight, and they could not get out because of the octopus. Frowning, Rick said that the octopus was dead, they could go out. Looking at him, the fairy replied that he should not lie to them, and he added that they should check for themselves, they could do it. Looking at his hand, the fairy said that they would check, and the others added that it was green, that was true. Flying around him, they shouted that they could go out, thank you for avenging them, to which the hero replied that they should calm down, they were making his head spin, they would go together. Flying after him, the fairies said that great, now they were friends, to which the protagonist replied that they were friends, well, yes, of course. The decanter appeared. It was said that its original goal was unearthly power. If he had found it, it would be easier to deal with the first disaster. The robot looked straight ahead. The thought appeared that but it was guarded by a guard. He tried to find where exactly it was located, and got along with the snowballs. Coins fell from above. It was said that it was necessary to estimate how much he would earn if he converted this lake into a theme park of snowballs. He would probably make a fortune. Looking in surprise, the fairy said that there was a trap, let it not happen. Taking a step forward, the hero answered that okay. Looking to the side, he thought that it would be difficult for him if he were alone, and she said that they were almost there. The protagonist walked straight, listening to the fact that they would greet their friend. It was he who allowed them to live here. Frowning, he asked, what friend? Is there someone here? Just don't say that it's a white, hard bastard who is twice as short as him. To which the fairy replied that it is, they know each other. Waving her arms, she added that he is strong. That is why the octopus could not get here. The thought arose that they meant the guard. It was heard that they should go say goodbye. He will wait here. Flying around the hero, the fairies said that they have already arrived. Looking at the robot, the protagonist thought, what the hell? Looking straight ahead, the robot said that there is an intruder, the passage is closed. Suddenly the walls began to narrow. The thought arose that the curse, his escape route was lost. Raising his hands, the robot said that the intruder assessment was complete. The destruction of the target was confirmed. Frowning, Rick asked that this was definitely a good friend. He called him a target that must be destroyed, to which the fairy asked that his appearance had changed. The robot stepped forward and said that it was starting to destroy, to which the hero replied that well, that was also not bad. Looking at him, he added that it was possible to try it. Suddenly, the robot swung at him. The protagonist slid along the ground. Clenching his fist, he thought that he could not do anything about the difference in weight, but it was not so bad, he probably could not use his right sign now. The robot lowered its head and said that the danger level of the intruder was being re-evaluated, high-class weapons were unlocked. He jumped up and added that the target was confirmed. Reflecting his blow, Rick asked what he thought. He will wait. Lightning flew around the robot, and he said that self-healing was activated. The thought appeared that the robot had the ability to self-heal. Jumping aside, the hero thought that he already had a problem because he put some mana into the glove. He dodged the blows and thought that he should retreat for now. Looking at the wall, the protagonist thought that he would break the wall and get out of here if he brought Charlie and the baby. Stretching her arms out to the sides, the fairy shouted at him not to fight. Frowning, she added that he was their friend, to which Rick replied that she was an idiot. Looking at the fairy, the robot said that the target cannot be destroyed. Striking at him, the hero asked where he was looking. Looking at him in surprise, the fairy asked why he was hitting him, to which he replied that they would talk later. Clutching her head, she added that they were all friends. The fairies looked at the robot and told him not to die. Stretching her hand out to the side, the spirit said that he was their friend, and the other added that he killed him, to which the protagonist replied that he attacked first. It would be better if he died at his hands. Sitting down, he added that he had proven his qualifications, to which the robot replied that the test was over, the mission accomplished. Grinning, Rick thought that here were the keys, all that was left was to find the safe. Waving her arms, the fairy said that he was no longer their friend. Friends do not kill friends, to which he replied that he did not do this, he could be brought back to life. Looking at his hand in surprise, the spirit shouted that he was telling the truth, to which the hero thought that they were a walking headache. But naive, modern technologists cannot recreate a golem like him, but that guy has a specialization in manufacturing and he is able to restart it. Holding the key in his hands, the protagonist said that well, something else is important now. Leaving, he added that it was cool. Flying near him, the fairy said that this place was open for the first time, that they were looking for here, to which he replied that something very important. The drink of life appeared, it was heard that here it is. Rick smiled widely, thinking that potions had not yet been invented, and he already had an endless supply of healing potion in a high-class decanter. Its taste was so good that he would sell it in a moment. Monsters appeared. It was said that on the night of the first calamity of the 7 moons, when an army of monsters appeared, he would be able to save countless superhumans and civilians. Smiling, the fairy said that she should give her some too. She began to drink the potion, and the hero replied that there was a little left. Let her just try it, he would give her more when it was full. Suddenly a bright glow appeared around her, and he asked what, for water fairies it had a different effect. Smiling, the spirit said that her body became lighter, to which the protagonist replied that okay, they will figure it out later, he does not need anything else here, it is time to get out. Water appeared, it was heard that they should take the golem, the thought appeared that the higher it floats, the warmer the water. Emerging from the water, the fairy shouted that here they are. Frowning, Rick said that she was. Looking at the flames, he added that he was either wandering in his sleep or playing with fire again. Lily opened her eyes wide and turned to him. She froze when she heard that he should remove the fire and come down right now. Did she want to destroy the lake? Standing on the shore, the man shouted that where the hell was he, to which the hero thought that if he had stayed a little longer, there would have been consequences. Looking at the man, he replied that the situation was an emergency, to which Bill said that he was glad that he had returned safely and was able to stop Lily, otherwise she would have drained the lake. Rushing forward, the girl asked that he had found the commander, to which Bill said yes, let them stop the search. Hugging the hero, she asked where he had disappeared to. Flying up, the fairy asked why he was being bullied, and the man said that there were monsters behind him, to which he replied that they should calm down, they were new friends, he would tell her everything in detail later. Hitting him with her head, Lily asked where he had been. While hitting him, she added that it was time for dinner, and he was nowhere to be found, she was worried. Frowning, the girl shouted that she had to let him pass to find him. The hero silently looked at her. Stroking her head, he said that he should forgive him for being late. Standing in the middle of the street, the guy shouted that only their guild was here, so everyone else was asked to evacuate quickly. The thought arose that the vacation was short-lived, and everyone returned to their daily duties. The monster shouted furiously. The guy raised his hands up. It was said that the daily duties included eating 5 dishes rich in mana and hard training. When a request came to destroy monsters, Charlie went first. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that his growth rate exceeded all his expectations. With luck, he would play a big role during the first disaster, and then said that great, let him wait aside for now. The girl frowned, hearing that she was ready, gives her a minute, to which she replied that okay, potatoes. She began to shoot fire and added that fries. Grinning, Lily said that it was ready, let him buy her a set with a monster burger. Holding the watch in her hands, the protagonist said that she was 5 seconds late, she would make do with one thing, to which she replied that it could not be. Grinning, Charlie asked that he could join the dinner today. Suddenly, the protagonist struck the monster. The guy looked surprised, hearing that it was a shadow goblin, he was waiting in the shadows for the moment to attack. Frowning, Rick asked what other dinner, let him get ready. Charlie looked down and apologized, saying that he would eat something nutritious today and do some extra exercise. Looking away, the hero thought that it was a good mood, and then said to keep it up. Looking at the weapon, he added that his abilities had reached the level he had in his past life. The protagonist turned his head and thought that the shadow goblins were no problem for him. His mana reserve had also increased, if he continued like this, he would become even stronger. He looked at the rainbow and added that it was interesting that it would disappear in 2 weeks. People rushed towards the monsters. A thought appeared that in order to survive the Night of the 7 Moons, it was necessary to prepare several things. Fire power would be needed to quickly kill the monsters coming out of the gate, a special team to destroy the gate core. Papers fell down. It was said that and a plan on how to minimize the destruction of the city. A glow appeared around the hand. The thought arose that the restoration of the physical strength of superhumans and the treatment of wounds was also important. He took care of the latter. It remained to prepare for the rest. Walking through the office, the girl said that let her allow her to report on the status of potion sales. She was told that sales would begin this week, to which the hero replied that he should continue to monitor them further and report any problems immediately. Frowning, the protagonist asked that the conditions for selling food were approved, to which she replied that it did not matter anymore. Even without her advertising, superhumans would line up. In the report she indicated the prices for each dish. The girl grinned, hearing that the portion per person was fixed, and the price was high, good, to which she asked that she managed to please him. She raised her head, hearing that like shock, they say, the golem can already move, to which she replied that no one else could cope, and he claims that he can. Looking to the side, Rick said that they should rely on him, that's all. He smiled and thought that he would definitely cope, all for the opportunity to go to the zoo with Lily. The documents appeared. The thought arose that these were his friends who were at his retirement party. Sitting in the car, the hero thought that since his intervention changed the future, there was no guarantee that they would meet, and then said that he would take it for himself. Turning her head, the girl asked if he needed anything else, said that she wanted to work with him more before he went on a week's vacation. Looking away, the protagonist asked how long it took them to get to work, to which the man replied that it was about an hour. He grinned, hearing that it was quite far. It was difficult for him, to which he replied that no, everything was fine, and Rick asked that he did not want to move to an apartment near the guild headquarters. Sitting behind the wheel, the driver asked again, and the hero said that he should prepare an apartment for him. Chloe smiled when she heard that he would do it soon, and that they would have enough rooms for his entire family, and he would pay, to which she replied that he was fine. She understood. She closed her eyes and thought that he was a very strange person. Looking in the mirror, the driver asked what he was saying, to which the protagonist replied that he would be more comfortable there, that he had a lot of money, so he shouldn't refuse. The man closed his eyes and asked if he was sleeping or if it was his birthday, to which Rick thought that if there were potions, then money was no problem, but it was impossible to evacuate all of his loved ones in this way. Frowning, he added that he still had a lot of work to do. Smiling, the guy wished them a good trip. Looking away, the hero said that he should take care of the house in their absence, and Lily added that he wouldn't be able to escape, to which the guy responded approvingly. They walked through the forest. The man stood near a stone. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that they were just moving on. He was focused, to which the girl responded approvingly. Bowing to the stone, the guy said that it was too slow. It wouldn't do if he didn't get stronger. Raising his eyebrows, he added that the commander would kick him out. Looking at him, Rick thought that he was still worried about being kicked out. No matter what the motivation was, it was good that he was getting stronger, so he wouldn't interfere. They heard that they would fly further. She would create a shield. They flew quickly through the air. Frowning, the hero asked since when she could do that, to which Lily replied that she had just tried and it worked, but he couldn't. The thought appeared that the damn talented girl. A dark forest appeared. The thought appeared that this was his personal treasury. He collected things that came across in the forbidden territory. Raising her hands up, the fairy greeted, to which Lily greeted back. Looking away, the spirit said that there was nothing to report, nothing had happened, to which the protagonist replied that it was fine, let them patrol near the cave for now. Smiling, the fairies said that they would protect their friend's property. A thought appeared that they had drunk the elixir of life and became as fast as bullets. He uses their powers so that they could quickly contact him in case of an invasion. Looking straight ahead, Lily asked why they were here, to which Rick replied that she should wait. Clothes appeared. It was said that the charlatan's mask makes a person attractive and charming, and also changes the voice so that it sounds like an orator. The sage's robe emits an aura when using mana, which is difficult to deal with. A staff appeared. A thought appeared that it shines when mana is introduced into it. Frowning, the hero said that it is very plausible, to which Lily replied that her voice has changed. It sounds strange. The dark sky appeared. It was heard that the preparations were complete. The operation was beginning. The man, fighting the monsters, shouted that almost everything, just a little more. A glow appeared around the man. It was heard that the last one was killed. Suddenly the protagonist revealed invisibility. A question was heard, who it was. Standing in front of him, people shouted that he came out of the gate. Looking to the side, Rick thought that it was good that there were many witnesses. Taking off his hood, he said that he was a magician from the continent of Gaia. Frowning, the hero added that he came to warn that a disaster would soon fall on their lands. The city appeared, it was heard. Who it was, what language he was speaking, he had never heard of such a thing. Looking at the people, the protagonist heard that he came out of the gate. Suddenly a glow appeared around the staff, and someone asked what it was. Gritting his teeth, Rick said that they should not worry, he would use translation magic, let them introduce themselves again. He is the magician Aximus from the continent of Gaia. Looking to the side, he added that he asked to listen to him carefully, to which the girl thought it was a signal. It was heard that the shield was up. Stretching his staff forward, the hero shouted that he came to warn them, to which the guy said that he really was a magician. A rainbow appeared in the sky. It was heard that this rainbow was a sign of a curse. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that when all the colors disappear, a disaster will fall on their lands, which will open thousands of gates to hell. Many portals appeared, and he shouted that monsters and demons will flood the earth and heavens, the living will close their eyes, and the dead will rise. The man asked again in surprise, hearing that they should all unite and prepare for the coming catastrophe. Landing on the ground, Rick heard that it was strange that the colors in the rainbow disappeared, to which he thought that great, he attracted their attention. A special mask makes his voice more impressive, and the robe of a sage exudes an aura that attracts people's attention. The staff simply emits light and helps to look impressive. Looking at him, the policeman asked how they could avoid this disaster, to which the hero replied that there was no way, you can only minimize the damage from it. Frowning, he added that where the king of their world was, he would tell him all the details. The man entered the interrogation room. Gritting his teeth, he said that the magician was from another dimension. The protagonist frowned and said that he understood. He was surprised. But he only came to warn them of the danger. He was not a king. He asked to be taken to him immediately. Looking at him, Jimmy asked why he was so sure that he was not the king, said that perhaps their cultures were different, and that was why he looked different from the king of their world. Stretching his hand forward, Rick said that it was clear. It was hard to believe his words. Yes, he could read destinies, although not very skillfully, to which the guy replied that destinies then. A glow appeared around the hero and he said that he did not know how. He saw a little how events would develop that would leave an imprint on history, and the destinies of great people. For example, he was not a king now, but in the near future they would strive to become one. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked how he knew. An idea appeared that how, he saw his candidacy for president in the future, and he was also a judge of superhumans. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that he could not stand it when they committed crimes, and then said that he could not say anything else. That was all he saw. Looking into the room, the guy said that the president said that he wanted to meet him personally, to which Jimmy replied that he understood. The protagonist grinned when he heard that he would escort him to the king, to which he responded approvingly, and thought that was great. A portal appeared. It was said that the current blue house was rebuilt a couple of years ago. The first gate opened right on its roof, and a monster appeared from there. The dragon breathed fire. The thought arose that in the end the president and most of the parliament who were there died. The election of a new president only slightly settled the resulting chaos. Turning his head, Rick thought that now the blue is solid and resembles a military building, and the man said that they have arrived. People were standing in the president's office. It was heard that they should come in. Raising his hand, the man said that you are welcome. He is the president of this country. I heard that he came from another dimension, that's right. Bowing, the hero introduced himself, to which Lily said that they were glad to meet, and he added that he hoped he would forgive the imperfect translation magic of his assistant, and they answered that everything was fine, asking to sit down. Pushing the chair back, the protagonist said that it was an unusual chair, to which the president replied that it was a device for detecting lies. If he lied, he would immediately know. Grinning, he thought, that's how it was, and then said that he thought, and it would be nice for him to sit on one, to which the man replied that he should repeat it, and he added that he was saying, they have nothing to hide. Sitting on the chair, Rick said that he was ready to answer. Frowning, the man asked that they really came from the continent of Gaia, to which they responded approvingly. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that his story about the disaster was true, to which he replied that yes, they came to warn him. His assistant did not know much about it. It was heard that he asked to tell what he knew. On the day when all 7 colors of the rainbow disappear, it will happen. Lily bowed her head. It was said that she did not understand even half of the questions. He practiced martial arts and can control breathing, pulse and sweating, so the lie detector does not work on him. Rising, the man said that he asked to remove the devices from the magician. The protagonist bowed, hearing that, and let them leave. Gritting his teeth, the president said that he should forgive him for doubting him. The situation is favorable, to which he replied that he understood. He would have done the same. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he would ask a personal question before the disaster happens. Rick looked surprised, hearing that he could help him fly to their continent, to which he asked again. Smiling, the man asked that it was safer there, said that since they had come from there to warn them, it was quite possible. Raising his eyebrows, the hero asked if he was serious. He was the king, and he wanted to abandon his people and fly away. Looking at him, the president replied that he was not the king. It just so happened that his place was given to him. If he needed money or anything else, he would get it. Putting his hand to his chest, he added that he was fed up with this dangerous world, in which it was unknown when he would die. Let them just take him, his family and friends away, to which the protagonist thought that he did not expect him to do so. Taking the girl by the hand, he said that he had a different opinion of him. They were leaving right now. Frowning, the president shouted that he himself said that he would help, to which Rick replied that he would never know what was on his mind now. He did not need anything, he declines his offer. Gritting his teeth, the man said that it was not necessary, but there was no other choice. Joe squeezed the mask in his hands. A glow appeared around the people. Looking at the man, the hero thought that it was a curse. He trembled and added that he could not look him in the eyes. Lowering his head, the protagonist grinned, to which the man asked what was funny. Looking straight, Joe heard that, and how long was he going to continue this joke? A real king. Rick grinned, hearing that how he found out, to which he replied that he noticed. A glow appeared behind the man, and he added that his huge star of destiny. The Korean flag appeared. It was said that Joe is a hero who brought order to South Korea after the opening of the first gate. Awakening his abilities, he mobilized the police force to protect the townspeople, and after the presidential elections, he built a blue house and began to rule the country. He dedicated himself to bringing the city to order and restoring the country. Everyone knows about it. Standing in the headquarters of the response center, the man said that before the meeting he would like to introduce them to the magician who brought them the prophecy, to which the hero replied that his name was Aximus. He hoped they would listen to him carefully. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that this was all that was dangerous about the disaster, and then thought that all the big shots had gathered here. Closing his eyes, the man asked that 10,000 monsters would probably be very strong. Carl looked away angrily. Bella looked straight ahead. Mike put his hand to his face. It was said that these were the first awakened, or more precisely, this title was given to the 5 strongest people from among the first awakened. They helped destroy the monsters and stabilize the situation. Frowning, the man said that he planned to declare a state of emergency in the country tomorrow morning, and would try his best to prepare for the disaster, asking them to help him with this. Sitting at the table, Carl asked how he could believe such an unrealistic story, to which Mike replied that he agreed. He looked like a liar. It was heard that declaring a state of emergency without grounds was a hasty decision. Raising his hand up, the president shouted that enough, he had already checked everything. Let them not forget what happened during the opening of the first gate. The entire city was covered in flames. It was heard that if nothing happened, then there would be no accidents, which was also good. The guy closed his eyes, hearing that they would suffer huge losses if they did not prepare for the disaster, to which he replied that well, he worked so hard on. Suddenly he jumped up abruptly and added that although he knows. Frowning, the hero thought that an attack, it was heard that he should take it off. The protagonist looked in amazement. Mike grinned and said that he was always irritated. Let him stand still, he would just take off the mask, to which Lily asked what she was asking for. Grabbing the mask, the guy asked for what reason she wore it, for example, so that she would not be recognized. The mask fell to the floor. The man looked at it in surprise and shouted that it was the same. The cat screamed furiously. The hero took the mask. It seemed that she was not human. Grinning, he said that she should calm down. He did not know anything, so he was wrong. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that showing his face to people was a huge shame for a representative of the purring race. Therefore, having gone on a journey with him, she always wears a mask. His eyes widened. He thought that in case such a situation arose, he coordinated his actions with the baby. The girl held the mask in her hands, and he added that in addition to the fact that the cat mask changes the voice, it also has a spell that transforms the wearer into a cat if the mask is removed. The man looked angrily at Mike and said that he should apologize immediately. The thought arose that so, his train of thought was wrong. What will he do now? The cat waved her paws, and the guy said that he should forgive him for taking off the mask without permission. Rick grinned, thinking that the little girl perfectly got used to the role of a cat. The man, standing at the microphone, said that he was standing here today in order to report on the crisis situation that had befallen South Korea. Military equipment was moving forward. The thought arose that after the announcement there was a little confusion, but everyone quickly adapted. The military, police and guilds of superhumans immediately began large-scale military training. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he heard that he was leaving today, to which the hero replied that that was exactly it. The effect of the interdimensional travel spell was almost over. He needed to go back in a few hours. He grinned when he heard that before he left. Could he ask him for a small favor? To which he replied that yes, of course, he would do everything in his power. Looking to the side, the protagonist heard that here, these are the books obtained during the restoration of the country. He selected only those that were in good condition. Could he take a look at them? There is little time, so let him try to check only the most important ones. Closing his eyes, Rick said that his knowledge is meager, so he should not count on much, and then thought that this man, or something, sees him not as a great sage, but a slave. It was heard that he is immensely grateful to him. Looking at the books, the protagonist thought that if we don't take into account spoken language, the only languages he knows the written language of are the languages of the continents of Gaia and Nurim. He only knows well what is related to magic and martial arts. Looking at the book, the protagonist asked that these are the secret records of the Emperor of the Sword. He opened it, and thought that this is really the language of Nurim. The record was really left by the Emperor of the Sword. Looking at it, the guy asked what could be wrong with this book, to which Rick thought that he was not sure that this is the original. He needs to thoroughly check the book. Looking directly, the hero said that this book seems to have been written by the devil himself, to which he was asked again. The guy took out his phone, hearing that at the place where they found her, there were no other objects, for example, a sword or something like that. The sword also contains devilish energy, so it takes over the person who holds it and harms people, to which he replied that he would check it right away. The thought appeared that it would be ideal if they could also find the heavenly divine sword that the Sword Emperor used. The hero smirked when he was told that no sword was found. Only worn-out clothes and this book were found in the destroyed cave. He replied that he was glad to hear it, and then thought, damn. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that this book was very dangerous, so he would take it with him and seal it. Their king was very busy, so don't tell him. The man stood still. It was said that he was born an illegitimate son of the Namgung family. Although the heavens gave him a talent for martial arts, he was constantly discriminated against because of his background. He could not even watch the development of martial arts in the noble Namgung family. After his mother passed away, he stole all the family records of martial arts and elixirs. Flipping through the pages of the book, Rick thought that the introduction was not interesting to him at all. The last part was what he already knew. The Sword Emperor, who became a high-class master, fought the heavenly dragon, and, having won with a slight advantage, disappeared. Looking at him, Lily asked what he was doing, said that she was bored, to which he replied that she should play a little alone. If she was very bored, then she should also take it and read, and not bother him. The girl abruptly rushed forward. It was heard that if she was going to go for a walk, then she should definitely come back by dinner. The thought arose that now he could be in silence and solitude for a while. The hero looked surprised, reading that due to the invasion of the demonic cult, a great war with the heavenly demon broke out on the central plane. He had no choice but to intervene. Only after many years of the heavenly demon's atrocities did he return to the Middle Lands, to which he thought that this gentleman was too talkative. Turning the pages, the protagonist asked what the heaven-destroying mind technique was, but why was there so much written? Looking down, he added that he seemed to have gotten to the point. Putting the book down, Rick said, well, he'll try it once. Lightning appeared around his hands. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought about how there were 3 main levels of meditation: accumulation, which refers to how much internal energy is accumulated in the dantian; stability, which is how stable the energy in the body is; and emission, which is how quickly the energy is released. Yin-yang appeared, saying that while the Great Sea of Mind technique, which he mainly practiced, only pursues stability, the heaven-destroying mind technique is a perfect harmony of the 3 levels. In other words, it is perfect for meditation. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that he now understands why the Murims are on the verge of death trying to master the ultimate martial arts. That's enough for today. The clock showed. It was heard that it was already lunchtime. Why hadn't the little girl returned yet? Suddenly, he turned around in surprise. Looking at the portal, the protagonist shouted what was there. A minotaur fell to the ground. It was heard that there was a gate. Monsters would appear now. People exclaimed in fear, seeing the minotaur. Rick rushed forward and used the shield. Frowning, he shouted that until reinforcements arrived, they should not go beyond the shield. Magic would protect them, and then thought that he could test the power of the mind technique that destroys the heavens. The monster swung his mace and shouted, and the hero said that if he used magic, the royal palace would be destroyed. There was nothing else to do but fight with physical force. Suddenly, the minotaur hit the ground with his mace. The protagonist jumped up sharply. He struck the monster. Frowning, Rick asked again. Standing in front of the monster, he asked why he was so weak. He was definitely a minotaur. The minotaur swung his weapon sharply. He raised his head, seeing the glow. The hero abruptly struck him. Grinning, he thought that it was not he who was weak, but he had become much stronger. He needed to quickly master other spiritual methods. Flying in the air, the girl said that she had arrived. Looking at her, the protagonist asked where she had been, to which Lily replied that she had been eating with a friend, and he added that in such a short time she had already managed to make friends with someone. Suddenly a portal appeared in the sky. Many minotaurs appeared. Frowning, Rick said that he did not want to damage the royal palace, but there were too many monsters, so there was no choice. Raising his hands up, he shouted that let the fire become rain and fall on the enemies. Looking at it, the guy said that this is the highest magic. The thought appeared that in the distant future, a statue of the great sage will be installed in the square of the Blue House. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that they will never forget his kindness, to which he replied that he only did what he had to. He hopes that he can stop the disasters. Opening the box, the guy said that this is their gratitude to him, although the gift is insignificant, but let him accept it, to which the protagonist shouted that no, he cannot accept it. Looking at the jewels, Rick heard that then they will not let him go back, to which he replied that in that case, thank you very much, and then thought how many damn high-level magic stones are here. Standing still, the hero said that it looks like his time here is up, and then used a shield and added that it is time for them to go back, goodbye. Waving her hand, Lily shouted that she will see you soon. Smiling, the protagonist said that he hoped they would all be safe and sound. A view of the ruined city opened up. Looking straight ahead, Rick asked that he had defended the house well, and Lily added that she wanted to try his cooking. Looking at them in surprise, the guy shouted that where had they been all this time? They had a disaster here, to which the hero asked what happened. Wide-eyed, Archie said that when the rainbow completely disappeared in the sky, a disaster would befall them. According to the president, countless gates would appear. Looking away, the protagonist said that you're right, and the girl added that it was understandable. It was heard that why they were laughing. Closing his eyes, the guy said that Mr. Charlie had gone to an emergency meeting. He asked to tell him this when he returned, to which Rick replied that yes, well done, he would go to the guild right now, and he. Archie exclaimed in surprise. A thought appeared that, frankly speaking, he thought he would run away and there would be no one here. It was commendable that even in such a situation he continued to wait for them. Smiling, the hero said that he had chosen the right side. Let him collect the necessary things for now, to which the guy responded approvingly. Raising his head up, he thought that they had less than a week in reserve, and then said that they would all go to the guild. The girl looked angrily and shouted that where the hell was he? They had an emergency meeting, so she called him endlessly, and he even turned off his phone. Frowning, she added that at least she understood how serious the situation was, to which the protagonist replied that that guy had already told him everything. Grinning, Archie greeted the girl, to which she replied that they had met then at the lake. They had not seen each other for a long time, but he, or something, was going to evacuate. Looking away, Rick asked if there were any free rooms in the guild, said that they would stay here for a while. Taking his hand, Chloe asked what was behind the gate, and then said that she would call a person to accompany him, but now, it was more important to meet the leader as soon as possible, to which the hero replied that he should move all the luggage and rest, to which he replied that it would be done. Looking away, she added that he knew that he was the only one who did not show up for the emergency meeting, so even a person like the leader was seriously angry, to which the protagonist asked that he simply did not answer the phone on his day off, and he was angry. Walking straight, the guy turned to the commander. Charlie looked surprised, hearing that he had lived well in his absence. Rushing forward, the guy shouted at the commander. Looking at him, Rick asked what was wrong, why was he attacking out of the blue, to which Charlie replied that he was just glad to see him. He was already beginning to think that he had abandoned him and left. Frowning, he added that even if people pointed at him and called him disdainfully, he would never leave him. Looking at him in surprise, the guy turned. The thought appeared that because he was too useful. Standing in front of the guy, Lily said that he was good, and a big kind person, so she would not abandon him, to which he replied that thank you, of course, but his name is Charlie. The man grinned, hearing that Commander Rick had arrived, to which he replied that he should sit down. Sitting on the couch, the girl said that the commander was out of range, to which the man replied that no excuses were needed. He had heard news of disasters, to which the hero replied that yes, he had been informed of everything. Looking straight ahead, Bill said that the great sage Aximus had contacted him and given him a prophecy specifically for him. The images of people appeared. It was said that let them leave the 7th Night Squad alone and give it to the Wheel of Fate. In this case he will bring them all light. It was heard that no matter how much he thought, it seemed to him that they were talking about his team. Stretching out her hand forward, Chloe said that the 7th Night Squad, it seemed like that, to which the guy replied that he agreed, and the hero thought that although he himself said it, but hearing his words from others was unusual. Frowning, he said that when the disasters begin, let them give his team complete freedom of action, they will deal with all the problems themselves, such was the prophecy. The protagonist looked away and thought that eliminating monsters where the guild deems necessary is a waste of time. It is better to deal with the destruction of the core of the main gate after receiving freedom of action. Multicolored portals appeared. The thought arose that the reason why the disaster is called the Night of the Seven Moons was that among the hundreds of gates, 7 special gates with different colors would open. When the main gate, which is the root of the surrounding gates, disappeared, it would take with it several dozen nearby ordinary gates into oblivion, in the form of Aximus. He transmitted information about the 6 main gates that must be destroyed. Putting his hand to his face, Rick said that the red energy seemed to be beyond his vision. He did not catch its location, to which the man replied that everything was fine, although it was a little unfortunate, but the available information was quite enough, and then thought that the only thing he did not report was the location of the red gate, because the spiritual stone was located there. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that this time his dream of beautiful skin would come true, and the man said that he thought so too, but could the prophecy be so simple? Looking down, Chloe said that maybe there was some hidden meaning in it. It was hard to understand because his words were too abstract. The girl looked surprised, hearing that the great sage who decided to help them made some complicated prophecies. It seems to him that there is no need to twist his words. Sitting on the couch, the hero said that there is no hidden meaning in the prophecy, and then thought that after much persuasion, the 7th team was given free rein. The training hall of the White House appeared. Looking at the guy, the protagonist asked what he remembered, how exactly the mana moved through his body, to which he replied that he did not. Looking at the phone, Rick said that he would do it again, so be more careful, and then thought that the technique of the golden river streams and the secret records of the Emperor of the Sword is a martial art that focuses on external attacks, so the breathing method is simple. The guy squatted. The thought came that this art only strengthens and helps in performing basic techniques, but for him it is extremely useful. Raising his hand, the hero asked that now at least a little understood, to which Charlie replied that not really. The thought arose that the Emperor of the Sword wrote that it is so simple that even a monkey can be taught. But why can't it cope? It was heard that, and now, it seems a little, he should already slowly begin to feel. Striking, the protagonist shouted that he was showing for the 30th time, he does not even reach the level of a monkey. Lowering his head, Charlie said that whether he understood or not, he will try to train further on his own, to which Rick replied that yes, he has things to do, so he will go. Looking at Lily, he thought that only the purple color of the rainbow remains, the disaster of which is right under his nose, and then asked what is delicious to her. Smiling, she answered that she did, to which the hero asked that he had bought 3 chickens, and she had already dealt with them all. Closing his eyes, he said that if so, then let him get up, it was time to work off the food, to which Lily asked that was why he had bought them for her. Volcanoes appeared. It was said that inside the red gates that they would enter when the disaster began, there was a valley of flames. Since the area was filled with flames and boiling lava, they would have to go, overcoming the heat. A Fong appeared. The thought arose that a mandatory item in the fight against the local boss was the Fong of an ice dragon. It was heard that but by an unexpected coincidence. Standing near the headquarters building, the hero said that he seemed to be at his former employer. Masked men appeared. It was said that before his return in time, the Black Hound Guild was a place where he toiled like a slave for 3 years at the age of 20. The balance between work and personal life was disrupted, and vacation could only be remembered when he got injured. A glow appeared around his hand. A thought arose that if he had cured his knee then, his life would have been a little different, the same as now, when the chi energy of the sword changed when reproducing the technique of the mind that destroys the heavens. A light appeared near the window. It was said that thanks to the hellish work there, he knows everything about the layout of the headquarters, surveillance cameras and the location of important objects. Jumping through the window, the hero said that here. Sitting at the computer, the guy said that everyone went to the evacuation site, and they have to stay on duty at such a time. The employee frowned and shouted loudly that the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Why were they obliged to be here in an emergency? The markets and shops would soon be completely empty. To which he was told that no one had locked the door. As soon as the disaster began, he would rush headlong to the guild evacuation site. One of the screens turned off. It was heard that one of the infrared cameras was turned off. Why was the lens broken? Suddenly, someone ran into the room, and the guy said, "Stop, it shows what is at the entrance here, right in front of the door." Sitting on a chair, the protagonist said that they should sleep soundly until tomorrow morning. Smiling, he added that he had not been here for a long time. People looked surprised, hearing that there was an emergency. An emergency had occurred. Someone had entered the head's room, to which they shouted, "Who is this crazy bastard?" Sitting at the computer, Rick said that there were 4 of them, and they were armed, but did not look like superhumans. All employees in the building should go there, to which he was told that they were moving out right now. The hero grinned, hearing that they were there. Getting out, "Stop, there is no one here," they ran away. Looking at the cameras, he heard that the door closed, the wall was lowered. Putting his hands behind his head, the protagonist said that the intruders were caught. Being locked up was extremely boring, so, okay, he would turn on some music for them. Suddenly, the wall in front of them collapsed. The girl looked surprised and exclaimed. Grinning, she said that how it glitters, it's gold, to which Rick thought that, and they also say that managing a guild is difficult. Lily's eyes widened as she asked if they would take everything that was here. He only wanted that thing. To which the hero replied that there was no need to burden himself with useless junk. Entering the room, the protagonist wondered what they would see: a room with special weapons, rooms with items obtained by killing monsters, and a place to collect items from another world whose purpose was unknown. Here, a fawn appeared. It was heard that they had taken good care of the safety of this thing. He would take it with gratitude. Putting his hand under his sweater, Rick said that they were now returning, to which the girl asked that they would not go there. She was curious about what was there, to which he asked what was where. Pointing to the wall, she said that there was a lot of magical power hidden behind this wall. Clenching his fist, the hero said that he should step back. Suddenly, he destroyed the wall. Looking at the container, the protagonist said that this is the loot. He smiled broadly and said that he was a smart girl, and as a bonus he bought her 3 cheese balls, to which she exclaimed happily. Rick held out his hand and said that he would absorb the next spirit stone, so he could gobble up all of these. Looking at his hand, he thought that nothing had really changed. Was it worth consuming so many spirit stones? A view of the building opened up, and it was heard that he would consider that he had been paid all the severance pay that he had not received at the time, and would now return home. The girl looked sadly, and it was said that the rainbow had disappeared the next day, and it was heard that he would buy some next time. The hero grinned, and they asked him if something good had happened to him. He lowered his head and said that a bright beam hit him. He heard that he had finally received all the payments due to him after resigning from the company he used to work for. They owed him a lot. But now the problem was solved, to which he was told that he had had a hard time. The protagonist gritted his teeth, hearing that the equipment setup was complete, to which he asked if they could hear him, to which he was told that they could hear him perfectly. Turning his head, he asked if everyone was ready. Frowning, the girl said that she was incredibly uncomfortable, and Charlie said that these clothes were very embarrassing. To which they answered that Miss Lily had armor that provided high protection, and Mr. Charlie had a combat suit made of a new flexible material. This is a unique equipment created especially for the two of them. The guy closed his eyes, hearing what a strange pose. He was going to stand like this during the fight, to which he replied that when he activates petrification, then it will be a completely different matter. The thought arose that he was going to petrify this part of the body too. Taking a step forward, the girl said that the people he mentioned a few days ago were safely delivered to the evacuation site. To which the hero replied that it was great, and she added that they were his friends. He wanted to see them. Images of people appeared. It was heard that now was not the time. Then, the thought appeared that he asked for a personal favor, to provide protection to friends who were with him at the retirement party. All of them had lost their families in the past during the first disaster. This time something like this would not happen. Frowning, the man shouted that the disaster could strike at any moment. He would stop it. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he heard. The leader was so excited that he did not even close his eyes all night. To which the girl replied that yes, she sometimes has such a feeling that she is raising. It was heard that the disaster, let it come soon. Turning his head, Rick said that be that as it may. A view of the headquarters opened up. It was heard that he was thinking, with such resources, it really will be possible to stop it. The man took a step forward. It was heard that the monster, these are the allies, these are their allied forces. Grinning, the hero said that what a boy. The robot stood still. It seemed that he could see. He had succeeded. Grinning, Lily asked that he was snowblind. Yes, hello, to which the robot replied that he was not snowblind. The guy grinned and said that he was Jacques. Frowning, the protagonist said that the voice was coming from inside. Did he modify it, or something, so that it was possible to sit inside? To which the girl added that she also wanted to go there, and he asked that he even put on a combat uniform. His mother allowed it. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that he would ensure their safety. Rick gritted his teeth and said that about that. There must be a time and place for love, and someone shouted that he should look there. The sky turned different colors, and someone exclaimed. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that it began. Let Chloe return to the command post. Many portals appeared in the sky. Looking to the side, the protagonist heard that there were too many, to which he thought that this was only the first wave, and their knees were already shaking. Crossing his arms, he shouted that the enemies were simple monsters that they had already dealt with countless times. Let everyone focus on preparing for battle. Pointing his weapon, the guy shouted for everyone to take up fighting positions, fire support in place, and the other added that they would try once. The thought arose that great, now that they had come to their senses, they could be trusted to protect the evacuation site. The tanks began to shoot on command. The guys began to attack. It was heard that the superhumans were primarily dealing with the monsters that had come close to the base. The monster screamed furiously. Waving his weapon, the man shouted that they had finally arrived. Frowning, he added that it had been a long time since he had been on the battlefield. The thought arose that Bill had decided to destroy the dark blue gates that looked like a steel prison. Swinging his sword, the man shouted that he would destroy everything, including the blue gate. It was said that the main gate was decided to be divided between the First Awakened and the professional team of superhumans. He plans to move separately and accidentally wander into the gate of the Red Corps. Turning his head, the hero said that he should keep an eye on both. This is a battlefield. Looking at him, Jacques said that he will follow them. He smirked and responded, hearing that time is running out, he will cover them if necessary. Standing behind the armored car, the protagonist said that the 7th team should take their positions. Right now they are starting their own operation. Looking to the side, he thought that from now on, it is necessary to pretend that they are moving without a special goal, and set a course in the direction of the Red Gate Corps. Looking at the radar, the guy said that the monsters were approaching from all sides, to which Rick replied that they should not slow down and let the cars drive in a crescent. Looking at the weapon, the hero thought that it was unusual to deal with combat weapons, but for a superhuman with 20 years of experience, mastering something like this was a piece of cake. The monster rushed forward. It was heard that there were monsters right ahead. Swinging the weapon, the protagonist said that they should continue moving forward. He struck and added that there, at the crossroads, they should turn right and beware of the corpses of monsters. Lily frowned when he heard that she was ready, to which she replied that she was. Pointing to the side, Rick said that then he should attack those monsters over there. Stretching her hand forward, the girl shouted that she would quickly deal with them and go to the meat buffet. A flame appeared from her hand. It was heard that it was a little to move through the fire. Angrily looking forward, Lily heard that no, let them not slow down, continue moving. The robot suddenly rushed forward. The guy looked surprised, hearing that she was going to gobble up all the portions. Grinning, the hero thought that she knew how to eat, and then said that everyone should move forward at full speed, turn right near that hospital, and after 2 blocks turn left. The car was moving forward rapidly. The thought appeared that great, a few more meters, and they will be. It was heard that in that direction. The car was approaching the portal, and someone asked that wasn't this the red gate on the top of the hill. The thought arose that, as he thought, they were here, and the guy said that apparently, this is what the great sage meant in his prophecy. Something appeared from the portal. It was heard that they were entering the red gate. The hero looked at the purple beam in surprise. The dinosaur screamed furiously. The protagonist frowned, hearing that there was a monster at a distance of 1 kilometer, to slow down, to which he replied that they should hold their current speed for now, and then thought that if they hesitated here, then other monsters would come for their souls, and they would be surrounded. Standing on the car, Rick said that Charlie should go, to which the guy replied that he would show what successes he had achieved in training. He swung at the dinosaur. A glow appeared around the guy, and the thought arose that this was the golden mana of the golden river flow technique. Charlie gritted his teeth, and the hero thought that the bastard, he still managed to stop it, although the speed was slower than that of the monkey. Jacques looked surprised, hearing that it seemed that it was his turn to provide support. He himself claimed that he would provide protection. Jumping up, he replied that he did. The robot grabbed the dinosaur's tail. The protagonist looked ahead carefully. The dragon threw the robot aside. The guys looked at him in surprise and shouted that this thing had an idea that he wanted to ride too. Rick waved his weapon. Standing in front of the dinosaur, he thought that a monster of such enormous size should definitely have it inside. The hero looked at the energy core and thought that they say this thing has a good tonic effect. Charlie, opening his eyes in surprise, shouted that the monsters are approaching again. Grinning, the protagonist said that then they jump into the gate. Volcanoes appeared. It was said that in order to destroy the Red Core gate, it is necessary to kill the fire giant sleeping in the volcano. Rick clenched his fist, hearing that the armor replacement was complete, to which he replied that the refreshing effect of this clothing was much stronger than he expected. Raising his hand, he added that it was not only the helmet that was equipped with it, but also the entire outfit, so in the future they would be very comfortable moving in such conditions, to which the guy replied that when he first received it, he was also extremely surprised, and he thought that, as expected, he did the right thing by asking for it in advance. The girl turned her head, hearing her name. The robot extended his hand forward and asked if she could press here, to which Lily asked what and what it was. Suddenly, she exclaimed in surprise. Grinning, the girl thanked him. Jacques was embarrassed and replied that you are welcome. A volcano appeared. It was heard that if everyone is ready, then move out. Fire monsters appeared. It was heard that there was a flock of monsters ahead. Rushing forward, the guy shouted that they should leave them to him, to which the hero thought that he began to move briskly. Pointing the weapon, he said that then after such a long time he would brush up on his shooting skills. The guy clenched his fist tightly and said that he should attack. Raising his hands up, he added that he was used to hot things. The protagonist fired his weapon sharply. A shot hit the crystal. Looking at them, Charlie said it was cold. It was said that thanks to the iron golem you can relax a little and shoot. How good that he decided to prepare a firearm with liquid nitrogen in advance. Looking straight ahead, Rick said that he should go and do the finishing touches. Jacques struck the crystal. The thought appeared that how comfortable it was in this world. The car rushed forward. It was heard that they continued to move further at the same pace. A fire centipede ahead, then they would encounter a fire slug. Lowering her head, the girl sighed. Looking at her, the hero asked what happened, to which she replied that fire does not work, and he said that of course, it should not. Lily looked surprised, hearing that she should just rest, to which she asked what rest, there is no use from her now. Pointing his weapon, the protagonist asked what she was talking about, said that when everything was done here, she would have many opportunities to have fun so she should be ready, to which she replied that she did not want to. The girl smirked slightly. The cars were approaching the volcano. Frowning, Rick said that a second, let them stop, and then thought that so far there were no difficulties moving forward. The volcano appeared. It was said that but this lava lake is a huge problem. There are no monsters near the lake. Let them bring the corpse of one of them. Holding the corpse of a rat in his hands, the man said that here, let him take it. The dragon raised its head up, and the hero said that if they started to cross without checking, then disaster would happen. Looking away, the protagonist said that first they needed to catch that creature, asked that they had a giant fishing rod, even a disposable one would do, to which the guy asked that he wanted to fish for this snake, and he added that they should try. Rushing forward, the guy said that they should wait a minute. Turning around, Rick said that great, and while they were waiting for the rod, they would choose bait. The guy looked away, hearing that the two of them should play rock paper scissors. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. Charlie rose above the lava. The monster grabbed the rope. The robot pulled the rope, hearing the command. Looking straight ahead, the monster screamed loudly. Looking at the weapon, Charlie said that he would look. Once inside, he should use this. Suddenly, a blow flew at the monster. The robot grabbed the rope, hearing that he should pull with all his might. Suddenly, the snake fell to the ground. Looking at the guy, the hero asked if he was okay, to which he mumbled. Suddenly, they looked forward in surprise. Looking at the volcano, the protagonist thought that they should just not say that he was coming out of the crater now. Suddenly, a fire giant appeared. The thought arose that he woke up because they were making noise. They would have to reconsider their strategy. The monster fell on its side, and Rick thought that first of all it was necessary to deal with this snake and retreat. Suddenly, he jumped up. Holding the monster by the tail, the guy said that now. Swinging his weapon, the hero shouted for it to attack from the left, to which Shock replied that he understood. They attacked the monster. The thought arose that damn, this creature does not give them a second to regroup. Attacks do not work. How strong are his scales? Suddenly, he launched a counterattack. Jumping to the side, the protagonist shouted for them to dodge. Frowning, he thought that he had enough experience to face this kind of monster. Looking down, the guy said that the robot had a self-healing function, to which he was told that he should retreat anyway. It would distract his attention. Charlie turned around, hearing that he should too, go back to the camp and check his condition and then come back, to which he responded approvingly. The hero swung his sword, hearing that it was okay if he fought alone, to which he responded that well, so far there was no problem with that. The monster lashed its tail near him. It was heard that they were investigating the area with cameras, but now compared to the snake he was facing. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he knew that the bastard on the mountain was a bigger problem, wasn't he? To which he was told that yes, he was about 40 meters tall. Perhaps it was because of his size that he was approaching too fast. Swinging, he thought that the closer he was, the more clearly he realized its enormous size. Before returning in time, the attack on this place was organized by the First Awakened, yes. Gritting his teeth, Rick added that but now the one who opposes him is him. What to do? He slightly opened his mouth. Lily turned to him, and someone said that let everyone go to the cars, sit in the deep rear and wait for his signal. The main character is on the ground, because he wants to catch the snake monster in the lava lake. Then Rick hits the monster to quickly escape before the fire giant awakens. He stands on it, and holds a spear to hunt it for the last time. Weakened by the energy of the ice dragon's fang, it was an impeccable plan. Rick is near the volcano, and says that all members of the 7th team go to the rear and wait for him. Taking hold of his ear, he asks how they can leave him and go. He is told that if they stop here, then fate awaits. Smiling, he says that they need to make the whales fight each other, so that they drive themselves to death. Near him is a dragon, which Rick flew at. Running on it, he makes a blow with a flying ball of energy, destroying the skies. Green liquid flows from the monster's mouth. Then he cuts off his tongue. Rick lands not far from him and says that he is here. Taking hold of his ear, he asks if everyone managed to move to a safe place. Something flows from his leg, because someone wanted to go to him. Starting to run, the guy asks to do everything to not let the baby hear, and even if she refuses to listen to them. We see a huge monster, which is made of lava. Opening his mouth, he is surprised. The snake looks at the guy who jumps on it. Near the snake there is also another monster. Rick strikes the snake. The monster looks at him with yellow eyes and growls. Then the two look at each other. One of them swings and hits the ground with his hand. Green liquid starts to appear from the snake. It was also on his hand. Rick stands behind the stone and says that it is a great fighter. Holding the object in his hands, the thought flashes through his mind that he only needs to wait for the right moment and use the fang of the ice dragon. It will only be effective if he sticks it in the area near the heart. Putting on gloves, he waits for the opportunity to plant the fang in the sternum and leave. The monster straightens its hand. Behind it, the snake begins to strangle him. The protagonist holds the weapon and reads concealment magic. After that, he strikes the stone. Something hits the giant's eye. After that, he begins to burn with flames. The snake raises its head and screams. Its eyes are burning and it moves quickly. Rick holds the object in his hands because it was possible to go crazy. There is a blue aura around his feet because he uses a flying ball of energy that destroys the heavens. After that, the protagonist jumps on the giant's chest. The monster tries to grab him with his hand. Then he hits the ground. Removing his hand, he realizes that the man is gone. We see orange hair. It was a man passing by the monster. Putting her hands on her hips, Lily says that without him she would have died. Smiling, the girl says that she wants to work off the cost of the food. The monster looks at them and makes loud sounds. Straightening her hand, Lily decides to destroy him, and she is asked not to do this. The giant's mouth is burning. Then fire begins to come out of it. Squeezing his hand, he exhales. Looking surprised, she says that he can eat fire. Closing his eyes, Rick thinks that first he needs to go back and develop a new strategy. Squeezing his hands, she says that she can too. Opening her mouth, the girl begins to inhale air. The monster raises his head and looks at her. Standing near him, they create a circle. The giant starts to run away because Lily has a higher level of fire control. His hand stretches out and trembles. There was no more fire in him, and the strategy itself is amazing. Eating fire, Rick would never have thought that it was possible to win in this way, and soon after the destruction of the Red Gate, the other main gates were also destroyed. We see that the building is being made, and the disaster was prevented faster than the last times, and most of the companies and citizens volunteered to rebuild the city. Running around the construction site, he asks to finish today and something is being done wrong. Holding the building material in his hands, he asks where it is. Then he is placed on the ground. The protagonist turns his head and smiles, because ordinary people who come from the guilds of superhumans do not take on manual labor. Squeezing his hand, he asks what is the use of a person who is just chilling in the guild, and if help is needed somewhere, then you need to run to provide it. Pouring liquid into a cup, he asks everyone to rest and eat. The worker opens his mouth and asks, what's so special about a man who does nothing? Lying on a lounge chair, the guy says that he just hasn't healed the wounds he received. Smiling, they tell him that his face is snow white and that he has never faced difficulties in his life. Putting his hand on the table, he says that he ate. Putting his plate on the table, the guy asks if there is anything else he needs help with. Getting up from his chair, the man says that they will wrap things up for now and then get to work, and for now let them follow him. Charlie opens his mouth and agrees. We see a guy with a sphere next to him, because after the end of the catastrophe, the interdimensional gate will not open for 31 days, and according to the latest prophecy, the gate has not opened in the last few days. We see buildings, because thanks to many people, they rebuilt the city, and the superhuman guilds also had busy days. They got rid of monster corpses and conducted research. Rick is holding a book. A girl approaches him and asks if it is boring to do nothing, to which they answer that they like everything and their dream is to do nothing all their life. Lily holds a box and says that it is about those unemployed people who have a lot of money. Chloe opens her mouth and calls the commander. Taking hold of his ear, they tell him that his skin has become perfect. We see a giant, because this is what is activated with the help of a spiritual stone, namely, a change in flesh. The main character is enveloped in flames and can now enjoy life in a body with beautiful skin, even after retirement. Showing a heart with fire, Rick says that a few days ago he underwent a series of procedures. Putting her hands to her chin, she asks if she can give her contacts of the place, to which they answer that they went bankrupt and left the business. Chloe closes her eyes and asks not to be greedy. She is asked if this is why she came. Handing her the sheets, she says she is here to report on potions because they have increased the number of production facilities to 3, but the supply is still not enough, and there are requests for partnerships. We see potions because they have been gaining popularity since they played a major role during the disaster. They are made from the drink of life and are currently exclusively supplied by the White House. The workers are treating wounds with them because even those who were destined to live the rest of their lives as cripples have recovered and the number of deaths has been estimated to have decreased. Chloe picks up the document and talks about the report that concerns the body of the fire giant. They tell him that they will omit it. Putting her hand on the bag, she asks to leave her 20 kilograms of skin, bones and blood, and let him dispose of the rest himself. Then they ask if he will take part in the joint funeral ceremony for the fallen. Lying on a chaise lounge, Rick says that it will be crowded and therefore refuses. He is asked why, then asked for information about the families of the victims. Opening his eyes, the protagonist says that he decided to call Santa Claus and 7 days ago they fought the phenomenon of the gate anomaly. There are many people on the street, because 427 people died. Folding his arms, the man says that these were the people of their country. Bowing his head, he says that they will never forget the sacrifices of these heroes. Behind him people were crying, and the girl asks when Dad will come. Hugging her daughter, she tells her not to cry and maybe Santa Claus will come not only to her. Closing his eyes, the man thinks that he did not have enough courage to look into the face of the sage. After that, he turns his attention to the sky. A carriage with Rick and Lily is flying in the air. The girl is hugged by her mother and asks to look, because Santa is there. Circles appear from the fire. Waving his hand, he asks everyone to be alert and protect civilians. Then the man jumps and a green aura is around him. He stops. The carriage makes different movements and fireworks appear. Pointing her finger up, the girl asks to look. Many people raise their hands because it is Santa. Ghosts and hats fly and create bubbles. The guys spread their palms and smile. Closing his eyes, the man asks to cancel the order to attack. Smiling, he says that Santa Claus has arrived. We see the roof of the White House, where the carriage arrives. Coming out of it, Lily says that they left gifts in all the houses and it is fun, and now they need to eat. Taking off her jacket, Chloe comes up to him and asks if they flew safely, to which they answer affirmatively. Folding her hands, the girl asks why they made such a plan. We see an object because they needed to provide financial support to all the families of the victims. Rick opens his mouth and says he doesn't know because many of the dead were heads of families. The guy stands near a candle because government subsidies can't be called that, they're small. Looking down, Rick says he's just able to do it, and decided to do it because he had the opportunity. And when he got bored, he helped those who were having a hard time. Chloe folds her arms and says nothing, but she understands that she can continue to live well even if she sticks to this lifestyle. Smiling, they tell him that the girl is worried, to which they ask her why. Putting her hand to her chin, she says that if Rick continues in the same spirit, she will truly fall in love, although they are still attractive. The protagonist starts to leave and asks to start a romantic relationship elsewhere. Lily runs to a party not far from them. Making a displeased face, he wonders where the girl learned such a word. The guys sit at the table and ask to come to them. Jacques points to the table and says that he prepared this table with food for her. Sitting down at the table, Rick asks if there are only 2 chairs. They start wiping the girl's face and ask her to eat slowly. Lily starts eating pizza. The guy realizes that she has never talked about her parents. Food remains on her face and she is asked if she wants to see her family. Her smile immediately slid off her face, and Rick says that she never told. The girl bows her head, and the main character says that they are now having a serious conversation. Opening her mouth, she says that she wants to see them. They put a hand on her head and say that they need to go and meet. Removing his hand, Rick says that he has not spent time sightseeing for a long time and, moreover, he needs to stock up on items. We see a foot in shoes that runs. It was Lily. She looks back. A man in a white coat appears near her. Taking his hand, she asks for help. The man in the mask asks if she is talking to him. Lily wakes up and starts screaming. Sitting on the bed, she trembles and makes sounds. Opening the door a little, she asks if her uncle is sleeping. Opening his eyes, Rick sees that the girl is next to him, and she did not want to go back. Lily clasps her hands and says that she wants to see her mother. The main character puts his hand on the blanket where she was. We see that someone is sleeping near the window, and the girl herself was always hungry. Amanda holds the girl and says that she is very sorry. Hugging her, she asks for forgiveness. It begins to get light. Amanda asks her to listen carefully. Putting her hand on her shoulder, she says that Lily will go to work as a servant in a rich house, and if she obeys the owners, she will not have to starve. Then they hug, and Amanda's mother says that she will definitely come back later. A carriage is driving through the forest. Lily is silent and does not smile. There are other children near her. With their mouths open, they ask her what her name is. The girl with long hair says her name and asks if she can sit closer because it is cold. Then she sits down next to her and thanks her, and also asks how old she is. The curtain is opened and they ask to get out. The children are on the road, but they were told that they will go to the city. They start whipping the object on the ground. The man in the mask says that it is better for them to close their mouths and silently follow them. The girls are sitting in a cell, and the children who arrived with them disappeared one by one, and after that the memories are foggy. Lily is lying on the table, and the essence of the spirit of fire and other things were added to her body. After that everything was successfully implanted. The people in the hoods wonder if the body is rejecting it, because there were no symptoms. Sweat runs down Lily's face, and this was their cherished desire, because the girl will become a monster. Wendy looks at her stomach, because a circle has appeared and she began to feel even more hungry. The girl shows her bread and asks her to eat it. Saliva comes out of her mouth, and Wendy says that if she doesn't eat it, she'll throw it away. They sit on the floor because Lily was very hungry, and then Wendy suggests running away. She holds a crystal in her hands. The girl looks at her friend and realizes that her hair color has changed. Squeezing her hand and putting it on her chest, she suggests running away. Opening her mouth, she agrees. Night falls and someone asks to let her go. People take the girls and say that she should have said earlier that she woke up and didn't have to suffer in that cell. Ice cubes appear from her hand. A green aura appears around the man, and it does not leave a single scratch on him. Opening his mouth, he says that he will become a puppet and will do things. Taking her hand, Wendy thinks that even if she has to die, she will not return to the cell. The blue aura was everywhere, and she asks her friend to escape. Lily lies on the floor and looks at her. Then fire appears on her. The color of her hair begins to change, and she got the same as her friend. Raising her hands, Wendy asks her to collect her thoughts. Opening her mouth, she screams that this is the only chance. Lily looks at her while she is asked to leave. The girl starts to run. Ice appears behind her. Morning comes, she understands that she will return someday. She enters the gate. Her eyes are closed, her face is blushing. Rick looks at her and is silent, but thinks about the goblin mask. The man knocks on the table and asks, is he crazy? Standing near the table, he says that they just survived a disaster, and now he is asking for a vacation, and doesn't he know how busy the guild members are? Opening his mouth, Rick says that he absolutely must take a vacation and that he has one personal request. His eyes narrow and he is told that if he wants a vacation, he suggests setting aside 1 week next month. Chloe stands behind her and is asked what the expected profit from potions is this month. Bill opens his mouth because he is told that it is better to focus on delivering one product. Placing their hands on top of each other, he is told that the value of the loot from the main gate is enormous. However, even if you combine the achievements of all teams, they never come close to the success of the 7th. Exhaling, Rick asks how much compensation for breaking the contract. He is told to take a vacation. Smiling, the protagonist thanks, and when he returns, he will buy a gift. Bill also exhales and asks what he will do for a whole month. He is told that he needs to find one person. Turning to him, they tell him that they will cope with the search faster. He is answered that Rick will cope on his own. We see the girl and the man in the mask, because the protagonist himself must bring her here. Closing his eyes, he understands that he will certainly finish off the man in the mask. Opening his mouth, they tell him about the requests. Looking at him, Bill asks, is he in his right mind? That same evening, we are in a rented apartment, and the protagonist is holding an object in his hands. A map is drawn on a notebook, and the area that Lily mentioned is marked with a red pencil. The two turn to the door, because someone knocked, and guests were not expected. Chloe and Jacques come in and ask if they mind, to which they answer no. We see a boy who is serious. The girl asks if he wanted to voice it himself. Opening his mouth, Jacques asks to go on vacation with them. Putting his hand to his chin, he realizes that he has been talking so much about the vacation so that the news would reach him and that traveling is easier when he has a master with him. Putting his hand to his chest, Rick says that they will cross the control zone and there will be dangers everywhere. Chloe closes her eyes but agrees because the boy is not one to refuse to go because of a ban, but he needs to be returned whole. Jean approaches the girl. Putting his hand to his chest, he says that he will try to be useful. Smiling, she agrees. We are near the White House. Rick is standing with a sword in the elevator and thinking. The elevator door opened on the 12th underground floor, and he sees a man. Bill is standing on the destroyed floor, who says that he is late. His body is pumped up and he says that he asked for a duel, and before he dodged the question every time he offered to fight. We see a guy with a weapon because there are stronger warriors on the Gaian continent than those who are now on Earth, and therefore it is necessary to check how effective the martial arts that he mastered by studying the records of the Emperor of the Sword are. Rick begins to take out the sword and says that he is counting on it. Squeezing his hand, Bill asks if it is time to start a little warm-up. Holding the sword in his hands, he says that he behaved insolently during the day. Running to him, the man asks for less words and more action. Then there is a big explosion. 3 days later, Lily asks what happened to his eye. Holding her head, the girl says that she should tell who hit him. Bill hits him because thanks to the 3-day duel, he was able to adapt to using the martial arts of the Emperor of the Sword. The man is in the air and tries to hit him because yesterday, as a result of an unsuccessful reflection of the attack, he was mercilessly beaten. The main character drinks a potion and also thinks how the world managed to give birth to such a monster. Bill raises his hand, there is a suitcase nearby and the commander has finally come down. Holding the suitcase, the protagonist says that it is unlikely that he will be able to beat up anyone because of it. Charlie hits his chest, and Rick says that he will lead the 7th team in his absence. Raising his finger, the protagonist says that if he behaves like a fool, everyone else will become the same, and if the team's reputation is ruined by his return, then he should prepare for the consequences. Archie strokes his back, and Charlie cries because he will try. Turns to Chloe to say. The girl closes her eyes and a blush appears on her face. Looking at her seriously, he asks if there is a speck of dust in her eye. Taking his hand, she begins to get angry. Rick says that you should kiss goodbye. A man is standing next to her, and she asks that he is deliberately exploiting her. Turning their heads, they say that they will be back soon. The people in the corridor wish them a good rest. Taking his hand, Bill asks why she has such a worried expression. Opening her mouth, she says that she feels uneasy, as if they will never see each other again. Holding her shoulder, the man asks her not to worry, because the commander is much stronger than he seems at first glance. We see memories of Rick duplicating swords, because he himself almost got into trouble. Squeezing his hand, he says that he will offer to fight again later, but until then, he needs to devote himself to special training. Rick holds a backpack on his back, but he became uneasy. They are in a shelter of the Forbidden Zone. Jacques approaches him, and he asks not to pay attention. Turning his head, he says that he assured her of the safety of the trip, and they also plan to go to another dimension for Lily's mother. Picking up the phone, Jacques says that he modified the golem. Then he shows on the phone and asks to press. A creature appears near them. A carriage with a horse appears from this creature. Jacques strokes his cheek and says that the golem originally had a transformation function and only slightly adjusted it. Rick's eyes begin to glow. Then they go and decide to open the gate. Putting his hand on his hip, he waits. Something is being drawn on the ground, and the continents themselves are connected, just the passage is closed. A ball appears in his hand, and if you use a spiritual stone, you can open it right now. His hand squeezes the object. He opens his hand and a different aura appears. Looking back, there was a circle near him and asks everyone to get into the carriage. There is a horse and a carriage near the portal. Lily begins to tremble and her eyes become larger. Sitting near the main character, he says that they are moving out. Smiling, the girl agrees. Then the carriage enters the portal. After that, the portal is alone. The houses are burning, and someone is screaming to turn everything upside down to find someone. A guy kills another in the back. Another man kills someone. An old man is tied to a pole and asks how they can do such a thing. Pointing at him, he says that if he continues to keep his mouth shut, everything will end badly. The guy stands near the wall and listens. One of them takes out a sword. The guy understands that he cannot let him die. A carriage appears from the portal. Then it is on the ground. Opening his mouth, he wonders if the teleportation spell is really that powerful. The door to the carriage is opened. Putting his finger to his cheek, Rick says that if he had known that everything would be like this, he would have gotten into the carriage after it arrived. Coming out of it, he sees people with weapons. He closes the door when Lily wanted to get out. Holding the door handle, he understands that they picked the right moment. Rick turns to them. Ethan is shaking, and next to him is an old man. Children are crying and shaking. There is a blue aura near the main character and asks if they know what kind of village this is. Near the house there is a portal to the city, because next year they will open and the value of his land will increase significantly. Ethan is sitting on the floor and asking for help. Opening his mouth, he says that Rick is probably a magician who has reached heights that he never dreamed of. In his hands is a bag of money, because if he helps, he will reward. Raising his hand, he thinks that he grabbed some magic stones to exchange them for cash, but everything turned out better. Two guys are standing and thinking that they must have gotten into something they shouldn't have. The man points his hand to the side and says that they are useless, and that the bastard who is near the magician is clearly one of those who are being sought, and his comrades should be nearby. The man points at the boy and tells him to take the money and leave. Rick doesn't listen and just counts the money. Ethan smiles and is asked if he will pay 10 times more, to which he answers affirmatively. Kneeling down, he is told that he needs 700 gold. Then they take him by the shoulders and say that he will pay. The man trembles and thinks that he will finish off 2 with 1 shot. There are people behind him, and Rudolph orders to shoot before he uses magic. A shield appears near Rick and the shots do not hit him. He opens the door and asks the children to come out. Lily comes out first and is asked to put out the fire. Her gloved hand rises. All the buildings are in flames. Flames come into the girl's hands. Putting it in her mouth, she says that fire does not taste good. Rudolph looks at his guys and asks to bring out the battle ogre. We see an ogre with fangs hanging from his neck. Jacques mounts an iron horse. Following him, he asks to run. Ethan opens his mouth from what he sees. Near him is a golem, which is standing not far from the ogre. The monster begins to strike with its weapon. It strikes the golem, and the weapon breaks. Opening his mouth, the ogre is surprised. The golem hits him on the head. Then he puts him on the floor. The opponents open their mouths and understand that they need to run. One of them stops, because there is fire further. His comrade is killed in the stomach. Rick strikes at the enemies, cutting off one of their hands. He looks the other way, because he is asked to wait. Rudolph holds a bat near the old man and threatens to kill. Ethan looks at him and asks for help, because he is his benefactor. Opening his mouth, the guy says that if he wants to save the headman, then let him put out the fire and remove the horse, and let him throw the sword. Rick appears behind Rudolph. His head is cut off. The protagonist stands next to him and thinks that this is the first time he has used the skill in a real fight, and the result is not bad. There is a paper on the ground near the body. Rick starts to take something out from under his clothes. Ben bows his head and thanks for saving the village. There is food on the table. He says that he will pay, and if it was all about money, they would not have spent such an expensive potion on healing the villagers. Pointing at him, he asks to make himself at home and hopes that the dinner will be to his liking. Ethan puts his hand on his chest and thanks for what he did and asks if he minds if they join the meal. Pointing at the barrels, he invites them to sit down. Leonard and Elena are sitting at the table. The protagonist opens his mouth and greets them. Jacques feeds Lily with a spoon. Rick thinks with his eyes closed. The 3 guys stared at the guy as if they were going to drill a hole with their gaze. Ben closes his eyes and asks where they are heading. Elena looks at him, and Rick says that the destination is a small village in the kingdom, and they need to find someone. The girl starts looking in the other direction. Ethan smiles and says that they are heading there too. Ben collects the dishes to bring more food. The guys are eating. Lily is holding bread in her hands. Folding his hands, the guy asks if he could escort them to the border. Leonard has a beard and Rick asks, "Didn't they say that there is an accompanying knight?" Putting his hand on the table, he says that he has excellent skills and they are going in the same direction, so let them go together. The main character starts to take something out from under his clothes and thinks that he has an imperious tone, as if it is normal to treat the interlocutor with disdain. Then Rick puts a piece of paper on the table and refuses the request. The sheet had a wanted notice written on it, and a photo of Ethan, and they gave 100,000 gold for him. The rulers shook hands as it was explained that the connection between Earth and the Gaia continent would be established in about a year, and that it would be half a year after that before they would begin to fully interact. The boy stood in the middle of the battlefield as he explained that he had not gone to the Gaia continent right away, but he knew of some important events that had happened there in the past. The protagonist presented a map, thinking that their current location was the Hicks Principality, located in the southeastern part of the continent, or more precisely, a tiny town called Rowan. The dark-haired boy looked ahead, thinking that if he remembered correctly, there had been a rebellion in the Hicks Principality around this time, and that there was a high probability that they had something to do with it. The people were sitting at the table as the protagonist was asked if this was the only wanted poster, to which he replied in the affirmative. The man in the cloak was sitting in front of Rick when he offered him to just turn him in and get a reward, but in return he asked him to take his wife and bodyguard across the border. The bearded man looked ahead worriedly and started talking. The protagonist stood sideways when he asked how long he was going to deceive him, then he was asked again. The girl was sitting next to the old man when the protagonist explained that the woman there was much more dangerous than him, and that he, too, was initially unsure of the correctness of his guesses. Princess Elena looked menacingly ahead when Rick revealed her identity, adding that she was the last member of the ruling family of this country, destroyed during the uprising. The bearded man in the cloak was standing in front of the protagonist when he cursed and asked who he really was, to which the guy replied that he said it at random and, apparently, hit the nail on the head. Leonard stood between him and the princess, who he asked to stand behind him, and then told the protagonist to step back, because otherwise he would attack. Rick stood in front of a man, who swung his blade when he asked again. An old man held his sword in front of him, fighting back, when he exclaimed that if it weren't for his injury, he would have won. The protagonist walked past, tripping him, when he replied that it was just an excuse. The protagonist stood in front of a man in a cloak, when he offered to talk, when he told him not to come closer. A fireball appeared between the hands of a mage, who began to talk about what would happen if he took another step. Ethan's mouth fell open in surprise when he was told that this was not allowed. Lily sat next to Jacques when she told the mage that if he misbehaved during the meal, he would be scolded, and then asked her friend if this was true, when he simply nodded vigorously, not knowing what exactly was being discussed. Rick clenched his fist in front of him, hitting him when he asked about what he said, that he would grab them and eat them, and then reminded him that he just offered to talk. An old man appeared at the side of the guy, who called him names and exclaimed that even if he was called a benefactor, he would not dare to touch the princess. Ben rushed forward with a sword when he shouted that now he is a village chief, but once he was a knight, and that he is ready to give his life to protect the princess. The protagonist hit him on the back of the head. The old man lay behind the protagonist, who asked about maybe they would all calm down, then someone asked the princess to run away quickly. Ethan clenched his fist and cursed. He opened his mouth wide, looking forward when he exclaimed that the guy will not be able to even touch the princess with a finger as long as he is alive. Then Rick began to answer him, and someone told them to stop. The girl in the hood opened her mouth and said that she knew this day would come someday. She grabbed his cloak with her hand and added that she would obediently follow him, but asked him to leave the others alone. Then someone turned to the princess, begging her not to do this. Elena put her hand on her chest and said that she was ready, and that he could take her with him. She was in front of the protagonist, who suggested that she stop making him the bad guy, adding that in fact they attacked first, and that he himself never said that he would kill her. She extended her hand to the guy and suggested that this meant that he would not catch her and would not report her to the rebels, to which Rick replied that he was still thinking about it. The princess clenched her teeth, looking down when she thought about how she knew he was no different from the others. She threw the cloak at the guy and said that her doubts were dispelled. Elena was hovering in the air in front of the protagonist when he asked her again. The guy deftly dodged her attack. His hand reached for the dagger. The girl was behind him. The protagonist looked away, thinking that the princess also had a surprise, and that he did not expect this. The chair fell to the floor when he was ordered to drop the weapon. Elena hugged Lily and said that if he did not want the girl to get hurt, then he should do it. Sweat appeared on Rick's face when he answered that she took a dangerous step, and Jacques turned to his friend, saying that he protected the food. The princess looked at Lily, who said that she was actually eating a sandwich. Then she was asked if she was going to keep quiet, adding that she should not touch the sword, otherwise she would get hurt. Elena was thrown away from the girl by the shockwave when she used the shield's skill. The princess was sitting on the floor when she was asked if she was giving up. The girl threw knives and exclaimed that this was absurd. The protagonist, looking forward, parried all attacks. He swung at Elena when he used the concealment technique. He covered the girl's face with his palm. She tried to open her mouth, asking her to let go right now, when Rick said that she was stronger than he thought and asked to let him check if she was really a princess. The blonde looked away with displeasure and exclaimed that this was unheard of rudeness. Elena began to fall in front of the protagonist when he said that it was surprising, because now she looked like a half-elf, and that she could calm down, because he checked everything. Then someone cursed. Leonard and Ethan rushed to attack, ordering him to take his hands off Her Highness the Princess. The old man looked forward in shock when the protagonist assumed they had gotten on his nerves, but they were back to their old ways. The mage opened his mouth wide and coughed. There was a body in front of Rick when he asked them to sit quietly and listen to what was being said. The girl was sitting at the table when she was asked if they had finished eating, and then asked to help clean up, to which Lily replied that she would eat this bun and that was it. The blonde opened her eyes slightly when someone spoke to her. The attackers were tied up when Ethan exclaimed that she was awake, and Elena wondered if they had been captured after all. The protagonist was sitting in front of her when she asked him what he intended to do with them. Rick opened his mouth slightly and replied that he had not decided yet, but he thought of Princess Elena. He introduced the blonde girl as he explained that she was a direct descendant of the ruling family of the Principality of Hicks, the granddaughter of the Elven High Elder, and a half-elf of noble birth. Flames flared everywhere as the boy considered that the princess was originally destined to meet a terrible end, and that her death would later spark an interracial war, but that was extremely disadvantageous to him. The protagonist bent 3 fingers and said that he was considering 3 options, and that the first was to sell them to the first person he met, and the second was to pretend that he knew nothing and go his own way. The prisoner sat in front of him as Ethan said that if he pretended that he knew nothing, he would give him all his money, to which Rick replied that he himself could simply shake it out of his pockets. The protagonist looked ahead carefully when he summed up that the last option was to take them to the Elven Forest, since that was their destination. Then they asked how he knew. The protagonist looked down with satisfaction and replied that they would go in the same direction anyway, and that of course there would be a price to pay for the service. He imagined a dense forest when he turned to Elena and said that if she gave him the opportunity to meet her grandmother, he would deliver her to the Elven Forest safe and sound. The blonde confidently looked ahead, thinking that the offer was not bad, and that compared to what she asked, this was an extremely small fee, and then asked why he needed her, adding that she could not make an agreement until she knew his purpose. The protagonist was in front of her when the girl spoke about the fact that perhaps he was going to harm her. Then Rick wondered if he would offer such a deal if he had such a plan. The boy imagined a smiling Lily when he thought about how the purpose of traveling to the Gaia continent was to find her parents, as well as find a few items along the way, and that he should use all the resources at hand to achieve this goal. The protagonist looked down confidently, and replied that he had one goal, and that there was someone he wanted to meet with the help of the Supreme Elder. The protagonist imagined the golden dragon Abraxas, who was the wisest, when he thought about how he was said to have mastered all the knowledge and spells in the world and was the longest living creature on the Gaia continent, adding that if someone like the Supreme Elder put in a good word, he would be able to meet him. Rick crossed his arms and said that it was not such a difficult request to fulfill. He imagined a wristwatch when he thought about how the dragon might know about that watch. Elena and Leonard looked ahead when she answered that even if the grandmother asked, there was no guarantee that he would want to meet him. Then the protagonist asked to simply assist him, and then he would figure it out himself. The carriage was driving along the road when someone let out a surprised exclamation. They were sitting opposite each other when Ethan asked about whether this hole from which the wind was blowing was a temperature maintenance spell, and about the chair that could be unfolded with just one button, adding that the magic mirrors around the carriage that reflected direct rays were also amazing, and that he could not believe that such a carriage existed in the world. The protagonist looked ahead with displeasure and asked him to sit quietly, explaining that if the kids woke up, then he would have a lot of trouble. Then the magician apologized. Leonard held the reins when Rick asked if it was okay for him to sit outside since he seemed to be injured, to which he was told that the old man had been poisoned and had already been detoxified, and that they would switch places later, and that perhaps due to his age he would need more time to recover, to which the protagonist said that the two of them should decide between themselves. The blonde opened her mouth, looking forward, and asked not to talk to her when the protagonist turned to her and said that he was curious about something. Rick looked ahead and asked if she had forgotten the rules that had been set before they had set out on their journey together. Elena folded her arms, sitting up straight when he reminded her that, firstly, she should not expect to be treated like royalty, and that, secondly, she should follow his instructions without question. The princess looked ahead in disgust as they both stated the third condition, which was that until he arrived in the Elven Forest and met with the High Elder, the royal seal would be used as collateral. The girl's hands were folded as she considered the fact that the seal left in the royal palace was a fake, and that even her bodyguards did not know that she had the real one, but he somehow found out about it. The protagonist sat in front of her when he asked her what she intended to do after she got to the Elven Forest, to which Elena replied that she would get the royal seal back, and the guy said that he did not plan on keeping it either. The princess opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that she did not intend to hide for the rest of her life, when Rick suggested that she would live quietly and peacefully in the forest after that. They were sitting across from each other when the girl said she was going to gather all the forces under her command to punish the traitors and take back her country. Then the protagonist said that this meant she wanted to start a war and that he would not recommend it. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that she could do as she wished when Elena asked if he was suggesting she leave the enemies who killed her parents alone. The guy looked ahead smiling when he warned her that if she was obsessed with revenge or achieving success, she would miss out on all her golden years. But this was just the nagging of an older man that she could ignore. The princess watched Rick when she said that she saw that he was born lazy and overly optimistic. Then the protagonist said that this was his way of life. The trees were illuminated by the sun when they were ordered to stop. The girl looked away in fear when the protagonist suggested that they had already been overtaken by a detachment sent in pursuit. Leonard opened his mouth wide and turned to Elena, saying that this was the detachment pursuing the Marquis of Ormond. Then he was asked about whether they had really been overtaken. Lily was sleeping in the cross when they began to wake her. Then she suggested that it was time for breakfast, adding that she wanted to sleep. Rick looked at the children when he said that the enemy was nearby, and asked Jacques to stop the carriage, to which he replied that he would do so. The protagonist got out of the carriage when he was asked about why the horses suddenly stopped obeying him, and that he was really not going to rush at full speed, Then the guy asked Leonard to sit inside the carriage and rest, explaining that after a short stop they would move on again. Warriors appeared in front of the old man, when he asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about, and whether he did not see enemies in front of him, adding that they were a knightly detachment of the principality and were different from the thieves they had encountered yesterday. The protagonist looked ahead with displeasure and repeated that he was saying that everything was fine and that he should get inside the carriage. The warriors lined up in front of the carriage as they were ordered to surround them. The mustachioed man opened his palm and greeted Leonard, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and then asked if the half-elf was inside this carriage. The hooded old man opened his mouth wide and told the Viscount to shut up, calling him a vile traitor. He stood in front of Klaus, who asked which Viscount he was talking about, explaining that he was now a count, unlike the one who ran like a mangy dog, and adding that the so-called title of Hero Leonard was laughable to the point of stomach cramps. The armored man held a sword in front of him as he said that it was an undeserved title for a man who had never become a sword master, and a hero should have such skills. The knights were behind him as he informed them that he would deal with this worthless man himself, and that they should not interfere, to which they agreed. The old man extended his hand forward and cursed. Klaus swung his sword and knocked his weapon away. Leonard was stabbed in the chest. The count raised his blade over him, saying that this was the last blow. He looked away, frowning. Klaus jumped back from Rick's sudden blow. The count's mustache was cut off. The protagonist was helping the princess's bodyguard, saying that it was an expensive potion so he would not die. Then Klaus screamed about what happened to his mustache. The mage caught Leonard's body when the protagonist ordered him to take the old man to the carriage. The count was in front of Rick when he called him a bastard and told him not to hope for an easy death, explaining that he would cut his soul into pieces with the aura blade. Then the boy asked him if he really pretended that the aura blade was something truly grandiose. The protagonist held the sword in front of him when he said that he could create it too. The opponent jumped up and exclaimed that this was a low trick, and that a youth like him was not capable of wielding the aura blade. They crossed swords. Rick looked menacingly forward and said that he considered him a more outstanding fighter, and then asked if it was true that he only had a basic level of sword mastery. The boy easily parried the attacks of the count, who cursed and shouted that he would finish him off. Klaus swung the sword in front of him. Then the protagonist thought that nevertheless he was not as simple as he seemed. He imagined the duel from the past, thinking about how he had managed to manifest the aura blade for the first time thanks to sparring with Bill a few days ago, and how the changes in the body and the records of the Sword Emperor also help improve skills, but it is difficult to defeat such an opponent with only sword art. Rick was fighting the count when the latter asked if all he could do was run away like a rat. The protagonist's mouth dropped open, looking ahead as he replied that he did not even know what to say, since he had not even started yet. A glow appeared behind Klaus as he exclaimed that the young man was not a knight. The protagonist dealt a powerful blow to the old man. The count cut his doppelganger when he called the boy a cowardly creature and asked if he could still call himself a sword master. Klaus's mustache was cut off again. He began to swing the blade, screaming loudly. Klaus turned to the side in order to attack the carriage and kill everyone except the princess. Then the knights accepted the order and replied that they would not let anyone escape. Jacques sat on his horse when he said that he would deal with them. A huge robot appeared. Then the girl asked about whether he would fight alone, to which he replied that he alone was quite enough, and the warriors began to talk about the horse having changed. His limb lit up when they asked about whether he was a magician and what it was. The robot attacked the knights, then they screamed loudly. Rick stood in front of the count, who exclaimed that this simply could not be. Then the boy asked him to focus on their fight. The man squeezed the handle of the blade and replied that he would go to the end, and then cursed. Klaus cut his hand with the blade and concluded that he would definitely kill him. Rick stared ahead. The count started to emit a dark aura, and the protagonist realized that it was a demonic sword. Klaus pointed the blade at the protagonist and exclaimed that he was well informed, and then wished him death. The guy bent his hand in front of him and suggested that he lacked abilities, so the count decided to use a cheat item, and then asked if he really thought he could handle it, because the weapon looked dangerous. Klaus was enveloped in a red aura when he answered that he could handle it, and then asked where Rick was trying to escape to all the time. The protagonist held the sword in his hands, parrying the blows. Cracks appeared on the blade. Dark energy rushed to the broken blade. The protagonist flew back from the blow of the aura stream. He opened his mouth wide and coughed up blood. Klaus stood in front of him and laughed loudly. Lily put her hand forward and called out to the man. Streams of fire rushed towards the count, who ordered the sword to absorb this flame. A robot appeared near the girl and said that he would try to stop it. Jacques looked ahead carefully when he was told that it was dangerous, so he should not engage in combat. Klaus was in front of Rick, who said that after so long he finally felt the taste of a real fight, and then suggested that his opponent leave childish games. The protagonist clenched his fist and added that he would now show what a real cheat item is. The Count rushed forward with a sword, wishing him death. He approached the protagonist. Rick swung, clenching his fist, and asked him to die. A stream of blinding energy rushed forward. Elena looked ahead with concern. Lily opened her mouth, watching with delight. A deep trench appeared in the ground as the protagonist thought about how it was the first time he used this item, so he set a limit of 25% energy output, and how it was more useful than he thought. An ominous aura surrounded the sword. The protagonist took the blade in his hand, thinking that there was not a single scratch on it, and that it had good durability. The guy squinted, looking ahead, when he thought about the fact that he knew one similar sword. He imagined a bloody blade and a bunch of victims when he wondered if this was the demonic sword Salad, which gives great power in exchange for blood, but the user is absorbed by demonic energy, and soon goes crazy, so the weapon is constantly changing hands. Rick stared at the blade, thinking that now that he had looked at it closely, he was 100% sure of it, and that it had only been revealed during the height of the racial war, so he had never expected it to fall into his hands like that, and that they said it had the best stats of any demonic sword, but he didn't really want to use it himself, and even if he sold it, he would still get his hands bloody. The carriage was passing a forest when the guy asked if he could trade it for something like a holy sword later. Leonard looked away and asked how far it was to the border. The protagonist was sitting in front of them when he answered that they would soon arrive in Randall, and that they would need to get a pass to cross the border, and that the border itself would be 3 days away after leaving the city. Then the bodyguard said that he understood and that he didn't know if he could hold out. The princess looked at Leonard and asked him not to say that, and the old man apologized to her, explaining that he was not the same as before, and that even magic could not help with the loss of energy. Elena was shown in profile when she said that the mere fact that he was near her gave her strength, and then asked him to never say words that could be considered a sign of weakness again. Rick was leafing through a book when he was asked what he was reading, to which the guy replied that he was just trying to relieve boredom. The girl and Leonard stared at him. The old man opened his mouth and asked if he could ask him for a favor, and the protagonist told him not to try. The protagonist slammed the book shut and allowed the bodyguard to speak, when he said that the guy did not even listen to what it was. The boy opened his palm and said that he could try, but only if he wasn't going to spout nonsense about helping them get their kingdom back, and in return he would give him everything, be it a title or money. The blonde was sitting next to Leonard when she asked him to stop. His hands shook as he spoke of what would happen if he could only cross the border with her. The old man imagined knights on horseback as he thought about how he had achieved great success in several wars in his life, and how he was called a hero and praised as a man who would soon become a master of the sword. Something broke when he summed up that in the end he could not serve him, and did not protect Her Highness from traitors. Leonard looked down sadly, thinking that now he was not a protector, but rather ballast on her shoulders. Rick looked out the window when the old man said that he heard him and that he would not offer anything else. Torches were burning near the entrance to the Randall fortress. The carriage stopped near the trees, when the guy said that only he, Lily and Elena would go to the fortress, and that the rest would wait there. Then he was asked again. Ethan looked at the protagonist and exclaimed that the princess was at risk of danger if she went to the city. Then he asked him how he could trust them and leave them all in the carriage, summing up that he was taking her with him so that they would not do something stupid. The blonde and the mage were in front of the guy when Ethan started talking about how they would never stoop to such a shameless act. Then the protagonist asked if they had already forgotten how they took the baby hostage. Then the girl said that everything was fine and that she would go with them. They quickly moved along the roofs on the outskirts of Randall's fortress. The protagonist stood in front of Lily and the princess, who asked if there was a store there that sold supplies, to which Rick replied that they would first settle another matter and asked them not to be distracted and follow him. Elena looked away with displeasure and said that there was a terrible stench there, and then asked the others to quickly leave there. Then she was told that this was the usual smell of the slums, and ordered to quickly go down. People were sitting on the bare ground. The children were trying to climb into the barrel when the princess asked how people lived in such a place, to which she was told that she probably didn't know anything because she had never left the walls of the royal palace, and that this was also part of the kingdom. They disappeared around the corner of the house. The guys in cloaks stopped in front of a man, who asked if they wanted beer, to which the guy told him that they were not interested in alcohol. He put a coin in front of the bartender, and explained that he wanted to make a request to the Thieves' Guild and buy some information. Then the man asked if it was a gold coin. The people behind the girl took out knives, talking about whether it was true, and that they did not look very strong, and also that perhaps they had something else useful. Lily looked closely at the protagonist, who said that it looked like they had come to the right place. The boys were enveloped in streams of flame. Then the bandits began to talk about whether they were magicians. The protagonist looked away when he was asked about what kind of request they wanted to make. The old man bowed and asked to follow him when the boy said that he needed a pass and information. They sat opposite the bald man, who spoke about the pass and asked where they were going. Rick looked seriously in front of him when he answered that he was going to the kingdom of Teru, and asked how long it would take to make a pass. Then Elena thought that she could not believe that there was such a huge space in the basement of the tavern. The bag fell on the table when he was told that it would take at least a week. Then he was asked to make it in 2 days, explaining that the status was a wizard and 5 servants. Lily and the princess looked at the boy in surprise, who was thinking that the little girl had gotten her hands on all the gold coins that the knights had, so there was no need to worry. Then they answered that they would do everything in the best possible way. The bald man's eyes were closed when the protagonist said that he was also looking for a wizard who wore a goblin mask, and that he did not know the name, but he was probably one-armed. The man stuck his hand under the table when he answered that he heard them, and that first they needed to check if there was any information about him in the data they had. The protagonist looked ahead from under his brows, thinking that these bastards seemed to know something. Night fell on the settlement when they were told that they would be taken to headquarters, since the information they requested could only be viewed there, to which Rick replied that it did not matter, and that they could be taken. The bald bandit looked at the boys with a sly look, thinking that the guy really called himself a wizard and thought that he had outstanding abilities, and that as soon as they came to the headquarters, they would immediately get rid of them, and his gold coins would become theirs. The man in the cloak stopped. The gate was sprinkled with blood, when the protagonist thought that if someone was not a member of the Thieves' Guild, then finding out the location of its headquarters was a difficult task, because most of the strangers who entered there were never able to return back, and that, on the other hand, this meant that there were a lot of valuable things there. The protagonist looked in front of him with interest, thinking that he was really impatient to see what their treasury was like. Next to him was Lily, whom he asked if her legs hurt, to which she replied no, that everything was fine. Then the guy asked if she was hungry. The girl looked away embarrassedly, and replied that she was a little. Then Rick said that he knew it. He handed her a package of food and asked her to eat it, adding that it was for her. Lily brought it to her face, when the protagonist thought about how it should help relieve some tension, and how the surroundings probably brought back memories of the past. The girl blushed, chewing on the food, when she thanked him and said that it was really tasty, to which he replied that it was good that he brought bars with him. Behind the bald man, there were chairs in the reception area of the Thieves' Guild headquarters, when he politely asked them to wait there for a while he went to get an informant. The cloaked boys passed in front of him when the protagonist said that it was all too obvious and asked if they had really walked all this way and had to wait again, then asked him to bring him there quickly. The man touched the wall and said that they were caught. Elena looked at the bars, lowering in fear. A huge cage appeared when she asked what he was doing. The princess grabbed the bars with her hands when he told the leader that they were captured. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and assumed that he was talking about them. The protagonist looked away attentively, wondering if it was the leader that meant Goldilocks was in front of him, and wondering if Goblin Mask was such an influential figure that even she had intervened. Elena opened her mouth wide, holding onto the bars as she screamed about how the bastards had tricked them and that they had been after her all along. Goldilocks turned to the man and asked who the woman was, to which he replied that he didn't know what she was talking about either and apologized. Rick stood in front of the girl and explained that she was sometimes delirious and that they should ignore her and talk to him. The woman opened her mouth and said that the latest information showed that she was Princess Elena. Goldilocks stood in front of her as she exclaimed that they mistook her for someone else. Then she was asked if she had changed her appearance, adding that she didn't have the face she knew. The woman turned to her subordinates and shouted about how lucky they were and how she would be able to send those people information about the princess, and then asked them if they were interested in knowing what she really looked like, and Elena countered that it was not like that. The fur-collared Goldilocks opened her mouth when she was asked if those people were wearing goblin and orc masks. The woman looked away intently, thinking about the dangerous guy looking for information about them, and how he was said to be a pretty high-level fire mage, but other than that, she knew nothing about him. The protagonist stood in front of her when she asked who he was, and he asked why she was asking questions if he was the one who paid for them, and then asked her to answer his question, adding that their service there was disgusting. The woman snapped her fingers and asked if he still didn't understand the situation he was in, adding that if the guy was being brave, believing in his magical abilities, then he should abandon all hope. A magic seal appeared above the boys when she explained that there was a barrier installed there, sealing away magic. Rick clenched his fist in front of him when he said that he was not a simpleton, but he somehow did not think about it. Then Elena started talking about mana. There were people with weapons behind Goldilocks when she asked if he now understood what was what, adding that if he valued his life, then he should answer why he was looking for the goblin mask. The guy stuck his hand under his cloak when he said that he was looking for something, and that it was somewhere over there. He held the gun in front of him as he said he was going to do this when he found him. The woman fell bleeding as he fired. The men in black robes were attacked. Elena covered her ears as the protagonist told them to hide under the table just in case, to which Lily replied that she understood. The guy reloaded the gun, thinking about the name of the weapon being Zeus and that it would be Jacques' original weapon. The protagonist continued shooting from the cage. He looked away in satisfaction and assumed that they did not have such a weapon. The woman stood in front of the bars as she exclaimed that he was locked in the cage anyway and that she would come back and kill him. The guy grabbed the hilt of the sword and asked where she was going. Rick swung the blade. The sword in his hand glowed as he said that even without using mana, he could cut through these thin bars. Goldilocks was sitting on the floor when she asked him if he was some kind of wizard, to which he replied that he simply asked for a pass. The guy put a gun to her forehead when he added that it was his turn to ask questions. The protagonist looked at the woman and asked where that bastard goblin mask was. There were trees growing near the fortress when someone said that the sun had already risen and they were still not there, adding that he thought they needed to go save the princess. There was an explosion behind the men. They were standing near the carriage when Ethan asked what happened, exclaiming that they needed to go to the city right away. Then they were asked where they were going. The guys were walking towards them when the magician turned to the princess, saying that she had returned and that they were very worried about her, adding something about that fire in the city. Rick smiled while looking forward as he explained that he did it on purpose because he wanted to destroy evidence. He was then asked what the bags were. He replied that they were gifts. He presented the staff and file, which were the emerald staff and mandrake pickled in honey. He was then asked if they were for them and thanked. A parchment with a blueprint for a magical weapon was shown. The jewelry sparkled in the light as it was explained that they were the shadow bracelet, which could change appearance, and the character necklace. The bags fell with a clatter as the protagonist said that he had given everyone what they needed at the time. The protagonist stood in front of the bags as he added that with such a harvest, it was safe to say that their treasure trove was good. The boy looked down, thinking that most of his time had been wasted, and that he had found out that Goldilocks had been brainwashed. The woman opened her mouth wide and screamed at him not to speak disparagingly of them, and that they were her masters. He pictured the masked man as he thought about how, while she had shown blind loyalty to them, she didn't really know anything about them, and didn't realize that she had been brainwashed. The red sphere flashed in the boy's hand, thinking about how it was the only thing he had managed to get, and how it was a magical communication tool that only accepted calls, and that was used by those bastards in the shadows. The children were sleeping next to Rick as he said that it was all very confusing. He imagined a palace with gold coins, thinking that firstly, there were a limited number of places that could invest large sums of money into experimenting on small children, and that if those two options were wrong, then the culprit was a group with equally huge influence. The protagonist looked down sadly, thinking that he only needed to catch Goblin Mask, but the scale was growing exponentially. The protagonist looked at the sleeping Lily, thinking that he had no idea where he was, or how he could find him. He imagined a portal in the forest, when he realized that the baby had escaped, and that they must be looking for the child with the fire-colored eyes. Rick looked ahead determinedly, when he realized that he could just wait for him to come find the baby. In front of the high mountains was the border wall of the Hicks Principality, which was built in the deepest ravine of the continent, and was a historical barrier that had been blocking the monsters coming down from the central mountain range for hundreds of years. The protagonist presented a map as he explained that their plan was to cross the border wall and head to the elven forest located in the northern part of the central mountain range, and then to the Kingdom of Terror to find Lily's mother. The princess and the bodyguards were sitting in front of the boy, who asked them why they were all so gloomy, reminding them that there was only a short distance left to the border. Leonard looked ahead worriedly and wondered if the protagonist himself had fallen into despair, coming up with such a reckless plan. He presented a sketch of a carriage and spoke of a plan to run as fast as they could and break through the barrier. Rick was sitting in front of the old man when he said that they did not get a pass, and then asked if maybe he could suggest some other way, to which the bodyguard replied that he was not talking about that, and that the guy simply did not know who was guarding that border wall. Leonard looked forward in shock when the protagonist said that he actually knew that it was guarded by Count Golem, who is the commander of the Black Lion Knightly Order that fights monsters beyond the wall, and that he is a master of the sword. The protagonist stared ahead when the old man said that he had already defeated Klaus, so he understands his confidence, but Golem is on a completely different level, because he is the only one in this country and the best master of the sword in the world. Elena looked down with resentment and explained that when that traitor Ormond rebelled, Golem only had to step forward, and his majesty would be safe and sound now. She imagined a dark silhouette with a blade and added that when the rebellion broke out, the sword master did not respond to the call, saying that the wall could not be left unguarded. Then she guessed that the reason he guarded the wall for so long was because he had something to protect. The people who passed through the entrance of the border wall fortresses were told to prepare a pass in advance and wait in line according to their status and purpose. Several doors were shown, when it was explained that the border fortress had 6 gates, and that the larger the size of the gate, the higher-ranking person could use it, and the number of users varied greatly depending on status. The princess sat in front of a guy who said that the adaptability to the situation was 0, and that the other gates were empty, and wondered if the sky would fall if a lower class accidentally used it. Elena touched the window thinking that she used to think that differences in status were natural. People had huge loads on their backs when she thought about the common people trying to leave the country because of the civil war, and how those who lost their home were different from her. The girl's eyes were closed when she began to beg for a chance to fix this situation. Leonard and Ethan looked serious when they addressed her, saying that they would create such a chance for her and help her, and that even if Manhwa brought down his wrath, they would break through the wall for her. The protagonist turned away from the princess, who said that she was very grateful to them all. Then the boy said that there was no need to complicate things so much. Jock held the control path in his hands when the protagonist said that it was their turn and asked the boy to continue driving the carriage, to which he agreed. Then Rick said that they would begin their plan. The guard held his hand out in front of him and told them to stop and state their names. The warriors held their blades in their hands as they were told to watch carefully what they were about to do. The masked protagonist opened his mouth and said that he was heading to the Kingdom of Terror right now, thinking that this was the only way a real goblin would come for their souls. A gun was pointed at the guard when he asked what he was saying. A shot was fired, then a cry was heard that it was an enemy, and that the wall needed to be sealed immediately. The protagonist stood in front of the boy when he addressed him, and told him to ride as fast as he could. The horse-drawn carriage rushed forward. Streams of fire appeared above it when the boy asked the little girl if she could handle it, to which she answered yes. Flames rushed towards the gate when Rick thought that this was an entrance for high-ranking officials, and the defense was lousy. Debris flew over the carriage as he ordered the gates to be smashed to pieces. The carriage entered the fortress when a cry was heard that the enemy had broken down the gates and entered, and that the carriage should be stopped. The men stood opposite each other when Count Golem was asked to accept the decree of the sovereign. The scarred man opened his mouth and asked again, then someone was indignant at the unheard of insolence, and ordered him to quickly kneel and accept the order. Golem looked menacingly at the old man and asked if he had really just told him to kneel, to which he was told no, and that it was not he, but the sovereign. The man clutched a piece of paper in his hand, which said that there was a high probability that the escaped princess and her comrades would try to cross the border, so they should strengthen their guard and be sure to catch her. Golem tore the sheet and looked ahead, saying that this was a similar order. He covered the old man's face with his hand, who asked how he dared to do this with the order of the sovereign, and explained that he had never recognized Ormond as the ruler, and that if he had something to say, he should come in person. The man was standing on the balcony when he summed up that this was his answer, and the man he had thrown out screamed. Behind him was a warrior in armor, who asked what to do if the princess was found, to which the commander replied that she had fled, leaving the country, so if they found her, they should kill her on the spot. Then he was told that it would be done. Golem looked thoughtfully ahead, thinking that there was an interesting point in the contents of the letter. In the distance, cliffs were visible, when he thought about what it said that some boy had killed Klaus, and that there was really a strong warrior on this tiny piece of land that he did not know about. The commander looked away. A carriage was speeding down the road. The masked boy held a sword in front of him. The scarred man opened his mouth and guessed that it was an aura blade. Dust rose up from the road. The cloaked boys were positioned on the carriage when everyone was ordered to take positions. Rick presented a map of the fortress, thinking about how the border wall was a 2-tiered structure and how the distance to the next fortress wall was 1 kilometer, concluding that the gist of their plan was to break through it as quickly as possible. Numerous arrows flew forward. Lily opened her mouth wide and used the shield's skill. The masked protagonist looked ahead. The projectiles slammed into the huge barrier. The mages stood on the wall, using the techniques cutting wind, fireball, and ice spears. Ethan held his staff in front of him when he exclaimed that he would block the spells. Streams of energy reflected off the green barrier when the boy used the shield's skill. A stream of air attacked the people when the storm wind spell was used. Ethan stood behind Rick, who said that he was a master of his craft. Then the mage exclaimed that he was the one who was always called a genius, and that it would have been great if he had a staff in the first place. The riders rushed towards the man with silver hair and ordered him to break the wheels of the carriage. The man in the mask held out a blade in front of him and exclaimed that they could not do this as long as he was alive. He swung a long sword at the warriors. Blood came out of his mouth, then he asked how much was left to the fortress wall. Lily opened her mouth wide and said that she was ready, when the protagonist replied that they were almost there, and that he needed to hold on a little longer, asking the little girl to direct the blow to the wall. Fire appeared in the girl's palms when he answered that she would. Masked Rick looked away when he realized something dangerous was approaching. A stream of flames shot forward from the carriage as the protagonist ordered them not to stop and to continue moving towards the wall. The boy extended his blade to the side. He crossed his weapon with Golem. The man landed in front of him and said that he was surprised that the boy blocked such a blow and still stood firmly on his feet. The protagonist's hand trembled when he thought about where he saw that he stood firmly on his feet and what kind of power it was. Golem smiled creepily and asked if Rick was real. The protagonist stood in front of the commander, who asked him to have fun with him. The boy gripped the hilt of his sword and cursed. He blocked Goken's attack with a swing of his blade. The masked protagonist looked worried, thinking that, as he had been told, he was obsessed with martial arts and spared no one during a fight, and that he had a look like a man. The man with scars on his face smiled widely. The men were opposite each other, fighting. The masked protagonist swung his blade, thinking that although his strength was enormous, he had the advantage in speed. Golem extended his hand to the side, looking forward. He opened his side, then Rick noticed a gap. The guy pointed his sword at his opponent, who exclaimed that this was very interesting. The commander swung his blade in front of him and added that the protagonist's sword, like his, was tempered in real combat, and then offered him to show what he could do. The protagonist extended his hand to the side and asked if he was really curious, and then added that it would hurt a little. Rick's fist was enveloped in a blue aura. There was a bright flash when he decided to strike with a quarter of his strength. The tip of the sword touched the ground. Golem held the hilt of the blade with both hands when he said that thanks to the boy, he felt like a living person for the first time in a long time. The protagonist held the sword in front of him when he answered that it was a pity, and that it would be nice if he felt like a dead man. The commander stood in front of the boy when he said that he started it, so he should finish it. Then Rick wondered if he was crazy, and that he could not stand fights that did not bring benefits, and also that by now the carriage should have reached the fortress gates, so it was time to slowly leave. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion when Lily addressed him. The girl opened her mouth, confidently looking forward, and exclaimed that she would help him. She appeared in the air in front of the protagonist, who asked if it was really her, and why she had come back and was making a fuss when he was there trying to buy them time. Lily stood next to Rick and asked how she could leave him and go, adding that Shock had said the same thing and the others had come back. A carriage with the guys appeared, then Ethan asked if he was safe, and the princess exclaimed that she could not leave without leaving her comrade, after which the protagonist exclaimed that he had been wondering why it was so quiet. Knights were standing behind the commander, when the protagonist realized that this meant that this place was already surrounded by a huge number of military forces, and that on top of that they would have to fight Golem himself. Rick held his sword in front of him as he said that there was no other choice now, thinking that if they were planning to get out of there, they would have to be prepared for one of them to die. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion, frozen in place. The commander put his hand on his head and laughed loudly. Then he was asked what made him laugh so much. He remembered running on the roof when he answered that he was curious about something and asked why the guy didn't kill anyone, because with such an ability he could have punched a hole in the wall much faster. Golem looked serious when he suggested that he considered them unworthy. A blonde appeared next to the guy, then he answered that he didn't do it because that was the request of the customer. The man's pupils narrowed when he asked him again. Elena in the mask stood silently when he said that it was still a princess. Then Rick explained that later all these people would become her subjects, so she did not want any of them to suffer, and it was not difficult for him to do something like that. The commander stood in front of the protagonist, who asked him if he was going to fight, to which Golem replied that the fight was over and that he would write them a pass, and in exchange, asked them to stay there for the night. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face when he asked him again, and he thought that this was amazing. The commander was sitting at the table during dinner in the Black Lion's residence, when it was explained that Golem was interested in any powerful beings, and that the guy had once heard that even superhumans from Earth were invited to a meal during the passage through the wall. Rick held a pint over himself when he thought about how he did not expect to find himself in such an honorable place in this life, and that, according to rumors, he even gives gifts if the fight is to his liking. The man had a mug in front of him when he exclaimed that now, seeing the boy's face, he caught himself thinking that he was younger than he thought, and that his sword skills were not inferior to his. To which he replied that he simply had a childish face by nature, and that in reality he had lived a decent life. There were many bottles in a pile when Golem said that it seemed like the guy was not from the country he came from, and then asked where he learned to wield a sword like that. Rick opened his mouth, looking ahead, when he thought about how, after talking to him, He learned that the commander's family had guarded the wall for several generations and would continue to guard it in the future, which is why he had so many questions. Then he asked that if the man was so curious about what was happening outside, then why didn't he go outside the wall and take a look? Golem closed his eyes and shook his head when he answered that this was unacceptable, and that he could not abandon the family business because of his greed, adding that it was better for the guy to finish the story he started. Then the protagonist began to tell about the bottom of the lake, where he lost consciousness. Elena looked at the man who said that this was a very amazing place when she addressed him, asking how long he was going to pretend that he didn't know her. The commander stuck his finger in his ear and replied that it suddenly itched. The man slightly opened his mouth and asked again, adding that it was impudent when the girl asked if he was checking her out, or if he couldn't look her in the face because he didn't protect the sovereign. Golem gave off an ominous aura when he replied that if that guy wasn't there, he would have personally slit her throat, adding that she should be grateful that she was still alive. The blonde pursed her lips and snorted. The princess jumped up, clenching her fist, and exclaimed that she was Elena Reinhardt, the rightful heir to the throne. The girl opened her mouth wide, looking forward, when she addressed the commander, reminding him that he was a knight of the wall, and that if he had not forgotten his knightly oath, then he should be more polite to her. Golem smirked and replied that she was definitely better than her father, and that she had no lack of courage, adding that she also spoke well. The blonde was shown in profile when she asked him not to dare insult his majesty, to which the man replied that her father was a coward, and that since he took the knightly oath, he feared his strength and never sought his support. Rick sat at the table and said that he hated boring conversations, when Elena objected, saying that this was no reason to insult him. Then Golem asked if this was the only reason, explaining that if he intervened, the civil war would drag on for a long time, and if the wall was left empty, the risk of invasion would increase, so there was still a long way to go. The scarred man looked serious as he said that he was a ruler who was not worth endangering the entire country with, adding that she too should not set foot on this land after tomorrow, and that if the girl were to appear in his field of vision, she would be in trouble. Elena looked ahead resolutely and exclaimed that she refused, and that she would definitely come back, punish the traitors and take back the country. Then she was asked if she really thought that things would change if she became the ruler. The princess remembered how the blood spurted as she answered in the affirmative, adding that it would change, and that on the way there she had seen and learned a lot about this country. She imagined the people sitting on the ground as she explained that she recognized the knights who had laid down their lives to protect her, and the poor people who were trying their best to survive near evil people, concluding that she would return to make things right. Elena imagined a border wall behind her, as she announced that the first thing she would do would be to make the 6 local gates publicly accessible to everyone, and that she would ensure that her people stood above the class system of this country. Golem looked ahead menacingly and asked again, and then asked if she really thought he would allow her to do that, to which the girl answered in the affirmative, adding that after all, such would be the decree of the Empress. The protagonist turned his head to the side and thought about just finding a place to take a nap, when the commander asked the princess again and laughed. The men were standing near the wall, when one of them asked to listen to him, explaining that an hour had already passed, and he was there on an extremely important mission, to which he was told that the process would take some time, so he should wait. The commander was walking along the wall when he said that Ormon's dogs should stand at the gate for a couple more hours, and then they could be driven out. Then he was told that the order was accepted, and they asked what he intended to do with the princess. Golem looked thoughtfully to the side and answered that for now he would wait and watch her, because one day they would meet again on this wall. The crowns of the trees were illuminated by the sun's rays in the central mountain range at the entrance to the elven forest, when someone said that they were waiting for them. The elf put his hand on his chest and said that the Supreme Elder sent them to meet the guests, adding that he was Garand, a researcher from the elven forest of Superhuman, and that they would accompany them from there. Rick stood behind Elena, who asked to quickly take them to the village to her grandmother. Then the guy thought about the Supreme Elder of the Elves having the gift of foresight, and that now they could safely go to the village itself. The protagonist stopped in front of an elf, who approached him and asked about the fact that he had an item with demonic energy, and the guy asked him again. They were standing near a carriage when the researcher explained that he sensed a corrupting demonic energy from afar, and that in such a state he could not enter the village, and the protagonist thought that wasn't it because they could not stand humans. Garand reached out for the blade and said that it was a demonic sword, when Rick said that it was probably because of him, and asked him to take the weapon. The protagonist was in front of the researcher when he said that they had settled the problem, and offered to go, to which he replied that he had not quite. The elf held out the sword in front of him, and told someone to stop, calling him a vile devil. Lily looked scared when she asked him again. The protagonist approached Garand and asked him what he was doing, when he exclaimed that his eyes were not deceiving him, and that he was the devil. The girl looked ahead worriedly and asked again, saying that she was not like that at all, when the elf explained that he sensed a terrible demonic energy and great evil, and that she was suppressing the desire to kill that was burning inside her, exclaiming that she was incredibly disgusting. Rick stood behind Garen when he asked him to stop, then he called him an ignorant person and asked if he even knew who he was protecting now. The elf pointed his sword at Lily. When the guy said that he knew, that's why he told him to stop, then he explained that although she looked like an ordinary child on the outside, but inside this creature received a demonic baptism. Garen grimaced from the blow when he began to talk about how she needed to be destroyed right now. The elf brought his hand to his face, standing in front of the protagonist, who asked him if he could hear him. The protagonist punched the researcher and told him not to dare say anything like that in front of the child again. The elves behind the boy took out their weapons and asked him to move away from Garen, then asked how he dared to attack them, to which the boy replied that he was silent, although he was being tactless. Dark energy emanated from Rick as he ordered them to go and tell the High Elder that they would not enter the elven forest, adding that she should come to them herself. The protagonist pointed in front of him, removing his hood as he warned that he was giving them 2 days, and that if she did not come within that time, he would burn everything to the ground. There was a night sky above the trees as the boy told the mage that if he felt sleepy, he could sleep in the carriage, to which the mage replied that it was fine. The protagonist sat in front of Ethan, who explained that he was ashamed to look Lily in the eye, and then wondered what kind of absurd statement it was that the girl had received a demonic baptism, adding that even healthy adult men die in 9 out of 10 cases. The mage looked ahead carefully when Rick replied that he seemed to know a little, then he told him that he once read about it in a book. Ethan presented a magic circle when he told him that only high-ranking sorcerers could perform a demonic baptism, and that the book also said that this activity requires a huge expenditure of money and materials, summing up that most cannot withstand the hellish pain and die. The protagonist looked angry when he decided that he would definitely finish off the bastard in the goblin mask. They were sitting by the fire, when the protagonist said that enough talk and that he should go to sleep, then the girl turned to Rick. Lily hugged a stuffed animal when she said she couldn't sleep, so the guy suggested she switch places with the magician. Clouds were floating above the trees when she turned to the protagonist. The girl was sitting by the fire when she asked about whether she would become a demon. Rick was sitting opposite her when he answered that he did not know, then Lily asked what she would do if her mother hated her. The protagonist opened his mouth and exhaled when he said that she, of course, looked like a devil, because she did not listen to anyone, ate a lot, and her character was not the best. Then she asked him again. The girl looked ahead, fascinated, when he summed up that he was exactly the same. The guy imagined his backpack lying on the ground when he said that he did not listen to anyone and did not study, was only busy having fun with friends, so, probably, his parents also considered him a devil. Lily squeezed the toy with her hand when Rick said that they were very worried about him, and then asked her if she really thought her mother was any different from them, to which she replied that she was not. They were in the center of the clearing when the girl suggested that the 3 of them live together when they find her mother. Then the guy asked if she was really going to prevent a decent bachelor from getting married, adding that he would buy an apartment next to the guild, and that they would live there with her alone. Then she asked where he would live. Lily was lying next to Jacques when the protagonist said that she was very clingy. The guy went down the steps onto the grass when someone said that they had a very heartfelt conversation. An elf appeared in front of him. The blonde looked ahead confidently when the protagonist thought about the fact that due to the risk of a surprise attack, he expanded the range of his senses, but did not notice her presence at all, although she came close to the camp. Sweat appeared on Rick's face when he realized that only one person had such power among the elves, and wondered if she was the Supreme Elder. The elf bowed to him and answered that she was, adding that she heard that her children behaved rudely towards him, so she apologizes. The Supreme Elder placed her hand on her chest and said that on her own behalf she would like to thank them for saving her granddaughter and changing her fate. The protagonist stood in front of her when he said that he was not the one to apologize to, but he would still accept the apology, and then he spoke about Elena and asked if she had been told the conditions he had set when he agreed to take her there, to which the elf answered in the affirmative, saying that she had already contacted the dragon. Then the guy asked what the answer was. Then she said that it had not come yet, and that it would take a few days to wait. Rick stared ahead when he thought that perhaps in that case he should first look in the kingdom of Teru. Then he was asked if he wanted to wait for the answer in the elven forest. Buildings appeared under the canopy of trees, when Elena's grandmother said that, having the authority of the Supreme Elder, she would like to invite them to Superhuman, the elven forest. The blonde looked away, thinking about how poor Lily was. The carriage was emitting dark energy. When the elf thought that if left as it was, it would become a disaster for the world, she said that she would cleanse this child from the demonic baptism. Under the tree canopy, the houses of the elven forest Superhuman appeared. The elves stood near the carriage, saying that they had a demonic sword, and that the carriage was emitting a strong demonic aura, and also wondering why the Supreme Elder brought them there. Elena smiled widely and exclaimed that everyone had arrived safely. Ethan ran towards her, saying that he was glad to have the honor of seeing her again. Then the protagonist said that he noticed that she was fine, to which the girl replied that she was glad to see that everything was fine, adding that she felt uneasy because she could not come there with them. Then Rick said that the old woman went with her, but she was nowhere to be seen. The protagonist looked away intently when the princess explained that Leonard's condition had worsened, so she was now taking care of him. Then the guy said that when there was time, they could go check on him. He handed the blonde an object and asked her to take it, then she recognized the seal in it. Elena folded her hands in front of her and said that this was the end of their contract, and that she would definitely repay him one day for the service he had rendered. The protagonist smiled, presenting the coins as he answered in the affirmative, saying that she should think about it carefully for the next year, and he began to ponder that something like giving the White House Guild a monopoly on the principality's magical goods would do. The princess was shown in profile as she asked him again, and suggested that he would come to meet her after that time had passed. Rick looked serious as he answered that it was possible. The blonde opened her mouth and said that it was good, and that then she too would achieve her goal in 1 year. The girl imagined them all clasping their hands together as she thought about using the royal seal to find the relics of her ancestors and gain strength, making a pact with the 6 elven families, and that her preparations would be complete when she returned to the wall and gained Golken's support. The protagonist looked ahead and asked her again when the girl started talking about how she would officially do something for him then. Elena smiled charmingly and replied that she hadn't said anything. Lily looked ahead resolutely and said that she had gotten dressed. The High Elder sat down next to her and warned that it might hurt a little, but that everything would be fine once the purification was over. The elf looked at the girl with pity, who said that she wasn't afraid of pain because she was used to it. Then she replied that she understood. The protagonist appeared in front of her, asking if all the preparations were done. Then the High Elder said yes, and that everything was ready. Rick pulled the blade out of its sheath when she explained that it was a sword filled with sacred energy, and that it would be needed during the purification. They were standing near a spring of water when the elf said that they were starting. A torch was burning near the dungeons. Someone approached the bars and said that he, it turns out, was not lying. Gordon held the sphere in his hand when he added that, nevertheless, seeing that he was still alive, he could say that he was extremely lucky. In the ball, you could see a carriage with the guys. Lily opened her mouth wide, casting a spell. The dark-haired man looked in front of him and shouted that this was a child of fire, to which he was answered in the affirmative, adding that this was the same child that he had missed. Ethan and the protagonist were wearing masks, then he decided that they dared to mock him. The man clenched his teeth in anger when he thought about how after that day he became a test subject. The man held the bars with his hands when he was told that he would be given one last chance. His trembling hand reached forward. He picked up the red mask when he was ordered to correct his own mistakes himself. Rick and the elf watched as Lily entered the water. The girl slowly moved further and further. Suddenly, the elf elder began to chant, gathering green energy in his hands. At the same moment, a green magic circle appeared right around the girl. Then, water began to envelop her from all sides. Immediately after that, dark red energy burst out of Lily, causing her pain. Looking at this in confusion, Monica replied that although she had foreseen this, the demonic energy was truly enormous, so it would be a little difficult, but asked to be patient. Hearing all this, Rick, who was standing next to her, tightly gripped the handle of his blade. At the same moment, dark energy began to come out right from the girl's stomach, who said that she was in pain. A moment later, an unknown cloud of red mana burst out with loud screams. Having finished the spell, the elf fell to her knees, saying that something needed to be done, and the boy immediately rushed forward. He stood right in front of his companion while the elder was saying that they had to stop that energy from coming back, and only by killing that demon would they be able to destroy the demonic baptism. From that same dark energy, a monster resembling an insect emerged. Noticing it, the protagonist released his blue energy and declared that he had jumped out just in time. Putting his hand in front of him with a crazy expression on his face, Rick noted that he needed a punching bag, so he was going to get it now. Immediately after that, the boy jumped back from his place. A moment later, he soared into the air, heading towards the demon. The protagonist looked at the monster with a look full of contempt. The demon ran away from his opponent, while the latter tried in every way to catch up with him. The insect was releasing red smoke to escape, and Rick, who was scattering it with his blow, was thinking that before returning in time, he was already sick of fighting demons, and if he tried, he could find a weak spot and easily finish him off. With a look full of discontent, the boy declared that he could not let him die such a simple death of such a flying creature. At this time, Lily was trying to recover from what had happened. Monica held her in her arms and asked how she felt, and she looked away, inquiring about her uncle. Watching the boy fight against the demon, she thought that he was angry. In response, the elf explained that it could not be otherwise, because when someone hurts a dear person, it necessarily ignites the fire of rage in the heart, and hearing these words, the girl was glad that she was one for him. The protagonist was breathing heavily as he stood still. The boy stood right in front of the defeated demon, saying that he had now released some of the accumulated stress. Noticing how the insect was trying to fly up again, the protagonist thought that even though it had been hit, the creature was still recovering, but compared to the beginning of the fight, its speed had slowed down significantly, and the concentration of demonic energy had decreased. At the same time, Rick was about to take up his blade with both hands. As he did so, the boy released his autumn energy, thinking that he was still at the level of imitating the steps he had recited hundreds, or even thousands of times in the heaven-destroying mind technique. A moment later, the demon rushed straight towards his opponent with a loud cry. Noticing this, the protagonist used the heaven-destroying divine sword, Step 1, and swung the blade. He then slashed his sword once again using heaven's vengeance. The girls standing to the side covered their faces with their hands from the bright light coming from the battlefield. After the battle ended, the fire sorceress looked forward in admiration. In front was Rick, who had won his duel. His entire body was frozen and trembling from the pain that was rushing everywhere. The boy's blade was trembling while he himself was thinking that now he understood the reason why it should not be used until the Wagyeong level was reached. Looking at the sword that was falling apart into fragments, the protagonist reasoned that it was quite good, but even a holy blade would have a hard time withstanding these martial arts. Immediately after, Rick took a step towards the crystal lying right on the ground and thought that what fell out was a demon core, and a demon of this level should definitely have something like that. Taking out his demon sword, the boy reasoned that it could be used as a magic stone or used to produce an artifact. A moment later, the protagonist destroyed the crystal with his blade. At the same moment, a huge amount of dark red energy began to flow directly into the sword. Watching as mana continued to leak into the blade, Rick noted that the appearance seemed to have changed a little, and this was quite good. Suddenly, Lily ran up to him from behind, overjoyed. Turning around with a tremor in his body, the boy told the little girl that his whole body hurt and asked her to loosen her grip a little, and she asked if he had let go yet. Stroking the happy girl on the head, the protagonist explained that now he felt light inside. Immediately after this, the story moves to one of the houses located on the tree. Sitting on the floor and meditating, Rick thought that after yesterday's battle he did not use any restorative magic or potion, because in order to imprint new martial arts skills in his body, it is better to recover naturally, and so the muscles will remember the pain. Suddenly looking straight ahead, the boy reasoned that internal injuries also heal well. At that moment, Monica came to him, holding a tray of food in her hands and asking if he was feeling better already, and he explained that thanks to his care this was so, and asked how the baby was. Imagining her image lying among the trees, the elf said that the effects of the baptism still remained on her body, but she would quickly return to normal if she underwent a course of healing inside the sacred tree, but something still bothered her. Looking at the protagonist sitting in front, the elder added that this was about her huge appetite, and he explained that she always ate a lot. Having finished his meal, Rick put the dishes on the tray and thanked them for their help, since he was sincerely grateful to her, and Monica said that she did so because they saved her granddaughter Elena. With a look full of goodwill, the elf added that this was simply payment for their kindness. Hearing this, the boy looked menacingly straight at her, said that they had an agreement with the princess, and her help was a completely different story, so he would repay her for the favor, and the elder concluded that he just needed to calmly gain strength, since she did not really need anything. At that moment, the protagonist with a sly grin on his face asked that shouldn't he explore the foggy forest, since he thought she needed it, and Monica did not understand how he found out about this, to which he replied that he happened to overhear it. Imagining the foliage of the trees through which it was impossible to see anything, Rick thought that the foggy forest was a mysterious forest that at some point expanded its territory towards the elven forest, and the fog that was there was very destructive to them. Confidently looking straight ahead, the boy stated that after all, that fog did not have any effect on other creatures, so he would try to explore the foggy forest. Then the voice of the elder echoed throughout the room they were in, who said that she should make an official request and prepare a reasonable reward, and the protagonist, who heard this, explained that he had said that he wanted to pay for kindness, and he had a lot of money, so there was no need for a reward. Suddenly, the narrative of the story moved to the elder, silently observing the beauty of nature. Smiling straight ahead, he stated that if not today, then tomorrow. Suddenly, Rick came straight up to him and asked how he was feeling. Turning happily towards him, Leonard said that he killed the demon again, and the boy noted that news spread quickly, to which he stated that the princess happily shared this news with him. Noticing the book in the protagonist's hands, the old man asked if he was really reading it again, and if it was really that interesting, and he, turning the page, explained that in places it was quite written by one old man and almost all filled with self-praise. Then, with a smile on his face, the gray-haired knight declared that during the battle at the border wall he squeezed out all his strength and mana, and then saw the limit of his skill. Raising his head up, the knight wondered how everything would have turned out if he had seen it a little earlier, say, 3 years ago or at least a year ago. Looking at the beauty of nature in front of him, Leonard yes, that the level that can be reached, to overcome the limit, and to see the limit means to get the opportunity to overcome it in just one step. As Rick continued reading the book of the great master from Mirim, he thought that for some reason he thought that this tactic would work, and did not say that his body had shriveled up like a baked apple, and there was not even an ounce of mana left in his core. With a serious expression, the boy continued to say that his appearance was no different from a corpse, and the old man who heard this looked at him, asking what he was talking about. Without looking up from his reading, the protagonist continued to say that he was thinking about his life from the very beginning, about how he felt on the first day he picked up a sword, and when he was on the verge of death, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten about the sword a long time ago, and what he needed was just to master strong martial arts, and Leonard who heard this suddenly burst into tears. Wiping the tears from his eyes, the gray-haired knight stated that although these words were written by someone of a different origin and living in a different world, he eternally deeply understood his feelings. Then he asked that maybe he had a chance to show his swordsmanship, and Rick, who heard this, immediately looked in his direction. Immediately after that, the boy, taking out his blade from its sheath, said that he was not good enough yet, but he would show it once, so he should watch carefully. At that moment, the protagonist put his sword straight in front of him and just froze. Suddenly, he began to make precise movements with his blade. Rick swung it right above his head. Seeing his technique, Leonard grabbed the stick and made a forward movement, as if with a sword. With a smile on his face, the old man continued to repeat the actions he had seen from the boy. The Grey Knight made several movements using his blade, repeating the technique. His training would produce a bright light, which the protagonist would shield with his hand and think that he needed to go beyond his limit. Then he would smile and look straight ahead, noting that it had indeed been useful. Looking at the gray-haired knight holding his sword straight ahead, Rick would declare that he couldn't even be called an old man now. Immediately after that, the story would shift to a foggy forest, from which someone's voice would be heard, telling his opponents to attack. It was Leonard, who was swinging his blade from side to side, and the boy watching this would ask for it to be quiet, otherwise all the monsters would run away. The cathode would ask what of it. At that very moment, the swordsman would say with a wide smile on his face that he would defeat them all with his aura blade, and that would be the end of it, and the protagonist, who heard this, would remark that he was being overly optimistic. Hearing this, Rick got very angry, asking not to say that and not let him return to the zombie state, and Ethan, standing next to him, noted that his reaction was quite normal, and he not only rose from the dead, but also rose to the level of a master. Looking admiringly straight ahead, the sorcerer said that he read him a book, so he would like to hear it too, to which he received the answer that he could not even dream of it, because the old man said that he saw his limit, so he needed a push, and this book was written by a swordsman. Sitting on a log right in front of his companions, the boy explained that the deeper they went into the forest, the thicker the fog became, so they needed to look around a little, and Ethan agreed with this, noting that he did not feel the presence of monsters nearby. Thinking that it would be much more comfortable if they could use a golem there, the protagonist remembered Jacques sitting in front of the tree, who declared that he would not move from the spot until his girlfriend woke up. Suddenly someone said that, as far as he knew, this fog had been a headache for the elves for hundreds of years, and Rick, nodding approvingly in response, concluded that this was true, and if they got rid of the fog, they would be safer. Hearing this, Leonard, with a smile on his face, suggested that perhaps this would also help win their favor, and Ethan, standing next to him, supported him, saying that then the implementation of their plan would also speed up, asking if he had really calculated all this. After the words, the boy answered that one could say so, and imagining a house right in the trunk of the tree, thought about a plan for providing for old age, that he also planned to build a villa for himself in the elven forest. At the same time, the sorcerer declared that he was magnificent and was making so much effort for Her Highness, and the knight noted that they were truly very grateful to him, while the protagonist, surprised by everything he heard, asked what the princess had to do with it. With a wide smile on his face, the swordsman declared that he would deal with this issue himself, and they would no longer burden him, and Ethan added that these were golden words, while Rick, who was listening to all this, thought that he did not know what kind of misunderstanding had arisen, but it could be quickly fixed, so he would postpone solving the issue for later. Suddenly noticing something behind, the boy declared that there was an enemy there, and everyone needed to prepare for battle. Hearing this, Leonard suddenly rushed forward, saying that he would deal with him, and the protagonist, watching this, reasoned that in some sense it was even convenient. A moment later, the swordsman struck with his blade. Right in front of him was a monster, as if sewn from many parts. Turning towards the sorcerer, the boy explained that it was an elf chimera, and the spirit stone inserted into the chest was its weak point, so it was necessary to aim only at it, and he left the chimeras on them, and he himself would deal with the one who was behind them. Having seen the unknown silhouettes located behind the monsters, the protagonist immediately thought that he already knew the reason for the appearance of the foggy forest. Noticing an elf with black hair in front of him, Rick thought that she was a masterpiece of the Archmagedrite's conversion, and the guardians of this place say that here she is, Rhea. Noticing her opponent, the elf immediately fired a fiery arrow, which the boy dodged. Getting closer to her, the protagonist thought that he was also confident in his speed. Noticing that he was already close, the keeper of the forest fired an arrow from her bow, shrouded in green energy. A moment later, 3 arrows of different elements were directed forward, and Rick, who saw them, reasoned that these arrows were elemental magic. With a deft movement of the blade, he managed to reflect the projectiles. Suddenly, the boy noticed an unknown concentration of green magic behind him. Using the shield skill, the protagonist managed to reflect this blow. Looking to the side, Rick stated that this was to be expected from the original, because the level was different from that of the fake. Having imagined the image of Rhea in his head, the boy reasoned that she was a doll and was created based on the elf whom Archmagedrites loved more than anyone else in the world 1,000 years ago, and in her past life she was killed by superhumans, and later a method of stamping living beings was discovered and many copies were made. Moving his hand to the side, the protagonist realized that all of them were not as good as the original, and stated that although he would have to sweat, he needed to take her with him. At that very moment, Rick disappeared from where he was. The elf, who noticed this, was very dumbfounded. A moment later, the boy appeared right behind her. After which, with a deft movement of the sword, he struck the enemy. Having received damage, Rhea tried to counterattack with her foot, but it was not crowned with success. Immediately after this, the protagonist was going to strike with his fist. His attacks fell right on the remaining magic stones on the elf's body. Stopping right in front of the defeated enemy, Rick noted that he had suffered with her. Noticing how the boy was carrying Rhea in his arms, Ethan said that they were also finished, and Leonard realized that, therefore, the problem was in the doll, and asked that he was really going to take it with him, to which he received the answer that it was very valuable and they should take it and use it for their own interests, and now that there was no guard, they could safely return back. Immediately after this story, they are transferred to the wooden hut of the Archmagedrites, when Rick reasoned that from the outside it looks like a small shack, but in the basement there are many useful things. Once inside, the sorcerer rushed to the bookshelves and said that these are magical ingredients that are difficult to find even in the palace, and these manuscripts on magic, as he thought, have long disappeared, and the boy asked him not to make a fuss. Look, for a start you need to take only the most important. He stretches out his hand to a small chest standing on the table. The protagonist reasoned that, first of all, the most valuable thing that is here, he will take for himself, and this was the second most important legacy of the Archmage after Rhea. Having opened the chest, spirits of different elements burst out right from there, enveloping Rick, who thought that, of course, first of all, he should please them, but the power will be extremely useful if he manages to get it. A moment later, the spirits penetrated right into the boy's hand and asked if they could live there, and he gave a positive answer, explaining that in exchange he would ask for a hefty sum of rent. Hearing this, the spirits of all the elements immediately penetrated right into the protagonist. Looking at his hand, Rick thought that there were no changes on the outside, but they felt the strength of the spirit inside. Leonard, who was suddenly watching everything that was happening, asked what it was, and the boy, who turned back, explained that there was nothing special, and asked if they had collected everything, because now they needed to go and destroy the magic circle of the fog. Immediately after this narration, the story moves closer to night, when someone said that the fog had clearly dissipated and the weather was clear. Walking forward through the forest, the swordsman said that they needed to carefully return back. Suddenly noticing something incomprehensible with a purple ball in his hand, Rick asked for a second, reasoning that the tool of appeal had unexpectedly reacted. Hearing this, the guys asked what happened, and the boy, covering his mouth with his finger, asked them to shut up, saying that from now on they had to keep it shut and not come any closer. In that same magic ball, a man in a goblin mask appeared and asked who he was. Seeing him, Rick looked at the communication artifact in surprise and thought that this bastard did not know him, and was thinking about a provocation, but maybe it was worth changing the method. At that very moment, a voice came from the ball, asking who he was and where the Goldilocks was, and the boy who heard this with a clearly displeased expression on his face suggested that he was not by chance the very important person the lady was talking about. Looking at the purple ball, the man in the goblin mask asked what he heard about him from Goldilocks. A voice came from there that his name was Ansel, and he belongs to the Thieves' Guild of Randall, so on Goldilocks' orders, he is chasing the bastards who devastated the guild. He then added that these creatures had crossed the border on the remaining carriage, and Bled, who was looking straight ahead with a menacing expression, wondered if it was really on the remaining carriage, to which he received the answer that it had an unusual shape that was hard to find anywhere, and was also pulled by a huge iron horse. Smiling widely after hearing this, the man in the goblin mask mused that he had heard that the Thieves' Guild had completely burned down, which meant that he had been there too, so contacting his lackeys through a magical communication tool was a good idea. A moment later, a question came directly from the magic ball that the protagonist was holding in his hands, asking if there was a girl with red hair among his companions, and he mused that, as expected, he was looking for a little girl. Then Bled asked where they were now, and Rick, scratching his head, stated that they were somewhere on the central mountain range, but he could not give the exact coordinates, since he was in a hurry, and did not have time to grab a map and compass with him. Hearing this, the man in the goblin mask got angry and asked if he even knew how big the central mountain range was, and this, in his opinion, was true information, and ordered to continue the pursuit, and he would call him every day at the same time, while the boy, grinning maliciously, noted that there was some problem. When Bled asked what the problem was, the protagonist squeezed the magic ball with great force, and it began to crack, saying that the quality of the connection is bad, since the crystal artifact was damaged during his stay in the pursuit, and he does not know if he will be able to catch a signal tomorrow. Hearing this, the man in the goblin mask slammed his hand on the ground and asked what he just said and if there was another communication sphere he could contact him with, to which he was told that how could a mere thief have such an expensive item on his hands, and apologized since he already had nothing in his pockets. Looking menacingly at the communication artifact, Bled thought that they had intentionally announced that they were going to the kingdom of Teru. If the variable was created fraudulently, it would be difficult to track them down, so at the moment, this guy named Ansel was the only one who could drop off the Child of Fire. Realizing this, the man in the goblin mask gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction, reasoning that in any case, the boy would be eliminated when he contacted the organization, and would consider it an emergency, telling him to listen carefully, because now he would tell him how to contact the organization. Looking down seriously, Rick said that everything was clear to him and asked if he could tell who exactly sent him, since he still didn't know his name. Looking at the boy's cook in the magic ball, Bled called him an impudent boy, and who dares to ask for a nickname, deciding that his death would be especially painful. A moment later, the man in the goblin mask said that his name was the Red Goblin, and that would be enough, and the protagonist, who heard this, grinned, pronouncing his call sign. Immediately after this, Rick destroyed the communication artifact with his hand, declaring that he would contact him next time. Immediately after this, the title of the story is transferred to the moment after those events, when the boy again woke up Rhea with the help of the spiritual stone taken from Dright's hut, and, looking straight at her, asked her to accompany them to the elf settlement along the shortest route. Upon returning to the village, the elves threw a huge feast and celebrated all night, talking to each other. One of the elves approached the protagonist, saying that he finally returned, and thanks to him, his daughter woke up, and he saw his son's face for the first time in 100 years, and another elf noted that he saved her husband, while he, waving his hand, asked them to have fun as much as possible, because he was very tired, so he would leave them. Expressing their gratitude, the elves gave Rick a huge number of gifts, and he did not understand what they were, holding them in his hands. Suddenly, the boy noticed an elder approaching him, who said that he deserved them. With a smile on her face, Monica noted that this was a natural reaction to the fact that the foggy forest was destroyed. Sitting next to her, the protagonist said that he should have repaid her for saving the little girl, and the elf stated that although this was true, it should not be forgotten that he also changed Elena's fate, while he noted that this was true, because without him, she would not have been able to get here. After his words, the elder looked straight ahead seriously, explaining that she can read the essence of living beings, but only read, and not interfere, and she is allowed only to observe. Looking at Rick sitting right in front of her, Monica concluded that, oddly enough, his fate is hidden from her sight, but many destinies in the world changed because of him. Hearing this, the boy looked away, thinking that the reason was probably in the Tehidal clock, and asked what her conclusion was. Was she really hinting that he should sit silently with folded hands? After his words, the elf said with a smile on her face that nothing like that happened, and that he was a very good person, so she liked the changes he brought to the world, and hoped that in the future he would change even more destinies. The boy turned away with embarrassment, saying that there was nothing difficult about it, and that he just needed to do everything at his own discretion, but suddenly the feeling seemed so unfamiliar. Immediately after that, the protagonist stood up from his seat, taking his gifts, and the elder who saw this asked if he was really leaving already, while he answered that the little girl must have been overtaken by a hungry fate now, so he had to go and help change it. Then Monica remained sitting in place, watching her friend go. Suddenly, an unknown green energy appeared around her, and she asked Hang what she thought, to which she received the answer that, as she said, he was interesting, and it would be nice to meet him once. The story then shifts to the protagonist, who was relaxing on a deck chair, saying that they had been in the elven forest for too long. Imagining the process of building a house in a tree in his head, Rick stated that the elves said that they were going to build a villa from his wish list, so he couldn't leave without seeing this creation. Looking at Rhea standing next to him, the boy noted that he had to return to his world within a month, which was confusing all his plans. Suddenly, Lily's voice was heard from outside the window, captivating the uncle. The girl was holding a brush in her hands with a smile on her face, saying that she had figured out the painting. Going outside, the protagonist said that it was a very neat job, and the two of them should wash up while he loaded the luggage, to which they agreed. Noticing the wheels of the carriage, someone asked if it wouldn't be better to get another carriage. Standing right next to the trailer, the sorcerer asked what if they were to fold them up, separating them by size, and Leonard explained that it wouldn't work, because the cart was packed to the brim, while the princess standing behind her declared that there was still a lot of luggage left, and Rick, watching from the side, wondered what was in there. Holding out a bottle of alcohol right in front of her, the elf explained that it was a traditional family drink, and another elf asked to be sure to take the spirit stone with him, which he held out forward, while the boy, seeing this, explained to the respected ones that he was grateful for the gifts, but there were too many of them, because he would accept the rest the next time he came here. Immediately after this, the protagonist told his subordinates to unload half of the luggage back, and the guys, having heard this, were very stunned and saying that they had diligently folded everything. When the sun was already setting behind the horizon, Rick said that now they could set off. The princess stood in front of the protagonist and his companions with her subordinates, saying that it was a pity that they had to part so soon. Leonard shook Rick's hand, saying that they would definitely meet again, and then he would certainly repay his kindness. Then Ethan approached the boy, bowing, saying that he was truly grateful to him and that the meetings that haunted them would appear before him as a more outstanding magician. After which Elena, with a smile on her face, declared that she hoped that they would not forget their promise to see her in a year. Looking a little embarrassedly at Monica, who was standing in front, the protagonist said that the three of them remained too serious until the very end. She hoped that he would visit him again someday. After which the elf, looking seriously straight ahead, added that at the end of this journey, during a meeting with him, she wished him to receive the desired answer. Nodding his head after hearing this, Rick wondered what she meant, that Hang would be waiting for him at the end of the journey. After finishing the farewell, the boy said that they were now on their way, and the wheels of the carriage began to move. Looking straight out of the window, Lily waved her hand and said goodbye to everyone, and the protagonist told her not to stick her head out, because she might get hurt. The princess and her subordinates also waved their hands in response, saying goodbye to her. Sadly lowering her hand down, Elena said that he really left. Sharply turning back, the heiress of the kingdom declared that then it was time to start doing their work, and her subordinates agreed to this. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to the kingdom of Teru, the city of Florence, where a carriage of guys was driving along the night street. Sitting in the carriage, Rick thought that as a disguise, he changed his hair color to white, and it was easy to enter the country, since the passes were written out by Nicholas himself. Seeing the buildings of red bricks with yellow concrete in front, the boy realized that this was the very meeting place that the goblin mentioned. Entering inside, the guys were met by the manager, saying welcome and asking how he could help, wondering that they were some kind of ragamuffins and really one of those who immediately run away after hearing how much it costs to live here. A moment later, the protagonist put a bag of coins on the table and asked to give them the two most expensive rooms, and seeing this, the administrator was stunned that they were golden. Then Rick added that he also needed one magical communication tool, and the man immediately took out a communication artifact, saying that if he needed anything else, he should just say. Immediately after this, the boy, imagining in his head a huge number of casino games, thought that the Great Florence is one of the most famous hotels and gambling establishments on the continent, and it is also known that the gaming halls occupy 3 floors, and the lower he goes, the more likely it is that they will offer to play gambling with higher stakes. A huge golden chandelier hung right on the ceiling, which greatly delighted the guys. Lily looked around happily, saying that wherever she looked, everything was very sparkling and beautiful, and Jacques, standing behind her, declared that when they returned, he would make many shiny things, to which the girl replied that she liked the chicken much more. At this point, the protagonist, holding a bag of gold in his hands, said that here was the money, so they, the kids, could do whatever they wanted for now, and if they started to feel sleepy, they should go back to the room and sleep, and they agreed. Then he added that she would accompany them, and if something happened, she should report to him, and Ria, who heard this, nodded her head approvingly. Joyfully walking along the corridor, Lily suggested going to eat something tasty, while the others followed her, and Rick, watching them, asked if he should also have some fun. Throwing a gambling chip up, the boy thought that it was necessary until he managed to get to the fourth hidden floor. Rick entered the casino, while people around him said that they were betting more and now they were finished, and thought that this was the Great Florence, the third bottom floor, and although the entrance to it looked free, there were obviously crazier bets there than on the floors above. Noticing how no one was watching him closely, the boy thought that the managers also began to watch him closely and probably, because he had never been seen here before. Stopping near one of the gambling tables, the protagonist thought that among them was an expert-level swordsman and a mage with several assassins, and the trap also had a barrier-sealing magic, as he thought, this was not just a place for secret meetings. Suddenly, a guy with brown hair approached him and putting his hand on his chest, asked the visitor if he was looking for a certain game. Pointing to the roulette with his hand, he explained that there was a game with simple rules and asked what he thought about it, explaining that you need to choose a number from 1 to 50, and he will start spinning the disc, and if the metal ball stops on the number he chose, he will get a chip. Interestedly placing his hand on the table after his story, he said that it really was a simple game, and he was ready to play right now. Moving his chips forward, the boy said that to start with, he should put everything on 7. Puzzled by what happened, the croupier asked him if he really was putting all the gold chips, and remarked that he was very brave, and then began the game. People watching from the side could not believe that he had put everything, calling him crazy, while the roulette ball. When people said that he decided to lose everything, the metal ball stopped on 7, which surprised everyone very much. Clenching his fist in joy, the protagonist would say that he was lucky today, and the dealer would congratulate him, asking if he wanted to play again. Upon hearing this, Rick would say that he wanted another game and this time he would again bet everything on the 7, and the casino worker who heard this would call him a fool. Sometimes the metal ball would again end up in the hole with the number 7, and the other people, seeing this, could not believe whether he was in his right mind, and would say that it was just beginner's luck, because if he had decided to lose, he would have given the chips to him. The people around him were beside themselves with admiration when the 7 came up again, and the boy, looking menacingly straight ahead, would note that today he was incredibly lucky. Trying to hide his fear, the dealer thought that the ball was rolling towards the 7 at full speed, and that the bastard was obviously using some kind of trick, and asked to wait a second, because the amount was large, so he needed to write a check. Immediately after this, men approached the protagonist, congratulating him on his win, and he, turning around, asked to keep them in his hands away. When he was asked what kind of family he would be from, Rick took the gold chips in his hand. Then he threw them into the air, and the players who noticed this immediately rushed to pick them up, saying that it now belonged to them. Looking at his hand, leaving the gaming table, the protagonist said that he was not bad, while sounds were heard from behind, for him to give it up, while they were talking nicely. Looking at the unknown creature right on his hand, Rick reasoned that it was a synthesized spirit that he had received in the Drite's basement, and although it was still weak, it was still created using ancient magic and was not affected by most magical tools or magic detection devices. Holding out a check right in front of him, the casino employee sincerely congratulated the visitor. Taking it, the boy said that he really did bring a check, and the amount was impressive, so he was a little worried, and the stranger standing next to him noted that such an amount was mere pennies for them, and he did not need to worry about anything. Approaching the protagonist, the man with gray hair whispered in his ear that in fact, for visitors like him, they have a separately equipped space, and if he did not mind, then they would take him there. Hearing this, Rick with a sly grin asked about the special space, noting that he was curious to look at it. Descending the stairs, the boy asked what these screams were, and they explained to him that people who come here like things that make them nervous, and things are often put on the line, they are money. Also Unknown added that depending on the choice of a person, body parts can also be used as a bet, and the protagonist, looking menacingly straight ahead after hearing what he thought, that he feels it, without even expanding the scope of the senses, and the lower they go, the more distinct the smell of blood and the sounds of screams become, thinking about this place. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story is transferred to the 4th floor of the Great Florence to a dark door, and the escort said that they should go there. Entering inside, a man in a white suit explained that he seemed to like the number 7, so they prepared a room of a similar number, and the people who noticed him, who were inside, asked that he was really a newbie, and he would immediately join or first watch a couple of the game. Rick stepped forward and asked what they were playing, and the casino worker watching him thought that he had already been told that he had pulled some kind of trick and wanted him to try the same trick there. Because even if he gave up everything he had, it would not be enough to pay for using his little hands. As he sat down at the table, the boy listened to the man sitting next to him, who was telling him that he had to throw 3 dice, and whoever got the highest number wins, and when all the same numbers came up, it is better than the sum of the different numbers, so the best throw is 3 ones. Having laid his gold chips on the table after hearing all this, the protagonist declared that he liked the fact that the rules were simple and offered to start. While it was unknown, he said that he would throw the dice first. After looking at the dice, the man announced that there were 3 fours, and this time he would take everything for himself. Throwing the dice forward, Rick said that it was his turn. When the dice fell on the table, they showed all ones, which surprised everyone. The bald man looked straight ahead, puzzled, saying that everyone was lucky at first, and the man with one eye suggested continuing. Throwing the dice again, the protagonist declared that he would do it with pleasure, because today luck was clearly on his side. The other players were very displeased, looking at the dice, and thought that this bastard had rolled all ones for the 4th time in a row, and that he was clearly using a trick, but they did not understand what kind, because with a magic circle of magic detection there was no problem. Looking at several bags of gold chips standing nearby, Rick said that luck was so good today that it had become an unbearable burden for him, and it seemed that they had run out of chips, so they should stop. Putting some of his chips on the table, the boy said that this was a consolation prize, because it was so much fun. When the protagonist took his bag of chips and was about to leave, he was stopped by a casino employee. Moving his hand to the side, the man with gray hair declared that he knew perfectly well that he was using some kind of trick. Taking out his blade, disguised as a cane, the casino employee explained that the jokes were over and he had better quietly put the bag on the floor. Rick, who was looking straight ahead after the accusations, asked what he was talking about and if he had any proof, concluding that it was improper to label people as cheaters without it. The man with white hair unsheathed his blade and declared that even if there was no proof, he could just slowly coax the truth out of him, and the boy noticed that the other players had also taken out their weapons. Suddenly rushing forward, the man with one eye asked how he dared to deceive them, and declared that he would not get away with it. Immediately after that, the protagonist deftly destroyed his 2 opponents with his blade. Noticing this, the man with white hair called him a bastard and headed towards him. With a precise blow from his dagger, Rick managed to cut his opponent's blade into 2 halves. Looking at the magic enveloping the knife, the casino worker asked if this was really an aura blade and what the sword master was doing in this place. At that moment, the boy looked straight at him menacingly, saying that the person who manages the organization's finances has very poor eyesight. Dumbfounded, the man with gray hair asked who he was. At that moment, the protagonist focused magic in the communication crystal, and a symbol appeared on it, and he thought that the pattern that appeared when mana was combined according to the prescribed formula was the symbol of the secret organization Pandemonium, and, as the goblin said, he should use it to communicate with the members of the organization. At that moment, Rick remembered his conversation with Blood through the magic ball, when he asked what to do if they asked about him, and whether he should really tell everything as it is, and he answered that they will not ask anything, so he should keep his mouth shut. The kid would then put the mask on his face and reason that these words had finally convinced him that for an organization of this size, even simply giving out contact information to strangers would be a serious crime. But how about playing for high stakes? Looking straight at him, the protagonist glaring in front of him, the casino worker would say that he was a red goblin and wonder why one of the priests, who had been given a monster mask by that person, was there. Looking ahead in fear, the man with gray hair would say that he had heard that he was chasing a child of fire, and would ask what brought him there, and the man would ask if he still didn't understand. With a look full of fury, Rick would declare that this was a surprise inspection and that he would immediately inspect the place, and the man would accompany him. After leading him to the cash vault, the casino worker explained what kind of place it was, saying that the gambling house's revenue management was meticulous and transparent, and the boy who heard this thought that he had made an assumption based on the meeting place and the internal part of the organization's financial system, and it turned out to be correct. The protagonist then began to read the ledger, which the gray-haired man asked him to check carefully, and he thought that the money was moving all over the continent, and wondered why an organization of such a large scale was not exposed in his previous life. Immediately after, the casino worker led him to the treasure vault, where a huge number of chests and jewels were located, and explained that among the things taken as collateral from the gambling house, only the highest quality items were collected there. Looking at the spiritual stones lying to the side, Rick thought that it would be a good idea to use one to power the clock and the other on the way back, so he should remember this room. Suddenly, the casino worker pressed a button and the mechanism warmed up the secret door while he now asked to be allowed to show him the work they had been working on, putting in so much effort over the course of several years, and invited them inside. Pointing to a cage with unknown monsters, the man with gray hair explained that there was a defect on the other side, and the successful lots that were not embarrassing to show were a little further. The protagonist, who saw all this, looked menacingly to the side and asked if this was really so. After some time, they approached another cage, and the casino worker announced that these kids were successful lots. Pointing to two children sitting on a chain, the man with gray hair said that although on the outside they looked like the most ordinary people, but one only had to subject them to stress, and the ugly nature of each one immediately manifested itself. Then he said that he would now demonstrate the true appearance of these children, and they, having heard this, were very scared. At that moment, fur began to appear on the girl's body, and Rick, watching this, thought about his original plan. In an instant, the child turned into a huge wolf, and the boy who saw this reasoned that it was to, by posing as a red goblin, get information about the organization, and on the way back, they could also grab a couple of spiritual stones and artifacts. Turning around, the casino worker asked what he thought about it, and the protagonist, standing behind, thought that something like this would be more than enough to cause problems for the red goblin. Putting his hand on his chest, the man with gray hair stated that there were still some problems, but once they could solve them, they could organize mass production. At that moment, the girl turned back into a human, and the casino worker offered to show him the other children too. After which he called out to Hannah, telling her to come to him, and she was very scared by what she heard. Looking at the man with displeasure, the girl concluded that she had already shown everything that was required, and he told her to keep quiet, because they had an important guest, so she should fully demonstrate her usefulness. Snatching the whip from his hands, Rick noted that he should also try once, and he agreed with this, noting that, of course, it was so. Looking at the trembling Hannah, the boy realized that this meant that the little girl had also been in a similar place. Suddenly, clutching the whip in his hand, the protagonist said that he had changed his mind. After which, with a deft movement of his hand, he unfastened the girl's metal collar. The dumbfounded casino employee watched this, saying that if he took off the collar, there would be problems, and the protagonist explained that she could be used without this thing. Then Rick said that he would take it off for him too, and remove the collar from the other child as well, which greatly dumbfounded him. Looking at him with displeasure, the man with gray hair asked him to stop, because if they continued in the same spirit, it would be difficult to catch them all and rein them in later, and he asked him to shut up. A moment later, the boy wrapped the whip around the enemy's throat. With a sharp movement of his hand, he cut off the heads of the casino worker from their shoulders. Menacingly looking to the side, the protagonist stated that he understood that his actions would cause him a lot of trouble. At that very moment, people appeared right next to him, as if from purple smoke. Looking straight at him, the stranger said that he would give him a chance to explain, and Rick asked if he was really curious about the reason. A moment later, the boy swung his whip, explaining that he simply did not like them all. With this blow, he managed to destroy his opponent. Noticing this, the boy with purple hair asked if he was really a traitor and attacked. Suddenly, he felt pain in his hand and dropped the blade. Then the protagonist grabbed his sword with his hand. With a sharp movement, he managed to kill the second guard. Immediately after that, Rick continued to fight off the enemies attacking him. The children watched all this from the side with great fear on their faces. After some time, the boy managed to deal with all the attackers. Then he looked menacingly to the side and said that they needed to leave there and all go to the exit together. Having said this, the protagonist destroyed the bars of the cage with a deft blow. Coming closer to the formed passage, the child asked why he was helping them, and Rick explained that he did not have time for questions and if they wanted to stay there, then let them stay. But they should know that he would not be able to take care of them, because he would have to fight. At that moment the girl, getting up from her seat, said that she was leaving, because she wanted to see her mother, and her brother agreed with this, while the boy standing in front of them noted that then they should stop chatting and quickly leave. With swings of his blade, the protagonist managed to cut through the wall of bricks. Suddenly, casino workers stood in the way of the guys, and their leader told the red goblin to obediently surrender. Hearing this, Rick activated his mechanical hand and said that although he did not like to ignorantly break through the ranks of enemies with the help of force, it seems that now he should use this method. The guards, noticing this, prepared for battle and received the order to attack, and the boy suddenly seemed to evaporate from his place. A moment later, the protagonist was near his opponent, about to strike with his fist. After receiving damage, the man with red hair flew back at great speed. In response to this, the sorcerers working for the organization used a fireball and ice spear spell, sending them forward. Noticing this, Rick used a shield and reflected the projectiles heading towards him. Watching his barrier slowly crack, the boy thought that there were too many magic spells and he could not constantly use a shield. A man menacingly looking straight ahead declared that they were opposed to only one person and they needed to drive him into a corner. At that very moment, the boy received wounds right on his arm. Looking at the wound, from which an unknown green breath emanated, he realized that it was poison. Immediately after, the protagonist was using his blade to deal with the enemies, thinking that he could certainly suppress the use of poison with the heaven-destroying mind technique. Confused, but looking ahead, Rick realized that the problem was the movement-restricting curses, such as fog and paralysis, cast on him. Noticing the door ahead, the boy reasoned that the longer the fight lasted, the more disadvantaged he was, and freedom was still a long way off. While destroying another guard, the protagonist immediately said that he would head to the treasure vault. They should all follow him, to which the others agreed. When an enemy appeared right behind him, Rick, gritting his teeth, thought that he should have taken someone with him after all. Suddenly, one of the children, who turned into a beast, saved the boy, which surprised him greatly. After what happened, the protagonist opened the door to the vault, noting that it was masterfully done, and asked everyone to quickly go inside. While the children ran ahead, Rick remained at the door, saying that be it weapons or armor, they needed to use everything that was inside, and he would not be able to hold off their onslaught for long. Then the boy pointed his finger at the magic crystals and asked to bring those red stones lying at the very top. Hearing his request, Hannah immediately obeyed and brought the stones, and the protagonist immediately took them with his mechanical hand. At the same time, a bright red glow appeared. Rick, watching this, said that this was excellent. A moment later, the mechanical hand seemed to jam, and the boy who saw this asked what was wrong with them again. Suddenly, an unknown voice said that they still needed to be used at the same time, and the protagonist who heard this abruptly turned to the side, going to activate the shield. He did not have time to do this, and a huge stream of fire swept him off his feet. After the damage received, Rick tried to get up from the floor with a tremor in his body, and reasoned that it was difficult for him to get up because of those damn curses. At that moment, a man entered the room, who, looking at the defeated boy, told the Red Goblin that it was all over, and he thought that he could just go back, because he was quite capable of getting out of there alone. Immediately after that, the casino employee with a menacing look ordered to arrest only the successful lots, kill the rest, while the protagonist thought that he could not do this. Suddenly, to the surprise of everyone present in the room, the ceiling began to collapse. Then Rick's allies appeared in the room, and Lily, sitting on the robot, said that she found the uncle. Surprised, looking straight ahead, seeing this, the boy asked how she found out about this place. Showing the bracelet on her hand, the girl explained that there was a function to find a lost child. The protagonist grinned happily at this, declaring that she should have just washed her feet and gone to bed, and mused that she had come at a very opportune time anyway, while the guards of the organization wondered what the hell that was and whether the elves were a golem. After which the order was given to find out what was going on upstairs, and Lily ran up to Rick, asking if he was hurt, while he explained that he was fine. Suddenly, he noticed a blue light coming from the mechanical arm and asked if that thing had changed again. At this time, on the upper floors, the chandelier was shaking violently, and people were asking what was going on. Everything was burning and falling around, and there were also cries that it was an earthquake and that they needed to run. Running straight out of the building, the rich aristocrat said that it was collapsing, and regretted running out, leaving all the chips inside, because there was a lot of money left there. Suddenly, a bright blue beam of energy burst out from the roof of the building. Rick and his allies then climbed out and fought off the attacks, while his opponents told them not to let them get away and to aim for the successful specimens. The boy held his hand out in front of him, declaring that this would be the final touch. Suddenly, an unknown person rode up on a horse and asked what was going on, and his subordinate, turning around, addressed the commander. He then explained that, as he was informed, the building suddenly caught fire and collapsed, and periodically light was visible, and loud sounds continued to be heard from inside, while the guy on the horse, surprised by everything he heard, concluded that it turns out he knew nothing, and ordered that the fire be put out first. Menacingly looking straight ahead, the warrior of the organization thought that he arrived there after receiving a message that the Red Goblin had betrayed them. Watching the huge fire that engulfed everything around, he reasoned that he still did not believe it until the last moment, and wondered how he could betray the organization. At that moment, the carriage of the protagonist and his companions passed right through the fire. Rick stood above with a look of complete cold-bloodedness. Noticing him, the warrior of the organization thought with great displeasure that this was indeed the Red Goblin, and he was not lied to. Heading towards the departing carriage, the man called out to the Red Goblin and asked why he did this. Noticing him, the boy was going to attack with a mechanical hand, wondering if that bastard was also a member of the organization. A moment later, a beam of blue energy pierced the member of the secret society through and through. The soldiers who were extinguishing the fire, who noticed this, said that the commander was attacked, and they were avoiding, so they needed to catch him. Immediately after this narration, the story moves to the next day, where all the citizens of the city read the leaflets about the news of a traitor who not only stole the precious treasures of the Great Florence, but also burned down the building itself, which spread like wildfire everywhere. The member of the organization tightly clutched the leaflet with the news in his hand and thought that the kingdom wanted the culprit to compensate for the astronomical losses, and the nickname of the culprit revealed in the newspapers was the Red Goblin. The man in the green goblin mask looked into the magic ball and ordered his fellow to return to the headquarters. Dumbfounded, looking straight ahead through the communication artifact, the member of the organization asked that they really thought he was a traitor, and declared that the bastard was a fake, because he was not in the kingdom at all. After listening to him, the Green Goblin, folding his arms over his chest, stated that he knew everything, but that bastard had their information, and he even knew how to establish communication, and this meant that there was a traitor in their ranks. He then added that they planned to stop all activities outside and focus on finding traitors within the system, and the Red Goblin, surprised by what he heard, wondered if there really were traitors among them, and perhaps it was that thief. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the member of the organization reasoned that he at least knew how hard it was for him to get that mask again, and if he ended up under investigation, he might never be able to go outside again. After which the Red Goblin declared that he would continue searching for fire, which angered his fellow. Looking straight ahead with a menacing look, hearing this, the Green Goblin asked if he was really going to disobey his order, and told him to go back right now. Bringing his hand to the magic ball, the Red Goblin declared that he was following the trail of the Child of Fire, and would return back as soon as he found her. Then his brother said that if he did not go back right now, it would be bad, and he simply ended the connection, putting his hand on the artifact. With a look full of discontent, looking straight ahead, the Red Goblin concluded that he would find the Child of Fire and kill, tearing that fake into pieces. Immediately after this, the story moves to the tavern, where the front door opened. Entering inside, the man said that it was very quiet there. The Red Goblin, looking at the huge number of corpses inside, declared that a little earlier they were chatting incessantly about the fake. Holding the red hair in his hands, the member of the organization thought that he had searched the burnt Great Florence, and found it there, and it clearly belonged to that girl. Throwing the hair up, the Red Goblin said that it was good, and that meant she was there. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifted to the werewolf child, who, looking straight ahead, thought that having taken it, it was unknown what he intended to do, and therefore it was impossible to trust him. Standing right in front of the other guys, the boy asked that they really did not notice anything strange about this uncle, and his friend explained that he did not even know, because he bought them a lot of tasty things and seemed like a good person, asking to look there. At that moment, a girl came straight to Rick and said that her leg hurt, and he, looking at her, asked why she was talking about it only now. Immediately the boy used a potion to heal her wound and said that he had many potions, so if something hurt, they should immediately tell her, and she declared that her leg did not hurt at all now, while the others watched in shock. Then the protagonist concluded that they smelled bad, so first they should all wash themselves well, and sat them all in the bath. While the children looked at their new outfits in amazement, Rick explained that he had bought clothes for everyone, too, so they should choose what they liked. The child, looking straight ahead, puzzled, was sure that he clearly had something evil in mind, and there was a reason why he wanted them to open their hearts. Looking out the window, he heard someone calling out to his mother, saying that he missed her very much. Hugging her child, the woman looked at the boy standing in front of her, and said that she was grateful to him for finding her son, to which he replied that he was not worth thanking, and if someone in the future asks where her child is, it might be an organization that wants to find him. Then the protagonist added that he would write her a letter of recommendation, so they needed to go to the elven forest and better get going as soon as possible, and thank the child for saving her son, while the boy watching all this was thinking that he took and returned everyone back to their families without causing any harm. Suddenly, Lily ran up to him from behind, asking if he really suspected the man of something, and he replied that of course, after all, how can you trust adults at all? At that very moment, the girl, imagining the protagonist as an angel, explained that the man could be trusted, because doing good deeds was his hobby, and the child who heard this said that after her words he began to look even more suspicious. The little werewolf, slightly tilting his head down, noted that he thought he could be trusted a little. Immediately after this story, the story moves to the night when the guys stopped in the forest, and Rick suggested setting up camp in this place today. Looking at the boy sitting next to him, the boy explained that the little girl would get to her village tomorrow, they were the last ones left, and asked if they were going to return home unintentionally. Hearing this, the girl with a frightened look spoke about her family, and her brother, looking to the side, announced that they were not going to return. Menacingly looking straight at them, the protagonist thought that not everyone in the family would be happy about the appearance of children on the doorstep. At that moment, Rick asked that maybe he should give them a ride to the elven forest on the way back, and the children who heard this agreed with this. Moving his cloak a little to the side, the boy said that he would now cook dinner and they would eat, and Jacques, who heard this, said that he did not want him to do this, and Lily, who was standing next to him, supported him. At that moment, the boy stepped forward, raising his hand up, and asked to let him cook, since he really wanted to take on this, and the girl noted that Zeke said that he wanted to cook, while he, looking at them, asked that wasn't the point, that she simply hated eating his cooking. Then the protagonist told the boy to find out what the children preferred and try to cook something, and he sighed with relief, thinking that at first he thought there was poison, although now he knows that this is not so, but he cannot allow this man to cook. Looking into the pot of soup, Lily asked if he had finished it, to which she received the answer that she needed to wait a little longer. The girl was drooling and asked if she could taste it, and the little werewolf explained that if she tasted it, she would gobble up the whole pot, and asked her to go play with Hannah for a while Jacques watched all this from the sidelines, beside himself with anxiety. After which Zeke covered the pot with a lid and thought that it would be great if the meat was properly stewed, and it seemed that just before the carriage stopped, he saw a bay tree, and said that he would return quickly, so he must not open the lid, otherwise all the aroma would evaporate. After some time, he managed to get to the bay leaf, and he said that he found it. When the boy said that he needed to return quickly, someone appeared behind him. With a deft movement of his hand, the unknown person took him by the face. It was the Red Goblin who took the little werewolf hostage and said that it was commendable that he left the camp alone. The view was just a job for him, and he thought that his body was not moving, not understanding what kind of person he was. With an expression full of indifference, Zeke reasoned that after all, that mask was worn by an uncle, and in front of him was a real enemy. Then the boy silently returned to the camp, and Lily, who saw him, raised her hands in displeasure, asked why he was so late, and asked him to quickly finish the preparation. At the same moment, the little werewolf threw a few tablets into the soup along with bay leaves and thought that his hand was moving on its own, asking to stop, because it was a trap. Nick held a bowl in his hand and looked at it with disappointment. A couple of people were lying on the ground and did not move, and someone mentally asked for something to stop. A red goblin appeared from behind, hitting the guy in the back. He said that it was a great job and because of this he got scared. The character fell to the ground, and a man stood above him and said that he finally found the child of fire. He stretched out his hand forward and smiling said that he only had to transfer someone back and for some reason did not have time to finish. Suddenly, a serious Rick appears and hits the creature, causing it to fall. It lands on the ground and makes some kind of sound, and the protagonist asks him about what he was doing while he was somewhere. The character lifts the man by the collar, clenches his hand into a fist, and seriously says that he was waiting for him and first wants to give him a thrashing. A carriage is driving through the streets of the village, and Lily and someone else are sitting in it, and a group of people are standing on the roof of the building, and someone is talking about how there was a ruckus from the border wall to the Great Florence, so there was no doubt that someone would follow them. People are running away from the house in a hurry. A couple of people are standing near the building and someone is reporting that he even deliberately dragged out time, taking the children home. MC was standing focused outside the window and someone said that he pretended not to know anything, watched someone's steps, and someone in the gambling house arranged a real massacre, and someone is undoubtedly trying to get closer as carefully as possible, and the goal was to strike clearly and quickly. In the forest, magic was flying around the person and someone was passing something to someone. The protagonist put something in his mouth and said that it was not bad, and behind him a girl was screaming, and in front of him was Nick, and someone was thinking that it was just a sleeping pill and it was even for the best and let no one see what would happen next. Rick held the beaten enemy and told him to open his eyes, because they needed to talk about a lot. The goblin used magic called mind control and he glowed red. The hero, noticing this, also activated the ability. The blue-haired man hit bled with rage and screamed that this trick would not work on him. The man fell to the ground and said something, when a guy stood behind him and thought about how he was going to send his opponent to sleep, but he turned out to be stronger than expected. The goblin stood up abruptly and shouted with hatred that the theft of the child of fire, and the fire in the gambling house were someone's doing. Someone was warming up his hands and asked again, and then said that you need to express yourself correctly. He hit the enemy in the face and seriously said that the girl is not an object. From the strong blow, he flew to the side. Suddenly Rhea appeared and the guy was surprised by this. He looked at the girl and told her to stay and protect the children, and if something happens, she should send a signal. Someone ran along the ground and thought that someone does not react at all, does not react to his blows, and his fighting skills are terrible. Someone's body glows with magic and someone thinks that someone can withstand them calmly, and this indicates the unusualness of the body, but it does not look like it was strengthened by mana. The goblin and the protagonist were standing in the forest, and someone was thinking that even now he does not see a single scratch on him. Then the guy said that something is clear to him. Bled stood tensely in torn clothes and was asked if he was a test subject. The man got angry when he heard the words that he became one a little later. He used force and, shouting for him to shut up, jumped, and the hero thought that his fire was similar to the one Lily uses, but the skills to control it are a head lower. Rick manages to dodge the blow, and says that he does not know what machinations were made over the enemy's body. The protagonist again hits his opponent in the face, and seriously says that he doubts that he needs to control his power. Someone lands on the ground and slides on it to stop. Blade stretched his hand with the crystal forward and angrily called the guy. The hero quickly moved around him, dodging blows. MC again with a serious face swings at the enemy, who does not expect it. At night, a flock of birds flew over the forest, and a moon was visible in the sky. The man lay motionless on the ground and someone thought about how he helplessly endured blow after blow, and then wondered why this happened. The goblin screamed with rage that he was fundamentally different from Rick, and someone thought about how after numerous baptisms that body easily breaks stones, and he can calmly control the power of fire and ice without spells. Someone poured blue liquid on the enemy's face and ordered him to be silent, and said that with such a body he does not even know how to fight properly. The guy stood up confidently and asked that they could talk now because he had a lot of questions. The man calmly raised his hand and looked at it, and asked about what he was connected to the child of fire, and he said that the family and relatives of this child were insignificant people, and the protagonist interrupted him and ordered him to answer the questions. The goblin calmly looked at the sky and listened to what he was asked the first question about what the purpose of their pandemonium was. The enemy smiled maliciously and said that he didn't even know and that he wouldn't get any information from him. Rick looked displeased and flexed his fingers and then said that in that case it would be worse only for him, and the villain asked about what he was going to torture him. The enemy jumped up and with rage and a smile shouted that he should try, and he was the one who had endured all the pain that existed in this world, and MC waved his fingers and ordered him to shut up. Suddenly bright flashes appeared on the man's body and his face changed and he was surprised. Whirlpools appeared on his body and the hero asked about him having endured all the pain of this world, and then said that how about trying another dimension's torture method. The enemy fell because of the pain and groaned from it, and in the meantime the guy raised his hand and said that this is the so-called art of twisting joints, and after Rick mastered this technique, none of his tortures failed. The character smiled slightly and said contentedly that there were people who could not stand it and died. Then he asked about Blade being steadfast, and he screamed in pain. The hero dragged the enemy along the ground to the carriage. The young man stood next to Rhea and asked her if she was the one who transferred the children to the transport, and he asked her to continue to look after them. Then he thought about the fact that he did not give the order, and the girl made the decision on her own. The protagonist used magic and ran his hand over Lily's face and thought that he only had to get rid of the sleeping pill, and then he told the girl to get up for a while. She rubbed her eyes with her hand and asked about when she fell asleep, and at that moment Rick said that he needed to show her something and offered to follow him. The red goblin was tied to a tree and was unable to move, and next to him stood two people, and the red-haired girl wondered. She looked at the beaten Blade and asked who it was. The man looked ahead upset and said about the child of fire. The girl watched with fear and listened to what she was told about how she had escaped well until today. The goblin smiled maliciously and said that now that she had an ally strong enough to defeat him, she must be living happily, but then he told her not to think that this was the end of it. The girl stood in a large cage angry, and the enemy said that he would haunt her even after death. Someone went beyond the railing and shaking from something surprised. The protagonist stood concentratedly and held his hand on the child's head and thought that if he killed this monster, Lily would remain in the dark until the very end. He looked at something with contempt and thought that then she would not be able to get rid of the nightmare in which he was haunting her. The guy with disgust turned to the frightened girl so that she looked at the enemy carefully and asked if there was something in his appearance that caused fear. He convinced her that the enemy was tied hand and foot, so he could not cause her any harm. The man holds something in his hands and looks at something seriously, and someone said that she can do whatever she wanted to do to him and let him get even with either a word or an action, because before that it was hard for her. The goblin holds a girl in his arms, and behind him stands a man in a cloak holding another woman, and someone said that she should do what she wanted. The protagonist said that as soon as the red-haired woman sorts everything out, they will have a hearty breakfast, and the heroine thought seriously and agreed. Someone stepped over the bars and headed somewhere. Evil Lily looked at the red goblin and was serious. The girl clenched her fist. She angrily hit the enemy in the face. The goblin got angry and asked the heroine how she dared to hit him. The red-haired girl used her ability, and magical spheres appeared above her, and she seriously screamed that she was not afraid of him at all. Fire surrounded the man, and he screamed in pain and fear. He looked at what was happening in surprise. The character rose into the air, and above her was a huge accumulation of magic, and the enemy looked at her in surprise and thought about how she could master such powerful magic. He looked up in horror and thought about the fact that the child who escaped from the experimental chamber shows a much more colossal growth than other children in the organization. The protagonist stopped the enraged girl and told her not to kill him, because he still had questions for him. She angrily looked at the burnt body and, turning around, agreed. The redhead walked away and left the goblin and Rick alone, and the guy thought about how he had failed to extract information about Pandemonium, and he assumed that he could hold out until now, but in the end, the question of endurance is a matter of time. The guy poured green liquid on the enemy and said that for now they will stop there. MC smiled and looked over his shoulder, and then said that they were having breakfast and would return, and then they would try to talk. The streets of the village were empty. We are transferred the next day to Lily's native place. People stood and looked at the carriage, from which a bag was dragged, and someone wondered what kind of transport it was. Someone assumed that the nobility had arrived and what could have brought them to such a wilderness, and why they were traveling at all, dragging a load behind them. The hero intently asked if this was definitely here and received an answer that this was definitely the place, and they just needed to continue driving along that street. The redhead was nervous and asked Jock what to say first when she meets her mother, and whether the woman will recognize the girl, and her friend said that he thinks she will recognize her right away. Rick stood there seriously and thought that he was not sure that the girl's mother was alive because she had escaped from the organization, so her relative could be held as a hostage. They stopped at a wooden house and the heroine said that she had lived there as a child. She went to the door and knocked. The wooden gate did not open. A group of people stood and looked at her in surprise, and Nick asked that there was no one there. Suddenly the girl heard someone ask who was there, and she shouted with admiration that it was her, and asked them to open the door for her. The blonde, holding the handle, was surprised by the guests and shouted to the child. She carefully leaned over and looked at the girl in horror and said that she had grown a lot. Lily smiled with happiness and cried, asking if the woman would recognize her, and received approval in response. They hugged and the heroine said that she missed her mother. Products were being fried on the grill, because that day the village had a meat party. The protagonist looked at the girl with disdain and thought that they had laid out all the meat supplies. There was enough for each resident of the city, and he decided that since the red-haired one was happy, then sometimes you can make such sacrifices. The mustachioed man stood near the happy relatives and asked about the fact that the daughter of the blonde had returned, and said that Lily was the spitting image of her mother, to which the couple responded with gratitude. The girl said how she met that man, and the woman looked at her in surprise and said that a big trouble almost happened to the child. The guy handed a toy chicken to Amanda and said that it was a gift, and she thanked the young man and said that she heard that he was her daughter's friend, and the young man introduced himself. The happy girl smiled and thought that her brother could do everything, and she also had a similar figure. Lily was fast asleep on the pillow, and someone asked her if she had fallen asleep, and someone said that she was sleeping like a log. The hero looked at the woman and suggested that she go out for a while because he needed to tell her something. They walked through the night village, and the character seriously said that perhaps today had become an unforgettable day for the girl because she had eaten her favorite meat and talked to her mother about everything in a row, so it would remain a good memory for her, and the blonde replied that it had been a happy day for her too. Rick looked away when she said that thanks to him, in the future too, and the guy told her not to make him laugh. He leaned over seriously and told the woman that she was a fake, and she was surprised by such words. She turned around and started to walk away, asking why he was acting like that, and the protagonist said that Amanda was playing well and he almost believed her, but there were several suspicious nuances. Rick took out his sword and the blonde got scared, and he said that a lot of time had passed since the girl escaped from the organization, and this means that the attackers should have wandered here and there in search of the missing person, and first of all they would have found her parents. These words made the woman tense. She looked and listened in surprise about how she was called Lily's mother, and looked like she knew nothing, and there was not a single hint that she was threatened. She was silent when she was asked where she hid her real mother. The woman smiled maliciously and asked what to tell her, and how the guy thought she got such a face. Suddenly a huge rock appeared from under the ground, and the hero had to dodge. He shouted an insult at her as she ran away. The character turned and looked intently. He stretched his arms forward, trying to grab the blonde lady, who did not expect it. The protagonist swung his sword and confidently said that he was also seasoned in such fights, so he could see her every step. Amanda's body hung on the weapon and blood was dripping from it, and she screamed in pain. Parts of the sword fell to the ground and red liquid was dripping from the blonde as she grunted in pain. Smiling, she furiously told Rick not to let his guard down, and they would take the child of fire back for themselves. The guy swung his weapon and calmly said that he had already checked the entire village and there was no one there who could compare with him. A sudden flash appeared behind the hero, and he looked at it with interest. There were magic circles in the sky, and something was shining brightly in the middle, and someone thought with alarm that it was a multi-layered magic circle. The guy ran into the accumulated magic and thought that he didn't really understand those magic rings, but he could recognize a few of the most famous ones, for example, a barrier sealing mana, a spell to summon demons, and something else. The magic beam headed toward Lily's house, and the protagonist was mentally scared, thinking that it was an object transfer spell. MC approached the building, from which a loud scream was heard, and the dark-haired man thought that a demon had appeared inside. Creatures were descending on the roofs of the buildings and screaming, and Rick was nervous and thought that these were monsters that were summoned to sacrifice the villagers, and he couldn't notice this magic, because such magic is activated at a certain time. The enemies were running through the city streets and growling. The hero was fighting one of them and angrily shouted that they only chose methods that spoiled the mood. Suddenly, someone started to reach somewhere. The character flew past the opponents and hit them, saying that he did not have time to fight them, and he told them to leave. Someone ran to someone who attacked the demon and shouted in panic if they were okay. The wolf and someone else were nervous and said that something was wrong with Lily. The girl was hovering in the air and did not move, and those two said that they tried to wake her up. But she did not wake up, and even if she was moved, the column of light still followed her, and the protagonist realized that a seal was placed on her. MC looked at the sleeping redhead and thought that he knew something like this would happen, and the mark on her forehead indicated who was the object of the transfer spell. Rick touched the heroine's shoulder and told her to wake up. Tired Lily looked to the side and said that she was cold. The hero looked seriously at the red-haired girl and thought that the destination should obviously be Pandemonium, and the activation time varies depending on the size and distance. But the guy thinks that they have about 5 minutes left. The character ran away and shouted to Jacques to follow him, and they will go to where they left their luggage, and the guy also called the others with him. Different objects were spinning in space, and someone was thinking that in 5 minutes they need to get out of the village and find a way to dispel the spell, and someone is sure that it should be. There was a huge accumulation of magic in the sky, and the guy looked up when someone shouted and asked that they would silently watch them leave. On the roof of one of the houses, Blade stood and shot at Rick, who was holding a girl in his arms. The man smiled, pointing his finger at someone, and shouted that this place would become someone's grave, and someone thought about the goblin escaping, taking advantage of the problems that had arisen. The protagonist looked with anger, and then smiled and said that he had found a way. The creature stood on the building and shouted to the demons to kill that man. The guys stood near the flying Lilu, and someone ordered them to try to hold out for a while and ran away. There was a magic circle in the sky, and below was the hero, holding a weapon in his hand and casting a spell. He thought that although he was in the zone of the barrier sealing mana, he did not have time, so he would have to act at the limit of his strength. The character decisively used magic, which is called a heavenly demonic cut, and this is the first technique. The monsters were flying near the goblin, and he used magic to protect himself from the blow. MC was concentrating and confidently casting his spell. He raised his hand up and a magic ball began to form, and Blade looked at what was happening with incomprehension. Someone landed on the roof and exhaled and made a sound. Someone grabbed the enemy by the collar when he watched in surprise. The hero jumped from the building to the ground, dragged the enemy with him and landed his body on the stones. He nervously held the man, and suddenly something distracted him, and he turned around. People and creatures standing near Lily began to move away from her, and someone shouted for everyone to duck. Someone used force and his hand lit up. A beam of light swept through space and stopped near the goblin. The wolf stood tired and breathed heavily, and someone shouted that they needed to be patient a little longer, because he would finish quickly. A lot of different objects poured out of the box, and someone said that if he himself cannot use magic, then he has the opportunity to use the obtained artifacts, and the person decided to choose something from the Thieves' Guild first. The guy held a mask in his hand, and at that moment there were 2 bodies lying on the ground that did not move, and the character said that the appearance was disposable, but it was still able to copy the desired appearance for about 5 minutes. Suddenly, 2 identical girls appeared on the floor, and the hero said that it was enough to simply put the hidden ones on Lily, and then on the enemy. A mirror appeared in front of the heroine, which is mainly used to capture crime scenes where magic was used. There were doubles on the tile, and the protagonist said that with the help of a writing pen taken from a gambling house, he could copy the mark on the forehead. Someone raised the sheet up and said something about a well-timed moment. The red-haired girl was sleeping, and on her face lay the leaves of a sacred tree, which can temporarily remove magical effects from the target's body. The girl rose into the air and was surrounded by a magic circle, and someone said that it was great that the connection was broken. A magic sign was circling in the sky, and someone was thinking that if he had dispelled the magic without taking any additional measures, the connection would have been restored again. The protagonist looked at two identical bodies and said that fortunately he had a very useful bait in his hands. The clone's mouth was taped, and he mumbled something upset. His body was completely tied up, and he screamed in surprise. The guy was seriously inserting something with a timer somewhere, and behind him stood an angry girl, and he asked about the enemy waking up and then said that he had to add a few touches. There was an item in the bag, and Rick said that he had everything ready, and he told the goblin to share the gift with his friends. The confident and focused hero said that if the enemy survives, they will meet again, and someone moaned, trying to say something. The double was scared when he heard that the next time the character himself will visit them. A bright flash appeared in the middle of the building, and someone shouted that the child of fire was finally here. The goblin stood confidently, and told the red-haired girl to humbly bow her head before him, otherwise the girl would have problems. Then he said that they had not seen each other for a long time, so the girl must have a lot to tell him. He tore the tape off the heroine's mouth with the words that he wanted to hear her voice, after a long time, and in response he received a scream that it was a trap. He looked proudly at the frightened Lily, who was screaming for everyone to run away because it was an enemy ambush. The clone screamed that he was a red goblin, and the man laughed, and called it a good lie. The enemy smiled and said that she must have been thinking it up for a long time, and he wanted to say something else, but something stopped him. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred, killing hundreds of elite soldiers and 5 pandemonium leaders, as well as many experimental materials, and research results were lost, and plans were postponed. The streets and houses of the village were completely filled with flames. The protagonist looked at the girl with disappointment, and thought that it was not about the city where the demons were summoned, so if nothing was done, the undead would appear here. It was also impossible to describe what was going on in Lily's soul, who was forced to burn her homeland. The red-haired girl asked upset that her mother was fake, to which she received an answer from Rick that she knew, and the girl said that she guessed, because her mother must be dead. The guy confidently said that until the body is found, then it is unrealistic to answer this question. The girl turned around and looked at the character in surprise when he said that maybe the woman is wandering around the continent in search of her daughter. The heroine was delighted and smiling suggested that MC go looking for her later, visit another country next time, because it is quite possible that the woman went to another dimension, like the child did, and then someone said that first they need to return to their friends. The guys sat in the carriage and smiled, and someone said that the goal of arriving on the continent of Guy was achieved, and now they need to go back. But there is still one thing that should be done last. Ray was standing on the street and was upset about something, and someone said that they had sorted out all the business, and all that was left was to go back. Then he asked the green-haired girl about how long she intended to just watch. The protagonist looked at the girl seriously and said her name, and then said that it would be more correct to call her Hang. Suddenly, a blonde woman appeared, and she smiled and said that she thought that she played the role of a doll perfectly, and then asked about when the guy noticed the catch. The heroine stood and looked at the carriage with interest, and MC said that his intuition told him because he could not say that he was filming her on video. The girl came closer to the young man, and he, on the contrary, moved away, and then the blonde with interest said that he should not avoid the answer and tell everything in detail. She also noted that she had never met a person like Rick before. She smiled and interrogated the protagonist with questions about him coming from another world, about the fact that this carriage was technology from there, about how the character got the demonic sword and why he wanted to meet her. The dark-haired man smiled slightly and thought that Hang had extensive knowledge. She was always in search of the unknown, and he also noted that the lady was obviously very curious. The guy confidently extended his hand forward and said that he wanted to buy the girl's wisdom, and she answered him that it meant she could ask for any price, and then asked about whatever she wanted. The blonde smiled and said that she was not interested in money and jewelry, and if MC could not pay the due price with his abilities, then something would happen. Her eyes lit up with a bright golden light, and she said that the hero would have to bear responsibility for this. Rick was silent and thoughtful, listening to what they were telling him. Hang stood in front of the protagonist, and said that if he couldn't repay her for his request, she would still take what was owed to her. Rick replied with a serious expression that he wouldn't disappoint her. Hang crossed her arms and said that she liked his confidence, and would look forward to it. Lily looked at the girl. Shocked, Lily screamed that it wasn't Rhea. She hid behind the protagonist, and said that it was someone else. Hang smiled and thought that this was a natural reaction. Snapping her fingers, the girl said that they were tense for nothing. It was she, Rhea, who had traveled with them, and since that was the case, she was inviting everyone to her place. The boys arrived at the castle, and Hang said that she lived there. The last time she had guests was 500 years ago. Looking around, the protagonist thought that they say that many interdimensional travelers met Hang before returning, but no one said that they visited her, which means that they are the first. Looking at the fountain, Rick wondered if this was a magic elixir. His gaze fell on the unicorn and mandrakes, after which the girl said that if he liked something, he could take it for himself. The protagonist cried out in delight that the first word is more expensive than the second. Hank snapped her fingers and suggested that they eat first. They sat down at a table with a lot of food. Lily began the meal and said that it was the first time she tried such a delicious thing. Sitting next to the protagonist, the girl asked him to tell her about the world they came from while they were eating, to which Rick replied that they did not have time for everything, but he would start with the most ancient civilizations: Mesopotamia, ancient Egypt, ancient India, and ancient China. There was no food left on his plate. Night had fallen, and Hank asked him what he wanted to know. While pouring wine into a glass, she asked if Rick wanted to know how to become immortal, the best sword master, or destroy the world. The protagonist placed the watch on the table and replied that he wanted to know all of that, and how to use it properly. Looking at it, the protagonist explained that all he knew was that the watch consumed a huge amount of magic. The hands of the watch moved every time a certain amount of magic was consumed. Each hand moved according to how much energy was absorbed. He seriously wondered what would happen if all 5 hands moved at once. Hank examined the watch and said that it was an interesting thing. She sent a stream of green mana into it. The girl calmly stated that there was a protective barrier on it. She would need time to figure it out, and Rick asked how long that would take. The protagonist asked with a serious face what if she failed. Holding the watch in front of her, Hank said that if she failed to figure it out, she would grant him any wish. Smiling, Rick replied that he agreed, after which he clarified what she wanted in return. Holding out her hand, the girl asked him to surprise her, noting that he had time before she finished with the watch. She was not limiting him in any way. Distraught, Hank said that she would take his soul if he failed to surprise her, after which Rick replied that they had an agreement. The surprised girl wondered if the protagonist was afraid of anything at all. Getting up from the table, the protagonist offered to surprise her right now, so as not to drag it out. Watching him, Hank clarified whether he decided to surprise her with this. Sitting on a chair, Hank mentally asked if he wanted to attack her with a weapon from his world. Looking at his laptop, Rick said that he would start now. The protagonist imagined the dragon and thought that before moving in time, he heard that Hank liked to listen to stories about the earth from the awakened, but people became greedy and began to ask her for too much, and her patience snapped. The girl's condition remained unchanged each time, but still many awakened could not fulfill it. However, there were those who managed to surprise her. One awakened Englishman came up with this. Surprised, Hank clarified whether this was music from Earth. Smiling, the protagonist noted that she did not even have to use either force or cunning. The next day, Hank put her hand on her chest and asked to take her with him. Standing in front of her, Rick replied that she knew that he could not, after which he thought that if such a dangerous creature as a dragon passes through the gate, then the world will end. In his past life he had already seen such a thing. The protagonist introduced the dragon and told that the red dragon of the apocalypse somehow penetrated the earth. The climate on the planet was almost destroyed. It was possible to save the planet only when it was caught and killed. Rick closed his eyes and thought that Hang was even stronger than the red dragon, so there would definitely be trouble from her. The girl with an enthusiastic look said that it would be dangerous if her dragon body crossed the gate. While the power was sealed and she was in human form, then there should be no problems. Rick closed his eyes and replied that he would not take her, then she herself could remove the seal. Hang gave him a lot of jewelry, after which the protagonist said that every time before doing something, it is necessary to ask his permission. The joyful girl cried out that she agreed with this condition. A voice came from the loudspeaker, which said that a new gate had opened for all citizens of the Mapo district, asking them to evacuate to the nearest shelters. Ghosts with a blade came out of the portal. The happy guy screamed that Charlie's tank was next to him. The guy was enveloped in yellow energy. Charlie closed his eyes and thought that it was still unusual for him to hear the nicknames that were invented for him. His hand was emitting streams of energy. He grabbed the monster by the head. The guy pushed the ghosts with a blade. Charlie killed them and said that the area was empty and they would regroup. The dumbfounded guy suddenly turned his gaze. He started to run away from there. The building began to collapse. Charlie returned to the guys. He was holding a girl in his arms. The girl stood in front of him and thanked him for saving him. The stranger's face was furious. He slapped Charlie and asked if he was a tank and what would happen if a team member got hurt because of him. Standing in front of him, Charlie apologized because he heard someone calling for help. Lowering his head, he said that he would be more careful in the future. He passed by the guys who said that it was something special. They even wrote about him in a magazine. Smiling, Charlie thanked them and noted that he was in a hurry. Sighing, he said that it was difficult. Looking at the newspaper, Charlie thought that he could not believe that he entered the top 5 tanks in Seoul. He used to really want to be famous. But now life has become more difficult because of the close attention of the people. The guy calmly noted that he was constantly offered to join different guilds, although he refused them every time. Charlie introduced the guys and began to think that he was offered a higher rate. He does not understand why they still do not leave him alone. They even said that the leader of the 7th team has already died, but this is definitely not true. We were transferred to the office of the 7th team, where Chloe with a serious look said that she knew everything. She was already told that the leader Riley hit him. Charlie closed his eyes and said that he had screwed up, to which Chloe replied that he could have stood up for himself, and that he was too kind to people. The girl was taken aback by the question of why the leader hated him so much, adding that the other leaders were kind to him. Chloe imagined Riley and Charlie standing next to each other, and told him that he envied him. He was also a tank, but he had achieved much more success. Now everyone was talking about him, and he was younger than him. Standing in front of her, the guy replied that he himself could not believe that he had achieved so much, but it all came true only thanks to the leader's help. Looking away, Chloe asked where Rick was and if he was showing up because he had gotten involved in another adventure, noting that when he returned, he would get it in the neck from him. Smiling, the girl said that Charlie would do just fine without him. The guy remembered how the main character told him that he was responsible for the 7th team in his absence. Charlie stood quietly and wondered if he was doing well. Moving on, he noted that today's battle should be analyzed during training. Approaching the guys, the protagonist clarified why they were all crowded together. The guys began to disperse. Charlie's face was angry. The guys were standing over the wounded Archie. The guy looked at them. He began to walk forward quickly. Charlie moved towards them. The dumbfounded guy asked to listen first, noting that Archie started first. Examining Archie, Charlie thought that they cut off his hand. Even his potions would not help. They would probably get away with it. At most they would get away with compensation. Enveloped in an aura, Charlie said that he would do the same to them. Frowning, Riley said that Archie had talked to him, a senior in rank. Riley rushed into battle shouting that Charlie was slow as a turtle, only able to threaten, and now he would teach him a lesson. He found himself behind Charlie. The guy suddenly turned around. Riley flew into the wall. Standing by the wall, he wondered why Charlie was so fast. The guy continued to advance on him. He pressed Riley's head into the wall. Charlie swung his fists. He dealt him a crushing blow. The dumbfounded guys screamed that the leader did not even have time to do anything. Charlie clenched his hand into a fist. Turning around, he said that they were all the same. The guys started running away from there, screaming that they would definitely report everything. Charlie went to Archie. Taking him in his arms, he said that this would never happen again. The gates began to open and the guys shouted that there had never been a gate with such a high rating before. Now they were assigned S-class. But they could give it even higher. Everyone needs to stand ready for battle. Standing in front of the gates, Bill said that such a powerful gate opened in the very center of Seoul. Charlie approached them and said that the 7th team of the White House Guild had arrived at the scene, and the leader said that he had already been informed of everything. The guys looked at the guy, who said that in the future he would definitely try to take his mistakes into account, but now it would be better to focus on the upcoming battle. Charlie thought with a serious face that from now on he would no longer seem like a weakling. Standing in front of the gate, the guys cried out that the gate rating was increasing and carriages were leaving from there. Watching what was happening, people said that they should not let their guard down, because they did not yet know who was in these carriages. Getting out of the carriage, the main character asked if they had gathered there to meet them. Bill smiled when he saw him. Charlie began to cry. Looking at the guys, they asked them, they say, if they had been missing all this time on the Gaia continent. Jimmy listened to him attentively. Rick imagined the carriages falling into the portal and said that everything was going swimmingly. He was enjoying his vacation, when suddenly a gate opened right under the carriages and they were sucked in. They couldn't get back right away. They were traveling around that world, earning a living as mercenaries. Squinting, Jimmy thought that some of what he was told roughly coincided with what Aximus was telling, but it was hard to believe such an unusual story in principle. He was taken aback when he heard Rick's words about how he then accidentally met the great sage Aximus, and he showed them the way back. Hang watched the main character, who said that Aximus guessed that he was from Earth, and he also said that in a couple of months the gate between Earth and the continent of Gaia would connect. He said with a satisfied look that Aximus had given him a wooden staff, which he would show him a little later, and Jimmy said that he had just been given an object with such strong magical energy. Rick held out his hand and said that Aximus had said that the staff looked no different from theirs. He thought it was an ordinary piece of wood, and he would gladly give it to him since he needed it so much. Leaving the office, Jimmy suggested that it would be better to finish his story right away to the president. Hang folded her hands and asked who the great sage Aximus was, since she had never heard of such a thing. Suddenly, the door opened. There was a lot of food on their table. The boys began to eat, saying that they were hungry. Hang covered her mouth with her hand and said that the texture and taste went well together. An enraged Rick said that Lily should not eat only chicken legs. We are transported to 3 days later, when sunlight enveloped the building. Jimmy stood in front of them and said that they would definitely contact him again. Shaking his hand, the protagonist replied that he would look forward to their next meeting. The protagonist remembered standing in front of the map and thinking that he had been telling them everything about the continent of Gaia for 3 days, and they had finally decided that when Korea and Gaia would connect in a couple of months, he would become a guide. Rick closed his eyes and thought that while everyone was busy studying Gaia, he would return back to Earth and work on another gate that would open either in the States or Europe. The man opened the car doors and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Rick, holding his hands in his pockets, asked how he had been, to which he received the answer that everything was fine and that the young lady had also not been seen for a long time. Looking at Hang and Jacques, the man said that he would take them and his guests to the guild. Sitting in the car, the girl said that the inside was almost the same as the carriage, only this thing was more complicated. Hang stuck out her tongue, asking why the door wouldn't open, and the driver emphasized the fact that opening the car doors while it was moving was dangerous. Sitting next to her, Rick clarified what was going on with Chloe, noting that he thought the two of them would meet them. The protagonist seriously wondered if she was so busy that she couldn't even make time to meet him, noting that he was already prepared to listen to her nagging about how he was gone for too long. Looking around the city, the protagonist noted that he heard that thanks to the White House potions, people quickly recovered from the disaster. All the destroyed buildings were restored in a few months. At this rate, they would become a civilization of the awakened much sooner than he remembered. The car pulled up to the headquarters of the White House Guild. Jacques got out of the car and heard a familiar voice. His mother ran to him. She hugged him and said that she was so glad he was okay. Rick came up to them and said that they had some business to attend to, so they had to stay late, after which he apologized for making her worry, and Jacques' mother replied that she was incredibly grateful to him for returning her son safe and sound. The protagonist looked at Lily and said that they could go to their rooms and finally rest, after which he asked the girl to explain everything to Hang, how everything was arranged there. The protagonist turned his gaze. Chloe was trying to catch her breath, standing in front of him. The stunned girl heard Rick's question about what happened to Charlie. The girl introduced Riley and said that Charlie had started on Team 6, the leader had fallen into a coma, the rest were in intensive care. The protagonist with a serious face asked if Charlie had dealt with the entire Team 6. Chloe, dumbfounded, replied that it was true. She stood still and pointed out that he had had conflicts with Team 6 in the past, most recently with team leader Riley. Rick looked at her in silence. Chloe imagined Charlie behind bars and said that he was now under arrest in the guild prison. Disciplinary action would be taken after the tribunal. The protagonist turned around and said that this was great, no one would make noise in his ear. Chloe remembered standing behind the guy and saying that because of this, not only could he be expelled from the guild, he could lose his awakened status. He had fought desperately all this time, he had done everything so that no one would dare to say that a team of one person was not a team at all. Charlie ran to Rick with tears in his eyes. The protagonist hit him, screaming that he should stop being so gentle with the calves. Looking at his hand, the protagonist thought that if he was growing faster than he expected. Smiling, Charlie said that he knew that he would definitely return home safe and sound. Smiling, Rick asked not to worry, because he would sort everything out and they would go to the tribunal together. The guys entered the hearing room. Following Chloe, the protagonist assumed that it had already begun. Mike stood in front of the microphone and said that Charlie was found guilty, and today the awakened one would be chosen a preventive measure, and Rick thought that representatives of many guilds, from medium to large, had gathered there. Smiling, the protagonist noted that all the big shots were there. They definitely did not gather there for the attack case. It was just a great excuse. Crossing his arms, Bill clarified whether the protagonist had finally shown up, to which he received the answer that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he heard that he had been appointed president of the Awakened Association. Dissatisfied, Bill replied that he really did not want this position. Rick imagined many portals in the sky and thought that the Night of the Seven Moons. Even in that life, people after that catastrophe realized that they needed to unite. They decided to finally start to normally manage the Association of the Awakened. Before, there was only the appearance of work. In the place of the president, they saw the head of the guild for 2 reasons. Firstly, he is the first awakened, and secondly, it is the guild, White House, that supplies potions. Raising his hand, the guy clarified whether an outsider can be at the meeting. Grinning, Carl said that the defendant is listed in the 7th team, for which the one who entered is responsible, so Rick can listen. You can say that he is also involved in this. Closing his eyes, the main character thanked Carl. Mike stood in front of the people and said that 3 days ago the awakened Charlie attacked his guildmate Riley, as a result of which the latter ended up in a coma. Serious harm was caused to 9 more members of the team. Chloe raised her hand and said that there was no mention of why the defendant did what he did. The injured boy started screaming that nothing justifies cruelty, and the plot introduced us to the vice leader of the 6th team of the White House Guild, Larry. Crossing his arms, Rick asked if they had run out of potions in the guild, noting that he would have been cured long ago if he had drunk a potion. Larry was taken aback by the statement that he had not been treated on purpose to show how badly he had been beaten. Putting his hand on his chest, Larry cried out that they were attacked by a guildmate they trusted. He still hurt from it, both physically and mentally. The woman calmly said that her son had fallen into a coma. He might never wake up again. Other fathers should also understand how she felt. A puzzled Bill replied that she was really sorry that this happened to the leader Riley. The protagonist imagined people pointing at the crest and thought that they repeated their accusations over and over again. Then the members of the 6th team and Riley's mother began to criticize the guild. Most of the audience watched the show. Furious Carl screamed that in this case, Bill cannot fulfill the duties of the president of the association. He must remember that he is an example to follow for the entire guild. And Mike noted that Charlie's act is obvious and should be judged by the awakened association. Closing his eyes, the leader replied that he will take this into account. Frowning, Rick noted that he understood what was going on. He imagined a trap and said that these people's target was the White House. Looking at those present, the protagonist thought that previously the Black Dog Guild was the largest, but the Iron Wall was considered the strongest. After the disaster, the White House has greatly overtaken other guilds. It was not only about money, strength and fame, they have knowledge of a higher level. Looking at the faces of Carl and Mike, the protagonist emphasized the fact that at this rate the gap between the guilds would only grow. Bill looked at Charlie. He imagined Bill sitting in front of the guys and offering to sign a contract for double the rate, in exchange for which they should report Charlie to the association. Mike calmly said that the law also applies to the awakened. They must follow the letter of the law even more carefully and be an example for citizens, so they cannot turn a blind eye to attacks, especially on their own guildmates. Rick's face was serious. Raising his hand, Mike asked everyone to calm down, after which he proposed to take away the defendant's awakened status for a year. Closing his eyes, Bill suggested that this was a suitable preventive measure. Grinning, the guys thought about luring Charlie to their guilds. Looking at the microphone, Rick noted that this was a cute conspiracy, not to compare with what they would do in the future, but they ran into the wrong people. He said with a satisfied face that he had something to say as the leader of the 7th team, which Charlie was a part of, and in his mind he said that he would make them regret today's decision for the rest of their lives. Larry clenched his fist on the table and asked what they were offering. Did they want to absolve themselves of responsibility? Raising an eyebrow, Carl said that they should at least listen to him. The protagonist frowned and said that if they withdrew the complaint, they would pay them $5 billion as compensation. The guys looked at each other, thinking that he was offering a lot, but considering how much they were offered in the Black Dog, they would earn the same there in a couple of years. Smiling, Rick asked how about $10 billion. Larry glanced at the man on the bench, thinking that $10 billion should definitely be enough, but Carl was also sitting in the room. The protagonist smiled at the guy and offered $20 billion. The man was taken aback, thinking that for $20 billion, an ordinary awakened person would have to work 10 years to earn that much. Did he really have that much money? The main character extended his hand and said that his last offer was $30 billion each. Chloe looked at him in shock, listening to him say that he would also pay a penalty for leaving the guild. People were sitting in the courtroom, discussing that he would give $30 billion and also pay a penalty. In total it came to about $50 billion. Raising his hand, the guy said that he was withdrawing the complaint. The guys at the tables raised their hands and said that they were also withdrawing the complaint against Charlie. The man angrily hit the table and asked what they were allowing themselves to do. Frowning, Carl wondered if money really solves everything. Riley's boss is now in a coma. He ruined a man's life and thinks he can buy himself off. Mike stood calmly behind the podium and answered that he was right. The main victim was unconscious now. It didn't matter how much he offered until the manager woke up. Raising his hand, Rick said that then they would make sure that the manager woke up and talked to him. If the lady withdrew the complaint, he would make sure that her son was put back on his feet. Of course, she was also entitled to generous compensation. The woman looked worried and answered that money was not important. The main thing was that her child was healthy again, and yet you can't settle a conflict with money. She was taken aback when he said that he would pay $100 billion. This was the maximum amount he could pay her. When her son woke up, let her talk to him. The mother clasped her hands and answered that she didn't have to worry. She would definitely talk to her son. They were also withdrawing the complaint against Charlie. The protagonist watched the men walk down the hallway, thinking that since the association no longer had grounds to discipline Charlie, the meeting was over. Mike frowned, thinking that this was crazy. He would spend hundreds of billions of dollars on compensation, like a madman, and he would be left with nothing. The protagonist smirked, thinking that he hadn't even started yet. Chloe stood in front of the guy and asked if he was really going to pay them the compensation he promised, to which he replied that if he wanted a dog to listen, he needed to give it a treat. Looking worried, the girl asked if he remembered that she was responsible for his finances, adding that no matter how well their potions were selling, they didn't have that amount of money yet. She closed her eyes and told him that they had to pay the compensation within a few days, specifying where they would get that much money. Rick smiled and replied that it was their job to offer, and who was to blame if they suddenly refused. The guy walked around the room, listening to the girl tell how the longer she watched their TV, the more amazed she became. It was completely different from their magic glass balls. Did it really show other dimensions? Lily sat with her in front of the table and said that if he didn't finish his chicken, he should give it to her. The protagonist sighed heavily. Hang watched as he turned off the TV and asked what he was doing. Raising her hand with the meat, she furiously asked why they had to bother them now, turning it off at the most interesting part. Frowning, the protagonist said that they would watch their chicken later. They had things to do. The girl chewed the chicken and asked what kind of things, and in general why on earth he was giving orders here. Smiling, Rick said that she was eating and sleeping in his house for free. At least she should work for the food. He imagined the watch and the girl, thinking that she was the wisest of the dragons and could not solve the mystery of the watch. Hang looked at his hand with displeasure and replied that he should not talk nonsense. She just did not fully understand some things yet. The guy looked closely, thinking that he expected that she would not really succeed. Now the only thing he wanted was to understand how the watch worked, and listen to him say his wish. For her nothing was impossible. Closing her eyes, the girl heard that, to be honest, he did not even know what to ask for, did not think that she would not be able to study the watch. She was going with it anyway, so let her continue to try to study it. She had time until he came up with a wish. Han looked at the happy guy and asked if he was joking. She was going with them anyway. Raising his hand, Rick said with a smile that she also had to pay separately for everything he gave her on Earth. Riley looked at the papers and asked if it was true that it was $100 billion, thinking about what he had been told, what had happened, but he hadn't thought that when he woke up he would feel good, plus they would pay him so much money. The protagonist stood sadly by the bed and said that it would be impossible to pay such a sum at once, asking if they could transfer $1 billion every month. The dissatisfied mother stood opposite and answered that at first he had said something completely different. If he had lied to them the first time, then he would lie to them the second time. Since that was the case, then he should pay them even more. Picking up the bottle, the protagonist said that instead, he had personally brought a miracle potion from the continent of Gaia. The tincture was priceless. It could cure any disease. Rick looked sadly and said that he had barely managed to get 2 bottles and had already used one to get her son back on his feet. Smiling, the woman said that if he wanted them to agree to his terms, he should pay them another $10 billion. The boy closed his eyes and agreed, thinking that they had signed and certified an agreement worth $110 billion. The woman looked at the closed door and told him to try not to miss his monthly payments, and hoped they would never see each other again. She walked next to her son and told him that of course she had seen his face, that he was now their slave for the rest of his life, that he would have to pay them back for the rest of his life with what he had earned. Riley looked at the portal in surprise and asked what kind of gate it was. Covering his mother with his hand, he asked her to step aside, thinking that, as luck would have it, there was nothing with her. Monsters were coming out of the portal. The man grinned and asked if these were really 2 half-baked orcs, and that he would deal with them with his bare hands. The enemy hit him with his paw. Riley coughed up blood. His mother stood in the hallway, calling for her fallen son. Hank stood inside the monster and told Lily that she shouldn't be afraid, hit her carefully. It was time to go eat chicken. Sitting down next to her son, the woman shouted that a doctor's help was needed. There was a wounded man. The protagonist told us that soon the news quickly spread that Riley, who had barely recovered from a coma, was attacked by a monster and infected with an incurable disease. The man looked at his injured hand, listening to the doctor say that there were diseases that even their potions could not cure. Most likely, this disease was from another dimension. He threw a chair at the doctor and told him to go away. The director sat furiously on the bed, asking if he was really their lab rat, and said that he needed this potion, that miracle potion. Looking at the office door, Riley begged Rick to help him. He knelt before him and asked him to cure him again with that miracle potion, because every day he was going more and more crazy with pain. Covering his mouth with his hand, the protagonist said that he only had 1 bottle left, to which the man replied that he would pay whatever it took. The protagonist smiled and said that whatever it took, that would be $150 billion. Riley listened, taken aback, as though this potion was one of a kind. it was too cheap for him. The guy handed over the contract and said that he had to pay him $200 billion and sign here. The document had the man's signature. Rick handed the bottle to the patient and said that it was his potion. Riley drank the medicine, thinking that he had overcharged, but just a little more and he would go crazy with pain. The man looked away in confusion. Looking at the documents in the drawer, he thought that these were templates of the same contract. The protagonist sat at the table and asked why he was standing there, telling him to go back and get down to business. The commander left in a rage, wondering if he could have planned all of this. Frowning, the protagonist thought that they had dealt with all the members of the 6th team in the same way. He promised the guys that they would have a good life in the White House Guild from now on. Charlie bowed and apologized to the leader. Crossing his arms, Rick asked what exactly he was apologizing for now. The guy looked down sadly and said that he should have led the team better. While he was gone, he behaved like a snotty idiot. Remembering how he stood in front of the guys, he said that when other teams looked down on them, he did not pay attention. Even when they were treated unfairly, he did not make scenes. If another team asked them to refuse a task, he did not dare to say a word against. The protagonist sighed with displeasure and replied that it was quite obvious. Clenching his fist, Charlie said that if he had reacted differently then, nothing would have happened to Archie. Rick looked calmly and replied that he heard about him. They say he was left without his right hand. He crossed his arms and told him that he should have let out his anger little by little, instead of hoarding it until it all came out, asking if he even knew that if it weren't for him, he would have been thrown out of here. Smiling, the protagonist thought about how he expected to be able to sort everything out, but now he had only proven that he could handle a whole team on his own. Charlie frowned and said that he had completely lost his head. He had heard that he had to pay huge compensation. He would pay him everything, even if it took him his whole life. The protagonist reached out to his shoulder and said that he could do whatever he wanted. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that he deserved it. He was taken aback when he heard that he was doing a good job. Rick held his shoulder and told him that he had heard that he had worked hard and had proven himself to be a good leader. He had done a great job. Charlie looked at him in surprise, asking if he was going to hit him. Smiling, he listened to the leader know that he had it hard enough. Why beat him? They were having a welcome party. Let him change. The protagonist suddenly ran around him. He hit the guy on the back. Falling on all fours, Charlie said that he had just said that he would not beat him. The protagonist extended his finger and said that this time he would get off with additional training, and from now on he would always be on guard. The guy closed his eyes and replied that he understood. Remembering how he stood in front of the monsters, he thought about the fact that the protagonist taught him how to use his abilities correctly. Back then he did not know how to do anything at all. Charlie imagined Rick touching the back of his head and thought about the fact that he even taught him how to fight. The guy looked down with a smile, thinking that he had always been kind to him. Even when he caused him a lot of trouble, he knew that the leader would never abandon the team. The protagonist looked at the chandelier, thinking about how they had thrown a party that night to welcome back the 7th team members. He walked around the room and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, asking how they had been doing without him. The protagonist stood in front of the happy guys and said that so much had happened that he would not have been able to tell them everything in one day. Rick looked away tensely, hearing the girl telling him to try the dish. Standing with the girl at the table, Hank said that the food they had here was somehow strange. It was hard to eat with chopsticks. The protagonist rolled his eyes and wondered if they really spent as much time lounging and eating on Gaia. He stepped on the floor. The guy stood in the middle of the room and said that he apologized for the fact that they were so late. His vacation was extended. As they probably already heard, he was in another dimension. Turning around, Rick said with a smile that he knew they had a hard time without him. The other teams looked down on them, treated them like a support group. Chloe waved her hand in displeasure and replied that they really had a hard time. Standing in front of the guys, the girl said that to be honest, she was even glad when Charlie beat them up. Grinning, the protagonist said that now he was back here, and this would not happen again. The other teams would not dare to underestimate them anymore. He looked at the suitcase with jewelry and said that he brought them gifts from the continent of Gaia. Let them take whatever they want. Looking at the bracelet on his hand, the guy said that this is the best thing for an urgent operation, because it improves concentration. The employee looked at the pendant on his neck and said that now it is possible to edit the video longer. Picking up the ball, the girl happily said that it is now more convenient to stay in touch with it. Chloe put her hand with the ring to her chest and asked if she had been on his mind all this time. Looking at the disgruntled girl, Rick suggested that he pick her another gift or let her put the ring on another finger. The guys stood in front of him and said that now they will try even harder, only they are given magical artifacts. Smiling, the main character said that they can eat, drink and have fun to their heart's content. He looked at the disco ball and said that the whole team has a day off tomorrow. Covering his ears, Jacques asked if this meant, hello, in the Gaian language. Lily smiled and answered that it was true. Hank covered her mouth in embarrassment, hearing the boy ask how to say, I like you? Rick turned to the man and said that the guild leader himself had finally arrived. Why not have a drink with them? When else would he try the drink from another dimension? While pouring wine, the guy asked what he had decided about the 6th team, to which Bill replied that he had decided to take them back. The protagonist looked into the glass and said that it was great, there would be no shortage of people, which he had been so afraid of. The man imagined the guys sitting in front of him and said that at first he had really been upset when he found out that the entire 6th team was leaving the guild. Then, when he was told that they wanted to return, he began to fear that something like this could happen again. Frowning, Rick said that the leader now understood that the other guilds would be watching their every move. Bill answered with a serious look that he was grateful that he had sorted everything out. Next time they would not fool him so easily. The protagonist looked attentively, thinking that such situations could happen again, although it would be very difficult to harm him, but extra caution would not hurt. Imagining a sleeping Lily, he thought about the fact that it was unknown what else awaits them in the new version of the future, because it did not become a disaster. A new misfortune may appear that he does not know about. The guy held a glass and thought that in order to prepare for any outcome, it is necessary to strengthen the entire guild, especially their team. Smiling, the protagonist said that he wants to ask for something, he wants a promotion. The man held a glass with a smile and asked him again. Looking at the window, Rick said that if he puts it here, it will shine through, and the inscription will not be visible. Chloe frowned and asked what the leader does. The guy turned around and answered with a smile that he was thinking where it would be better to put a new nameplate. The girl pointed her hand at another sign and asked why he needed this one. After all, he is standing over there. Who is he trying to deceive? The protagonist stood in front of her and told her that he wasn't deceiving anyone, they had already agreed on everything, to which she replied that her father hadn't promoted him. He remembered the man holding a glass and saying that he had joined their guild less than 6 months ago. Bill imagined the guys in the car and said that he had been chilling in another dimension for 3 months and had come back and asked him to appoint him vice president. The protagonist lowered his head when he heard him ask what the other executives would think. The man held a glass, listening to him say that he just needed to do something so that the other executives would take him into account, and replied that it wasn't just that, but if he really distinguished himself, the other executives would have no choice but to acknowledge him. Rick remembered Bill standing in front of him and saying that he knew he didn't do anything for no reason, but he still needed to think about it for now. Looking at the nameplate, the guy thought that if he became vice president, he would have more influence, so that the whole guild would become stronger. He needed to be at the helm. Well, there was still a lot of time before the second catastrophe. The Association of the Awakened did not seem to be planning anything suspicious. So far the promotion was not particularly urgent. The main thing was to have support from the outside. The sun illuminated the buildings and the man reported that new gates had opened, asking residents of the 2nd, 3rd and 4th districts to evacuate to the nearest shelters as soon as possible. The guys were standing on the street in front of the portal. The guy looked at the Cyclops with a club and said that only one monster came out of the gate. Rick calmly said that it was a one-eyed giant, the most durable of all similar monsters. You need to aim for his joints, they are the easiest to hit. Looking at the serious guys, he asked if they understood him. Charlie rushed forward. The Cyclops swung his club. The guy held back the blows with his hands. Mana surrounded his body. Archie ran behind the enemy's leg. He hit him with an axe. The Cyclops turned around. The monster swung its leg. The guy closed his eyes and thought that his end had come. The protagonist jerked his comrade away from the blow. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that he should wake up already. If he couldn't attack, let him retreat and attack again. Archie knelt down and said that he understood him. The monster stood in front of the guys. Exuding mana, Charlie said that he forgot about him. Rick turned around and told his friend to attack again. Lily stood behind him and asked what she should do, to which he replied as if he was dealing with the guy today, let him just watch. The girl sadly looked away and said that he was kind of useless. What if he gets seriously injured? The protagonist looked ahead and answered that that's why he should fight even harder. Earlier, Archie was lying in the guild hospital and happily said that he really came back. Sitting on the bed, he told Rick that even in his absence, he meditated every day, as Rick taught. The guy put his hand to his cheek and said that about a month ago he became awakened. Although he did not have any abilities, he just became a little stronger than an ordinary person. The protagonist frowned, hearing that he thought that this was punishment for past sins and thought that Chloe told him something like that. Watching the guy smile, he thought that even though he meditated every day and ate food with a huge amount of mana, it was strange that he awakened without any abilities. It was good that he personally came to check on him. The protagonist looked at him seriously and asked what he wanted to do in the future, deciding that the most important thing now was for him to have a will. Clenching his fist, Archie said that the funniest thing was that when he first dragged him here, he thought that 3 years of his personal hell were beginning. The guy remembered the happy girl on the street and said that later passers-by began to thank him. He was very proud of his work and was happy to talk about it. Smiling, he said that therefore he did not intend to give up. Rick smiled and said that then from tomorrow let him start working hard, he will show him what he is capable of. On the street, the axe flew up. Archie sat on the ground discontentedly. Frowning, he said that everything is fine, he was not hurt. The guy dodged the blows of the monster. Archie ran away from the enemy's leg, deciding that he can still fight. Swinging the axe, he thought that if he cannot fight with his right hand, he will do it with his left. Now it is much more important to wound this monster. Rick stood near the trunk with the girl. The main character calmly watched, wondering if he was right-handed. It seems that he learned to control his body. This is pleasing, although he still has a lot to learn in order to fight normally with them. Hen walked up to him and asked what they had here. Was this really his hobby? Raising her hand, she heard the guy ask why she came, since she was not interested in hunting monsters, to which she replied that she got bored, so she decided to skip. The girl looked at the Cyclops in the stone and said that the guy had an interesting ability. He knew about it. Rick imagined mana in Archie's body and said that most people with such an ability do not even know about it. People like him are very rare. Smiling, the protagonist thought about the fact that his ability can be used in different ways. It all depends on how exactly it manifests itself. That the guy is not much different from an ordinary person, one of the manifestations of this power. Hen stood near the guys and asked why Rick pretends not to know anything. She smiled and said that if she needed help, she can just ask, it will be fun. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she is unlikely to help him even if she asked. The protagonist looked at the building in the distance and said that Lily wouldn't understand even if he told her everything. He looked up in shock. Watching the red mana fill the street, the guy listened to the anomaly in the sky. The protagonist frowned, hearing through the earpiece that they don't know what it is yet, so it would be better to watch from the side. Grabbing his sword, Rick thought that the red clouds are one of the signs of the second disaster. As far as he remembers, it will come only in about 6 months. The protagonist chopped off the Cyclops' hand. Charlie was taken aback when he heard that today's training was over. The guy stood in front of Archie and said that he should go back, let them patch him up, and the rest line up in their places. Rick stood in the middle of the team, announcing that now it was time to get to work, everyone get ready. Then we see a lot of houses and the system message said that the second disaster, the red fog, had started again and it was hanging in the air for now, but it would soon descend and cover the entire city. The guy stood there holding his throat because the red fog was extremely harmful to the human body and its effects on people led to painful deaths and diseases of unknown origin. Then we see 2 smiling monsters and the superhumans were getting weaker and the monsters were getting furious and there was complete chaos. Rick looked ahead and realized that they had asked the government to declare a national disaster because he had notified every guild on how to act in this situation and they had to go to the nearest shelter for the locals. The protagonist looked to the side and realized that they were ready. The guy was standing with a girl and was wearing a mask. Rick looked at the girl and she asked why he didn't put on a waterproof suit because they all had to put them on. Rick clenched his fist and said that he had a spirit, so he did not need this suit. The girl pointed at herself and said that she wanted one too, but she should not relax. Rick looked ahead and was lost in thought, because the disaster began much earlier, and this was probably because new monsters would appear soon. Then we see many houses and bright red lighting, because a monster comparable to a disaster that appeared like a red fog was chasing them. Then we see a huge stone sphere. This stone began to roll forward. It was moving forward, demolishing everything in its path, and no one could stop it, because the monster, which gradually increased, absorbed all the crushed creatures. The protagonist and his comrades were driving in a car, and now its size was about 100 m, but before it gained its gigantic size of 300 m, and it devoured innocent people one by one, and this time it needed to attack as quickly as possible. Rick looked ahead and asked if his comrade could stop this stone. He stood in a mask, said that he would do everything possible, because he was ready to sacrifice his body. Then he jumped towards the stone. He ran up and swung his hand. Then he stood in front of a huge stone. He rested his foot on the ground. He grabbed the stone with his hand. Rick lowered his head and asked him to be patient. He pressed his hand to his back and began to concentrate energy. The guy's face changed and looked forward. He stood and rested on the ground. Then he took and raised a huge stone above himself. The protagonist looked at the girl. Then they stepped aside, looking at the huge stone. Rick took out a gun and pointed it forward, because they had to attack the place he was shooting at. Then shots flew forward. Rick looked forward and lost in thought, because the true body was hidden in this boulder, and if he felt danger, he had to blow up the stone and run away. Then we see cracks in the stone, and the first thing was to get inside. Then Rick stretched his hand to the side, after which many fragments flew from the stone. The huge boulder cracked, and it quickly began to recover, despite the damage to its outer layer. Rick jumped down with the girl, and they realized that they immediately needed to enter there. The protagonist with his girlfriend stood up, and he wondered how long his comrade could hold out. The girl looked to the side and realized that it was too strange here, because it looked like magic, a distortion of space. Then we see a huge monster and a bright black stone, because it would be safer to gather many more people to storm this place, but you have to risk it in order to solely possess all the most sacred things. Then we see a huge boulder on the system message, and this was the source that formed the Sisyphean stone, and the material that was able to create first of the strongest minerals in the world, and it could also be increased and built, and also changed at will. The man stood and the stone flew in different directions, and also once in Korea almost managed to capture it, sacrificing innocent lives, but it suddenly self-destructed, and they missed it. The protagonist looked ahead and was lost in his thoughts, because after years of Sisyphean stone reappeared in China, and based on Korean data they managed to capture it, finding the black stone, and this time he had to endure this sight. Then there was a huge explosion. The girl began to scream that it was just disgusting. She put her hand in front of her and decided to burn everything. She held the fire on her hand and realized that she had never seen such an ability before. Rick looked ahead with a ridiculous face and realized that he had given everyone instructions, because with such a level even a dragon could teach her. The girl turned her head. Then there was a sword strike. Rick held the sword in his hands, inflicting many blows. He stood on the ground and realized that he had dealt with all the enemies. He looked at his girlfriend and asked why she was saving her fire. The girl looked ahead with a sad face. And then Rick stood in front of a huge door. He looked ahead and was lost in his thoughts, because now the energy was much stronger than he thought, and it was much more difficult than before. The protagonist looked to the side and became wary. And then he waved his hand and realized that there was something there. Then we see how there was a bright energy near the girl. She spread her arms to the sides and said that it was an inspection of a moving cave. She turned her head to the side and said that from the moment he was able to enter here, apparently, a secret was hidden inside that moved this stone, and also it would be much easier for her if he were in his real body. But now they will have to work hard. The girl took the weapon in her hands and said that she was very interested in how to create such a huge thing and control it. Rick took the sword in his hands, said that he would leave the boulder, and she would take the black stone. Then the girl pulled the bowstring. Then Rick struck with his sword. Then the fog and dust began to dissipate. Then the huge monster hesitated. He stood and held the sword in his hands. The protagonist ran forward, swinging his weapon. Then he struck the enemy. The monster blocked this blow. Rick clenched his hand and began to concentrate energy, realizing that this demon was much stronger than the last one to defeat him so easily. Then a bright blue aura was heard. Then an explosion occurred. Rick put his hand in front of him and exhaled, because he also got it pretty bad, but it was a frontal attack. He looked ahead and realized that he must have been seriously battered too. The monster stood and held the weapon in his hands. Then he opened his mouth and began to scream. The protagonist stood and looked ahead, realizing that he underestimated his opponent, because no one had survived his frontal attack before, and he had already attacked him twice, and defeating him was much more difficult. Afterwards he gritted his teeth, and realized that his enemy was much stronger than he actually thought. The enemy stood and held a weapon in his hands. Then he dodged a fire attack. The girl shot from a bow and said that he should have been prepared. Rick stood and drank potions, because she was right. Then the monster dodged other attacks again, and the protagonist thought about how he would deal with this enemy. Although his skills had improved compared to his previous version, but he constantly pumped up his skills in marine martial arts. Then the enemy made a slashing blow, but all this was not enough to stop the disaster, because he still needed to study his enemy better. Rick stood and pointed the weapon forward, because there was only one left to everything else. Then he shot the monster in the shoulder, after which they began to inflict many attack on the enemy. The monster opened up to fall and began to scream. Rick stood in surprise and looked at his enemy. The girl raised her head and realized that they were getting stronger, and they had to be on guard. The protagonist ran forward, swinging his sword, because then they could somehow curse him or weaken the demon with magic. Then he looked ahead at the enemy and realized that it did not matter, and they had to do something to hamper his movements, and demons were resistant to magic and curses. Then many fire spheres appeared near the enemy. Then there was a huge explosion. The girl stood and held fire in her hands. She looked ahead and everything was covered in flames, because they had to see her power. Rick looked at his friend and realized that he had to buy them time and hurry. Then he ran forward and asked the girl not to let the monsters get close. Rick looked ahead and realized that he had to deal with this demon himself. Then he stood in front of the enemy, holding the sword in his hands. The monster swung his weapon and realized that he needed to concentrate. Rick deftly parried the attack, realizing that even one direct attack from this monster would be the end of him. He deftly blocked all the enemy's blows. He stood and held the sword in front of him, Then the enemy attacked with his sword. Rick made a slash and was lost in thought, because this feeling was too strange and a very familiar feeling, because his sword did not just hit his opponent's sword, it was as if it was hitting itself in the flow. They stood and fought each other, and he also clearly saw all the movements of the demon, as if time had stopped. The girl smiled and said that she weakened him. Then the monster was hit by a fire arrow. Rick stood and held the sword in his hands. Then he squeezed his weapon, and it was covered in a blue aura, and then he used the marine martial arts of the first stage of the cutting wave. Then he made a slash with his sword. Then he raised his hand, and the monster's head was in the air. He knew that he did not imagine it, and thanks to this battle he pumped up all his sword skills, and he also wanted to try the second stage of marine martial arts. Then the girl called up to him and said that it was over. The girlfriend ran up to the monster, and they realized that this was the price of growth, and also when he grew up sharply with age, the body was very painful. The girl ran up to the monster, and they decided to study the Blackstone, because it was a real demon. Rick looked forward and was shocked by this information. Then we see the girl who was sitting with a Blackstone. The protagonist's girlfriend smiled and said that he had a Blackstone, and this creature was sitting inside and controlling this very demon, and she also thought why they were so easy to weaken it with magic. The girl turned her head and Rick said that he needed this stone, which was attached to his chest. The girl spread her hands to the side and said that there was a high probability that he was forced to control this demon, and he did it against his will. Rick looked at the girl and she asked if he had forgotten because she could contact him with translation magic and he could also access technology from another world, but he could make significant progress even with one black stone, and if all this was not justified, they would only have more problems. The girl turned her head to the side and said to wait a little because he could not miss the chance to learn something new about life forms from other extraterrestrial dimensions. And then we see green symbols and a girl sitting. The girl closed her eyes and clenched her teeth, realizing that he just needed the black stone from the chest of this monster, and she had to help pull it out because, most likely, it would take time, but overall it was quite possible to do. Rick stood and held his sword, after which he clenched the sword in his hands and became embarrassed. After we see how the stone fell to the ground. It was moving forward and demolishing everything in its path. Then we see a scarlet sky. Rick looked ahead and realized that the orc column was completely destroyed, and he thanked them for the great job and he could take a break after they were done. Then the guy stretched his arms out to the sides behind the table. He put his hands behind his head and said that they had come up with a great idea. The girl looked ahead and said that she would let him control this rock monster on the condition that she kept the creature alive and they could gather information about the new dimension since they had to transform the Sisyphean rock from a monster into her personal vehicle. Rick shook the girl's hand and they realized that it meant that in their world, people also shake hands when they agree. Then the guy sat and held the wires in his hands since he helped him set up his personal control room. Rick sat at the table and smiled and realized that it was an awesome feeling to control this rock monster since he could also rise to the position of vice president much faster. Then he put the phone to his ear. Then we see a lot of people at the table, and it was also said that it was all very dangerous, and also it was not proper, but it was also unknown what changes had an impact on this whole situation, and they also asked about the civilians who suffered from this stone, and whether it would be more useful for their science if they studied it. The girl was talking on the phone and realized that this was the general situation. The guy stood in front of his comrades and said that Korea was now occupied by half humans and half monsters, and there were also many territories occupied by them in the country. Rick looked at the book and said that it was impossible to return and restore the lands with only one awakened, and also the reality was that right now they needed to block the spatial gate very quickly, and with their help and this stone they should have completed the task much faster. The guy adjusted his glasses. The protagonist was lost in his thoughts. He understood that usually it was dangerous for a person to own such a huge thing, but if they used it for the good of the country, they should have avoided a lot of trouble. Then we see Rick's ID, because after going through several procedures, he got his license and could now officially drive a rock monster, so even the awakened associations would have a hard time finding fault. The girl looked at Rick's satisfaction and said that he didn't look like himself. He turned his head and asked if she knew what a license was. Then he grabbed the steering wheel and said that he was thinking about starting again. And then we see the scarlet sky, after which we see two ferocious monsters, because it had been a week since the red fog appeared, and despite the fact that the grams and monsters had caused them a lot of damage, and not everything was settled with the help of potions. Then we see the Sisyphean stone and the bright artifacts. Now they could answer the monsters with their Sisyphean stone, and they also had a lot of work. The protagonist sat on the floor and looked ahead, because the problem was that this disaster had started half a year ago, and he couldn't believe that this was the butterfly effect, because that was why he decided to change his past, because he had unwittingly opened the gate to the continent and then returned through it. He looked ahead and understood that since they had also brought a dragon with them, maybe they could change some variables on a spatial level, but it was also better for him not to bother his head too much until he was sure of it. Then the guy put his hand in front of him and said that he had to send the best squad from each guild and study this fog. The girl stood with her hand on her waist, and the White House Guild tried to figure out why exactly the variables had changed so much. Then we see 2 briefcases, and they decided to move tomorrow because they were almost ready to find themselves in the thick of the red fog, and the monsters he would meet along the way were not such a problem, and he basically knew what to expect now. Rick looked ahead with a ridiculous face because the problem was that he did not know how to get rid of the red fog. Then we see a girl who was standing on the ground because in the past they could have done it very well because it was all thanks to the divine power of the moon of the saint from the continent. But right now their dimension was not connected to the continent, and even if he opened a new gate and got there, the moon had not yet been chosen as a saint. He looked at his hand and realized that they did not even have a suitable artifact to transfer the divine power, and he did not understand what he needed to do. Then the girl entered the office. She looked ahead with a smile and said that the monster from another world had woken up. Rick looked away and asked why he needed to talk to him. The girl exhaled and said that she had told him that he was much smarter than him. The protagonist looked ahead and realized that it was related to the red fog. The monster was standing on the ground and leaned forward. He introduced himself and said that first of all, he was very glad that his life was saved. Rick was sitting on the couch and asked if he knew anything about the red fog. The protagonist looked ahead and said that the monster would like to ask for a favor in return. Rick was surprised and realized that he had just thanked him for saving him and was already setting conditions. The monster then put his hand to his chest and said that he took it for saving him, and for them it was like 2 hearts, because he thought it was a fair price. Rick looked ahead and was lost in his thoughts, because he was talking about the black stone. Then the protagonist and the girl looked ahead and asked how he knew that he could save them from the fog, because he had recently been deceived in a similar way. Rick looked at his girlfriend and said that she was overreacting because she thought she had tricked him. The monster looked forward and realized that since they had a mutually beneficial partnership, they should have just admitted it all, and it was wrong to call it cheating because that was the intention. Rick looked to the side and he realized that he had created the fog. He then held out his hand and a red fog appeared. He stood there and created a red fog from his hand. Rick clasped his hands together and asked if he should have evened the score first. The monster looked forward in surprise. Then he put his hands out and his face was beaten. Rick grabbed him by the clothes and said that innocent people were dying because of his fog. The protagonist gritted his teeth and lost himself in thought. I understand that in the past, because of the damn fog, they couldn't even collect the corpses lying on the street, and now it bothered him a lot. The monster stood and covered his face. Rick clenched his hand into a fist and asked the monster to explain in more detail, and he answered that he and his brother created this fog together, and it was the result of combining skills that were passed on to their species by inheritance. Rick looked forward and the girl realized that this was the same interest, and all this was really very curious. She put her hand out and realized that his younger brother was most likely somewhere in this fog, and he wanted them to save him, in exchange for them being able to rid them of this red fog. Rick turned his head and lost in thought, realizing that now he knew how the red fog appeared, and tomorrow he would go out into the fog, and the monster would go with him. The guy with white hair looked ahead. Then we see many cars edition the next day at the main office of the fight against disasters. The protagonist stood with his comrades and realized that, first of all, he would like to express his gratitude to all the awakened who gathered despite their busyness. The girl clenched her hand into a fist and gritted her teeth. I do not understand why they just could not be beaten. The guys stood with their heads down, and understood that the only thing they were good at doing was pissing people off. The guy held the radio and said that each squad had a flare and a beacon, and they also divided the squads into zones so that they did not intersect with each other, and he also asked them to stay within the assigned territory. Then the cars drove forward. Rick looked at the driver and said that he left everything else to him. He looked out the window and realized that they were being chased. The cars were moving forward and they realized that there were many cars from different guilds behind them. The protagonist looked ahead and realized that there was no point in them hiding from here. Many cars drove ahead and Rick realized that these fools were not even going to hide. The girl pointed her finger up with the fire and decided to set them on fire. Rick looked ahead and did not understand why they did not attack them. Then he turned his head and realized that they were communicating with them through a radio that the main office of disaster control gave them. Then he took the radio in his hands and said that he doubted that they had anything to talk to them about. The guy with long hair held the radio in his hand and said that they just wanted to talk to them. He grabbed the radio in his hands and asked to just tell him where they were going. Rick held the radio in his hands and realized that they were making something up and it should not concern them where they were going. Then he threw the radio. And then he grabbed his hair and realized that they had no plausible reason for doing so, and it was going to come back to haunt them later. Then he clenched his fist and realized that they shouldn't have been allowed to just follow them, and they weren't doing their job, they were just getting in the way. Then he turned to the driver and asked if he had turned the radio back on. Then he put the radio in the glove compartment. Then we see a lot of cars in the reflection. Rick grabbed the radio in his hands and asked if he really wanted to run from one ship to another. The guy looked ahead and held the steering wheel. He realized that from the outside it seemed that way, but everything was different. because he had planned to move to their ship from the very beginning, and he hoped that they would have a place for him in the guild. Rick grabbed the radio in his hands and asked if that was all he needed. The guy looked ahead and said that they were supposed to buy him dinner the next time they met. Then we see a bright red sky along with the highway. Then the guy pressed the pedal. The car suddenly began to brake. The guy grabbed the radio and said that they were going to kill them. The car was moving forward at a rapid pace. The guy looked ahead with a smile and realized that this was amazing. Then we see how the car skidded to the side, because they had to drive faster to keep up. Then he turned on the headlights. The monsters looked away. Then we see how the guy got out of the car. He turned to the side and said that the leader should not have done such a thing while driving. The guy took and started drinking the potions. Then he pointed at the guy and said that he was from a respectable guild. If it weren't for him and his armored cars, they would all be corpses by now. Rick put a mask on his face and said that now was not the right time to swear. The guy opened his mouth and started screaming. Then he turned to the side and saw a huge monster. Rick put on his hood and turned to the side, because they had to get ready for the fight. He looked back and said that the gun was left in the car and the rest was behind him. Then we see a red fog over the houses. Rick gave a thumbs up and realized that it was great, and his driver drove very well. Then the guy looked to the side and noticed a bright light, because he could not think that he would now find himself in a real action movie. The girl raised her head and saw a bright light, because she covered them with a magic dome. Then the guy grabbed the monster by the clothes. Rick looked sternly at the monster and decided to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. The monster looked to the side and did not understand anything. Rick held him by the clothes and asked if he was joking with him. Then we see a bright red glow, because it was the disaster of the red eye, the source of the red fog. The protagonist looked forward and realized that it would be better if they did not hide anything. The monster lowered his head and said that he would tell him everything. Then we see him sitting on the ground near a tree. Their people were on the verge of extinction, and the planet was also dying, and every day there were fewer and fewer of them, and there were only a few thousand left. Then we see bright blue spheres, and that is why they, together with their brother, began to explore other dimensions and travel through them together. The monster held his brother's hand and walked through portals, because they had wandered for a long time in search of a suitable place to live, and once he was attacked by that same parasitic demon. Then we see the smiling demon, because it took over his body and subjugated his will. Then they extended their hands to each other, because due to the long pursuit of demons, he and his brother had to flee to Earth right at the border of dimensions. They were attacked, and they separated, and in the end they finally lost control of the parasitic demon's body. Then we see a bright red funnel that looks like an eye. Rick looked ahead and asked what the red fog was for. The monster lowered its head and said that the fog was changing the conditions of Earth to what they were used to on the planet. The protagonist looked ahead and asked if they were really going to care about their own skin and not pay attention to other people. The girl held her hand above her head, and the monster apologized. He clenched his hand in front of him, said that he and his brother had changed their bodies to adapt to extreme conditions, because without this fog, their species would not survive. Then he bent down in front of Rick and said that this was the most habitable planet he had ever seen. The protagonist exhaled and realized that his life and also his species were at risk. And then the monster raised its head. It looked ahead, and Rick realized that if they made it so that this fog was no longer poisonous to people, then everything changed, and they had to get rid of this unpleasant red color. The monster opened his mouth and said that he would give them territory, and they could also transport their relatives and live here, but he could only exempt them from rent for a year. The guy with white hair put his hand in front of him and began to cry, because they had a place where they could live as one family. Rick opened his mouth and looked at his comrades, realizing that this was not a soap opera. And then he looked away and realized that he needed to fly before everything changed. Then we see huge red tentacles. The monster stood and waved its tentacles. Rick stood with his comrades under a green barrier. The hero looked at the monster. Frowning, he shouted for everyone to step back. Suddenly, the protagonist flew back from the blow. Looking straight ahead, he asked what he thought. The monsters would not approach them because of his barrier, to which the girl replied that she said many would not approach. Rick looked away, hearing that a parasitic demon was controlling him, to which he asked if he hadn't killed him last time, and he was told that it was another one. It seemed that when they got to Earth, they had followed them into this dimension. Turning around, the hero asked if he had dragged them along, to which he replied that he should forgive him. He didn't want to. Suddenly, the protagonist looked away in surprise. He abruptly cut the monster's tentacles. Rick frowned when he heard that they were ready to leave. They needed to get out of here quickly. A monster appeared. It was said that a tentaculum was one of the lower-class monsters that appeared from the red fog. It grew new tentacles until it destroyed its core. It would take some trouble to deal with this monster, and the girl said that her sandwich, she had only managed to eat 3, she would burn this creature to ashes. The car was moving forward rapidly, and the hero said that it was better not to. It emits poison in response to fire, and Hang asked what should they do then. It was still chasing them. Sitting in the car, the protagonist said that he seemed to have said that the Manhwa bridge had collapsed, Then they would go across the Songsan Bridge, to which the driver replied that he must have suffered too. Grinning, he added that he had a plan, let him not think about the monsters and just step on the gas. The view of the city opened up, it was heard that he understood him. Looking straight ahead, the man said that they would hardly be able to drive here, they would break all their legs, to which the protagonist replied that he should not slow down and speed. Now he would open the hatch, let them put on gas masks, and Charlie would insure him, to which the guy responded approvingly. Smiling, Rick said that the show was about to begin. He rushed towards the monster. A glow appeared around his hand and the hero heard that damn, he would continue to drive, trust him, to which he replied that yes, he could not worry. A bright beam flew out of his hand. The car flew over the broken bridge. The monster was standing on the other half. With her eyes wide open, the girl asked what so-called reckless driving had not excited her so much for a long time. Looking to the side, the hero asked what they would go on, to which the man replied that he could take a minute to rest. The monster began to move to the other side. It was heard that he would lead then. It was necessary to cross the bridge as soon as possible. The monster opened its mouth wide. It was heard that it heard. A dangerous monster lived near the bridge. It's good that these were just rumors, yes. The monster raised its head up, and someone said that it was a pit on its tongue. He was waiting for it to appear. An ancient snake appeared. It was said that it usually lived in water and did not react to sounds or actions of people. Sometimes it even helped to kill other monsters. But no one managed to subdue it. He was waiting for the situation to change if a tentaculum possessed by a parasitic demon appeared here. The car was rapidly accelerating. It was heard that it seemed safe here. Let it take care of the others. Looking to the side, the hero said that it was time to go fishing. He frowned when he heard that they would eat fish, to which he replied that he did not mean that. The snake rose above the water. The protagonist lowered his head and said that it looked like the snake had won. The snake's skin showed, and it was heard that although it was also pretty battered, it thought they could defeat it. Rick suddenly jumped up. A glow appeared around his weapon. The hero dealt a sharp blow to the snake. The monster turned its head and screamed loudly. The protagonist frowned and shouted that he should throw him the rope, to which he was told that it would be right now. The guy threw the rope forward. The girl caught the rope. Swinging, she said that he should catch it. Rick stretched his hand out to the side. The snake raised its head and screamed. Lily looked at the hero and asked if he was alive, to which he replied that yes, he could handle it. The hero frowned and said that he should give him the rope here. The rope was tied around the weapon, and it was heard that now let him pull. A glow appeared around the guy and he said that he understood him. The snake looked at him in surprise. Looking at him, Charlie said that he was unlikely to be alone, it would be hard. Grabbing the weapon, the protagonist said that this was enough. He struck the snake. Rays appeared around Rick, and he said that he should hold out as long as possible. The snake opened its mouth. It was said that the ancient snake was very strong, but its skull was very easy to pierce. The guy held the rope. The thought appeared that he was holding his head tightly. A bright beam hit the monster. The thought appeared that he only needed to pierce the skull. They managed to catch the snake, and now they would finish him. He was huge, so they needed to take into account his size, so he would be one step closer to promotion. The car was parked. It was heard that now they had a good catch. They could go further. Looking away, the hero asked why she had gone quiet. She seemed to want to eat, to which Lily replied that she didn't anymore. He looked at her in surprise and then said what she had done. Let her tell him now, to which the girl asked what and what she had done, and he added that it was there with her. Let her give it here. Lily frowned, hearing that it was an egg. Putting her hand to her face, the girl asked what their snake had laid an egg, to which the protagonist added what she wanted to do with it, since she had stolen it. Holding the egg in her hands, the girl said that she would raise it. She had even already thought of a name for it. Pointing at her, Rick asked what and where she was going to keep it, said that she would have to feed it too, and he would not help her with this, to which she replied that so what, she would live with him in her room and share the chicken with him. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that another attack on his head, and the girl said that snakes are very easy to raise, so he should not worry. A red portal appeared in the sky. Frowning, the protagonist said that so, where it is. A whirlwind appeared from the portal. A question was heard about his brother in that tree. The roots of the tree appeared. It was heard that this was the work of his brother, to which he was answered that yes. The zombie opened his eyes wide and said that each of them has different abilities depending on the Ron. If he controls the earth, his brother can communicate with plants and animals. But now he is afflicted by a parasitic demon, he controls it. A bright light emitted from the guy. It was heard that it must be very painful for him. Well, he was forced to use his abilities in this way, it seemed to him, or he noticed them. Suddenly, insects rushed forward. Turning his head, Rick said that everyone should prepare for battle, to which he was answered that for sure. The guy clenched his fists tightly and said, "Come on." The man attacked the monsters. The hero swung his weapon. Looking to the side, he said that something was fishy here. The zombie rushed forward. Hearing that these monsters were ignoring them and chasing only him, he attracted their attention with something, to which he replied that it was very strange. He no longer had Ron, then why? Putting his hand to his face, he added that they needed it for something, maybe to increase the toxicity of the fog, to which the hero replied that perhaps the idea appeared that the more monsters were in the red fog, the more difficult it was for them in battle. If you remember how they behaved then, in their old life, then. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked that they wanted to take over the land with the help of an army of monsters created by the red fog. Looking to the side, the zombie said that let them forgive him. Rick waved his weapon and said that it was okay, he didn't blame him for it anymore, but he had one condition in return. Gritting his teeth, he added that he could take his brother's Ron. Grinning, the zombie replied that yes, he would give him anything if he saved his brother, and the hero said that he would teach him how to use Ron later, and they answered that of course, he agreed to everything he wanted. A tree appeared. A thought appeared that after a short battle with a tree monster, they discovered that the area around it was surrounded by a thick fog, like a protective wall. Damaged parts of the tree absorbed the red fog and healed. Looking straight ahead, the zombie heard that Lily would first attract the tree's attention. Taking advantage of this moment, Kiri would seal the eye of disaster and stop the red fog, understandably, to which he replied that he could handle it. Frowning, Lily said that upon their return they would have a party with a chicken. A flame appeared near the tree. A creature appeared behind the girl. Hang smirked and said that she was doing well, that tree monster would really think she was a giant, to which Lily replied that she really was that giant. It was heard that he should not waste energy and concentrate. The fire spirit clenched his fist. Suddenly, he struck the tree. Looking at it, the protagonist asked what and how he would even climb so high. Putting his hand to his ear, he asked that he was ready. Charlie frowned and replied approvingly. Rick stepped on his hands. Suddenly, the guy threw him up. The hero rushed forward and used invisibility. Then he used a magic shield. Standing still, the protagonist asked how long it would take to seal the eye, to which Kiri replied that he would try as soon as possible. He extended his hand forward. Suddenly, a glow hit him. Looking away, the zombie said that how come, he can't stop the fog. Apparently the parasite demon made it so that he couldn't get rid of the red fog. Frowning, Rick asked if they could somehow fix it, to which he was told that yes, but it would take a few hours. The tentacles rushed towards them. The thought appeared that this was really a failure. The hero waved his weapon, thinking that he tried to stop the fog by sealing the eye of disaster, and they couldn't even stop the monster tree. And it keeps absorbing the fog. What should he do if he can't stop it, then? Lowering his head, the protagonist asked what he could, to feed him enough. Looking away, Kiri heard that they could make the fog grow bigger, to which he replied that they could. Frowning, Rick said that there was no time, hurry up, to which he replied that he understood. Lily lowered her head, hearing how long he could hold off the giant, to which she said that she didn't know, it was hard for her. The girl looked away, heard that good, the last push, and she could rest when they were done, allowing her to eat as much as she wanted, even a whole chicken, even the entire buffet, and she thought that next time she should teach her how to conserve energy. Frowning, Lily said that we had a deal. The red fog was actively spreading. It was heard that it worked. He also added a filter, and now the fog is not poisonous for the whole team. Grabbing Kiri, the hero said that since that's it, then let him quickly jump. The spirit stretched his hand forward. Raising his hand up, the girl screamed. Flames engulfed the tree. The guy screamed loudly in pain. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that thank you, to which the girl replied that this was thank you to him, looked at the exciting battle. The red fog appeared. It was heard that overeating is harmful to health. They closed their eyes, hearing that even a child could foresee such an outcome. The insides of the tree appeared. It was heard that here to the left, they are almost there. Pointing forward, Kiri said that here, to which Hank said that the internal environment is no less striking. Walking forward, the hero heard that he feels it, Sigrid is here, to which he thought that it looks like that cocoon is the main body. Frowning, the protagonist said that well, then they would get him out of this thing, to which the girl asked what and how. Looking straight ahead, he heard that if something went wrong, his brother would also suffer. Looking to the side, Rick asked that he knew where exactly his brother was, to which Kiri replied that he didn't know where exactly, to which he thought that he was no use. Taking out his weapon, the hero said that then nothing could be done, he would leave everything to chance, to which Kiri said that he should wait. What would he do if he suddenly seriously wounded Sigrid, to which he added that is, he could wound him not seriously, if it was not so easy to pull him out. Kiri grabbed him and asked what he was saying, to which the protagonist replied that if he did not let go, then there was no way he would be able to wound him carefully, and they would be in big trouble. Looking at them, the girl asked if they really needed to cut the cocoon, wondering what would come out, to which the zombie replied that it was a parasite demon cocoon, and Rick asked what she was planning there. Looking away, he thought that it was a good idea. It would be nice to have another achievement in his track record to get promoted in the guild. The cocoon appeared. He heard that it was funny that they had to use growth magic on enemies. They couldn't just sit around and wait for it to hatch. A glow appeared in front of the girl. Beams appeared around the cocoon. Someone appeared from the cocoon. Kiri looked in surprise and exclaimed. The insect crawled out of the cocoon. Looking at his brother, Kiri screamed. Standing still, the hero screamed that he should let it down, to which Charlie replied that he understood him. He stretched his arms out in front of him. The guy looked away, hearing a scream. Frowning, the protagonist said that this moth, or whatever this creature was very weak now because it had just hatched. He needed it to be still. That was the only way he could succeed. Holding the guy in his arms, he added that he should hold his brother. Hugging his brother, Kiri said that thank you. Smiling, the girl asked that he had changed his mind about killing the insect, to which Rick replied that they needed to study the parasite demons, because one of them could infiltrate the earth again. The guy took the syringe in his hand, hearing that he should calculate the dose of anesthetic and put this creature to sleep. Archie frowned, hearing that he should find a roomy truck and drive it here, to which he responded approvingly. Looking to the side, the hero asked that he would find something similar to theirs. The monsters appeared. It was said that this catastrophe gave them many things: an ancient serpent and the remains of a tentaculum, the carcass of a parasitic demon, 2 Ron and a 3,000-strong Loro people who will help rebuild a new city. The protagonist grinned and thought that he would need the sign he ordered for himself in case of a promotion. The cars were parked on the road, and he said that he should check again if this moth was tied securely, to which Charlie replied that yes, he tied it tightly. Looking at the monster, Rick said that it seemed that his brother's power had stopped working. Suddenly, he jumped up. The monster flew in the air. It was heard what was there. Frowning, the hero said that this was a real demon. A blue beam flew near the moth. It deftly dodged the attacks. Rushing forward, the protagonist shouted that he knew that he would dodge the attacks. He froze and thought that he wouldn't be able to use the hand cannon because the distance was too great. Throwing something wouldn't work either, so should he try? A glow appeared around the sword, and Rick said that he never thought he'd have to resort to this again. Then he used the second stage of marine martial arts. The monster looked surprised. The moth dodged the attack. The hero clenched his teeth. The sword flew forward rapidly. The blow landed right on the monster. He fell to the ground. Looking straight ahead, Charlie said that his sword flew away, and the guy asked that he caught it. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he caught it. He said that yes, he caught it. Sitting on the ground, he thought that he had wasted all his energy. Frowning, Rick added that but it was worth it. The second stage is really something. The book of marine martial arts does not mention the third stage. Maybe he should try his luck and take a risk. It's time to visit Mirim. The TV hung on the wall. They heard that very soon they would meet the king from another dimension. At the moment they only know one distinctive feature of the Lora race, their green skin. They will find out the opinion of citizens at such a historical moment. Smiling, the girl said that she thought that only bad things come out of the gate. She hopes that this meeting, the first of its kind, will go smoothly. The hero abruptly turned off the TV. Looking straight ahead, Kiri asked that he did not want to see what would happen next, to which the protagonist replied that they already knew how it would end. The man shook the creature's hand. It was said that 2 weeks ago Joe had already met with the Lora people and discussed a number of things with them. The king's appearance on TV was just a show to reassure the people. The man moved the fabric. A thought appeared that they had previously recorded on video how the Lora people came out of the gate and greeted the Earthlings. The aliens themselves had been settling in here for some time. The view of the city of Lora opened up. It was heard that the construction was going well. Yes, more than 80% of the residential buildings were already finished. They were also equipped with their own defense system. Turning his head, the protagonist said that such progress was only in a month. He really turned out to be very capable. To which Kiri replied that well, what about him? Smiling, he thought that for now there were only the Lora people here. But later others would come here. In the future other peoples from different dimensions would migrate to Earth and live here. Raising his hands up, Rick added that the most famous place in the whole world was now being built on his territory. Pointing to the side, Kiri said that he had also done what he asked. A terminal to other dimensions appeared. Closing his eyes, Kiri asked what he liked, to which the hero thought that in his past it would only be built 15 years later, when they would be able to combine technologies from different dimensions. But for Lora it would not be difficult already now, since they had advanced in traveling between dimensions. Kiri smiled when he heard that when he was done, to which he replied that it would probably take a few more months to stabilize it. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that it was longer than he thought, and then thought that even so, a few months was relatively fast compared to the past. He wanted to be in Mirim before that happened. Holding the paper in his hands, the monster heard that here are the coordinates. It would be difficult to set the exact destination, to which he replied that it was not difficult, it just took time. With the coordinates he could handle it in a month. Looking at him, the protagonist said that then it should be ready in a month. And one more thing. Kiri lowered his head when he heard that the existence of the terminal to other dimensions should remain a secret for a while, to which he replied that it was good. He was well aware of the risks. The dimensions were shown. It was said that the terminal to other dimensions could be used for different purposes, well, if for trade or exchange of new technologies. But if criminals and villains get to it, then it will greatly harm the whole Earth. And if conflicts between different dimensions occur, another catastrophe will occur. Opening the door, Rick heard that they were building a house for the master nearby, to which he replied that they could take their time with the house. the guild's service apartments are quite comfortable. To which Kiri replied that it was good, he would not rush and would do everything in the best possible way. He looked away, hearing the appeal. Holding the egg in her hands, the girl said that he should look. The egg was moving. She pulled it out in front of her, hearing that he should look at it. It looked like it would hatch very soon, to which she replied that she could touch it too. Stretching his hand out to the side, the hero said that she would raise this creature anyway. Why should he touch it? To which Lily asked that he was not at all happy that it was about to be born. Looking down, he added that it would become a real pain in the ass. What was good about that? Another problem on his head. He was too lazy to take care of it, and here it was. Frowning, the girl asked again and said that there was no need to tease her like that. Let her stop lying. Smiling, the protagonist thought that today she was reacting amusingly. Maybe he should tease her a little more, and then asked why he would lie, said that she should think about it herself. Memories appeared. It was heard that she was asking for a chicken all the time, and in general, where did she pick up all these strange words? In addition, she dragged this egg home and threw a tantrum so that she would be allowed to raise it, didn't she? The expenses for her are growing and growing. Covering her eyes, Lily screamed that this is why he did not want her to take him to her. If he did not love her, he should have said so earlier. Stretching his hand up, Rick heard that he went knows where. He is a stupid shashlik. To which he replied that what? He will wash her mouth with soap now for such words. Let her come here. Flying forward, the girl thought that the piece of idiot. Buying a chicken is a crime. Or what? After all, she is paying for it. If she irritates him so much, she will just disappear. Looking straight ahead, the hero asked, what is this? A note appeared on the table, and he asked that she ran away from home. The protagonist grinned and added that even if so, where would she go? She was not stubborn, so she would soon return on her own. The clock appeared. It was heard that maybe it was time to order chicken. The time was 10:00. Rick closed his eyes, thinking that it was night outside, and she was still not here. Let her go home, otherwise she would not see the chicken, as her nose. He looked at the clock and added that it was exactly midnight. Rushing forward, the hero shouted. The guy closed his eyes and asked what was wrong with Lily, said that no, she did not come in yesterday. And what is it? To which he was answered that it was okay, if Lily looked in here, let him cook her chicken. Looking straight, the girl said that yes, Lily came in last night, but she only ordered 2 combos with a burger, and then left without even finishing. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist asked where the hell she was hiding, to which he was asked who he was talking to. The girl smirked and said that there was no one there, to which he asked that she had seen Lily. Raising her finger up, she replied that yes, last night, to which Rick asked that she had told her anything last night. Lowering her head, Lily asked if she could lend her some money, to which Hang asked how much she needed. Smirking, the girl said that a little, for pocket money, thank you, and then asked if there was anything else she could ask for. The protagonist frowned and asked that, so she gave her money and also the invisibility cloak to boot. Since it was her cloak, then it was a particular value, to which the girl replied that yes, it was from her collection of curiosities, so it was a top-notch thing. Looking straight ahead, Hang said that she didn't even think that Lily was planning to run away. She didn't tell her anything. She was usually very accommodating. It was very unlike her. Looking at the phone, the protagonist said that it seemed like she really wanted to run away, which meant that they needed to put a lot more effort into finding her. Since that was the case, they needed to use everything they could. He put the phone to his ear. Frowning, Rick said that he should do him a favor. He could find someone, and then thought that they had a good relationship with the Wind Guild after the incident with the red fog. Sitting in the car, he added that since he was the guild leader, he had many connections and could help them, and then said that he understood, he could rely on them. The view of the city opened up. It was said that great, we figured it out, now. The girl stuck out her tongue. A thought appeared that, to be honest, Lily was not in much danger. There were few awakened ones in Seoul who could harm her. But he was worried about the opposite, that if some other guild found Lily first and got into trouble, even though they had solved the problem with the demon inside Lily, there was no guarantee that the skirmish would not turn into a disaster in the future. So they had to find her at all costs. Frowning, the fairy said that Lily was their friend, and the others added that they would find their friend, not to worry, they would help. Kiri stretched out his hand to the side and said that they would help too, they would stop all work until they found Lily. Clenching his fists, the man said that she ran away from home 2 days ago. Why was he only telling him about this now? He would help with everything he could in her search. Looking down, Jacques said no, he would find her, he had to tell her what he had done today. Sitting by the window, he added that they would connect 100 drones. The man crossed his arms and said that it looked like Lily, the girl from the White Dog Guild, had gone missing. They had been looking for her everywhere, even outside the city, in the Forbidden Zone. That was why they were so fussed. Smiling, the man asked if it would be nice if they found the girl first, to which they replied that they said she was the cousin of the leader Rick. But it didn't look like they were related. To lose such a gifted child, the thought arose that this was their chance. Wanted posters for the girl appeared. The paper peeled off the pole. Looking at her, the girl asked that they were looking for her. These flyers were everywhere. What should she do? Standing in the middle of the street, she thought that since she ran away, she had nowhere to stay. She had been living on the streets all this time, and she was also very hungry. She had run out of all the money that Heng gave her. She wanted to go home. Looking down, Lily added that he was probably really angry with her. She thought he would give her such a scolding when he came back. She looked at the egg in surprise. Frowning, the girl said that no, her uncle said that she annoyed him. She would never say such a thing to him because he was his family. A restaurant in a shopping mall appeared. The food was on trays. Someone took out noodles with chopsticks. The girl put her hand to her face, hearing that there was not much left today, yes, to which she thought that she had only eaten a little. Looking to the side, Lily added that she had eaten very little, so she was even more hungry. Maybe someone would leave some chicken. Suddenly the egg cracked, and she thought about it. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and thought about what they were saying. He would take her for his mother only if her face was the first thing he saw. She needed to take off her coat, but it was too crowded. Suddenly a tray flew at her, and she added that she urgently needed to go to her uncle. Looking at the overturned food, the man asked what it was. Looking ahead in fear, the girl asked that there was no one there, and someone said that he saw someone's legs. Was that another monster? Looking at them, Lily heard that they should immediately call the police, to which she replied that no, she didn't. The guy frowned and shouted that everyone should remain calm. He was a former hunter and awakened. Everyone to cover. He would deal with him. He would not get away from him. The egg began to crack violently. The thought appeared that he was about to hatch. Lily looked at him in fear. She closed her eyes and thought no. The room suddenly caught fire. It sounded like it had happened 6 minutes ago. They were informed that a monster had appeared in the mall. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that the cameras showed that the invisible monster had used fire, to which the hero replied that it was Lily. Turning his head, he asked if he knew where she was going, to which Shock replied that she was moving north of the city. In 5 minutes she would be in controlled territory. The protagonist ran out of the room. Hearing that the drones were attacked, they didn't even have time to figure out who it was. Rushing forward, Rick said that it was him. He had already heard the news. Let him drive up to the entrance right now, and then thought that whoever attacked the drones was awakened and strong, the one who could quickly eliminate so many drones without revealing himself. He turned around, hearing that they were going too. Looking to the side, the guy said that he was getting in the car quickly. The car was moving rapidly along the road. The thought appeared that his ability was acceleration. He can also increase the speed of any transport. It is not much different from magical acceleration, but it will help them save their strength. Most likely, he will have to fight the awakened ones who are chasing Lily. A view of the ghostly forest opened up. A flame flared up in the middle of it. The girl turned her head. The flame rushed forward and she screamed that she was going away. Suddenly, a devastating explosion thundered. The man frowned and said that such a brat, and already has such destructive power. He gritted his teeth and added that but he thinks he will quickly deal with her. The car rushed forward. Looking to the side, the hero thought that the guys from the Pyramid Guild were chasing him. If the guild with the fastest information network is on Lily's trail, perhaps someone has already discovered her. Looking at the tablet, the guy heard where Lily was now, to which he replied that she was heading north and was already at the border point. But someone attacked the drone. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that the north is the territory of the Black Dog Guild. He needs to prepare for the worst. The car stopped at the border point. Rushing forward, Rick said that thanks for getting there so quickly, and then thought that he needs to stop them now so that they don't bother them anymore. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that they should not let anyone pass. The guys ran forward and replied that they did. They jumped up sharply. The guy struck the ground. Looking straight ahead, Charlie heard what happened. Is this the awakened one? To which he replied that now. Clenching his fist, he added that no one will pass further. The guy held his hand out and shouted that he said they were just trying to find Lily. This area wasn't even under his jurisdiction. The axe fell to the ground, and a question was heard asking where they got all this damn stuff from. The guy frowned and said that they were making a big fuss. Since they were so confident, they would have fun. Charlie glared when he heard that if they were normal awakened, they would just retreat. The one behind him, as he heard, killed half of the guildmates or something. Oh shit. Suddenly the hero jumped up. He looked to the side and thought that it looked like the drones were attacked here. There was some other way to find her, not blindly. Frowning, the protagonist asked what he had found Lily, to which the fairy replied that there was a big fire in that direction. Lily was probably there, and he said that was great. Let her lead him. The thought arose that the little one, she at least imagined how everyone was looking for her. Let her wait, she would not get off so easily with him. Suddenly, the girl fell to the ground. Breathing heavily, she asked why they were attacking her. Standing in front of the man, Lily added what she had done to him, to which he clarified that was she supposed to do something to him. Gritting her teeth, the girl heard that her very existence was a mistake, to which she asked again. Looking down, the man thought that he already felt that she was dangerous. Rick must have felt it too, then why did he keep her near him? Taking a step forward, he said that he was an indomitable monster. He had to nip the problem in the bud. The girl exclaimed, hearing that if she wanted to die painlessly, she should not twitch. She opened her eyes wide and turned to her uncle. The hero swung his sword sharply. Turning around, he asked what was calling him. Surprised, Lily's eyes widened. She asked if it was really him, to which he clarified that there was someone else. Standing in front of the girl, the hero said that they had a lot to talk about, that she should stand with her hands up and not move anywhere until he figured it out. Taking a step forward, the man said how he ended up here, although it was even better this way. He extended his hand and added that it was a great opportunity to get rid of both of them at once. Swinging his sword, the protagonist said that he thought so too. The man gritted his teeth and wondered if it was a coincidence. It looked like he had just cut through the darkness. Smiling, Rick offered to end their feud once and for all. Raising his hand up, Carl said that this was how he hid his skills, but even they would not be enough for him. Suddenly, the hero rushed forward. He struck the man. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought. An image of a man appeared. A thought appeared that Carl was one of the first awakened. He was among the strongest awakened, and also the founder of the Black Dog Guild. Being a brat, he respected him, believing that he was pursuing great goals, but that was a long time ago. Stretching his hand to the side, the man shouted that he should taste it. A glow appeared around Rick, and he said that it was not as difficult as he imagined. Raising his hand, the man asked what was trying to knock him off track with his delirium. He was the strongest awakened. He would not be fooled so easily. Swinging his weapon, the hero asked what the strongest means. Standing in front of the man, he added that his skills were indeed good, but he had at least once tried to use the darkness to the maximum. Even he, although he did not fight with full strength, easily repelled his attacks. Frowning, Carl thought that how he managed to dodge his attacks. It felt like he already knew how he would attack. Suddenly, his arm was cut off. Grabbing it, the man screamed, and the protagonist said that the heart would be next. Lowering his head, Carl told him not to come closer, and then thought that he could heal his arm by drinking a potion. In vain he let his guard down. He was not bluffing. Rushing forward, the protagonist thought that since it had come to this, he had no choice but to resort to a secret technique. He only uses this technique in one-on-one combat, so he hardly knows about it. Suddenly, Carl used the skill Vortex of Darkness. Grinning, Rick asked what this was. Suddenly he pierced the man with his sword. Frowning, the hero said that he knew he would use it sooner or later, because he did the same thing 10 years later, to which Carl asked what he was talking about. It seemed that even then his technique did not work. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist said that the skill is good, but it lacks depth. A view of the mountains opened up. A thought appeared that they were somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Maybe just bury Carl here, and no one would know. Rick looked in surprise, hearing that it looked delicious. Looking at the spirit, he thought that it spoke itself. The hero stretched out his hand forward and added that it devours darkness. Rising up, the spirit said that it wanted to sleep, to which he asked that maybe it would help him use the darkness. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it would be awesome. When they return, I will have to look in the Book of Drats. He looked away in surprise. Standing still, the girl turned to him. Lowering her head, she said that she was wrong. Gritting his teeth, Rick asked what she was doing, and then said that he had told her to stand with her hands up. A view of the mountains opened up. Raising her hands up, the girl said that she was very guilty, to which he replied that it was true, then she should be punished even more severely. Frowning, the hero said that Heng gave her money. Was she starving all the time? To which the girl replied that she had already spent the money, and he added that she was starving after all. Taking her hand, the protagonist said that when they returned to the guild, he would feed her. Everyone was already waiting for them there, to which the girl asked that they were waiting for her, and he added that who else should they wait for? Lowering her gaze, Lily exclaimed. She closed her eyes, hearing that she at least knew how long they had been looking for her, and if they had never found her, to which she replied that she was guilty, and Hank said that she had used one of her most valuable artifacts to escape. Raising her head up, the girl shouted that she was very guilty in front of them. She thought that she had gotten on everyone's nerves. Chloe raised her finger up and said that everyone here loved Lily very much, and now she should promise that she would never do this again. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she would never do this again. Holding the documents in her hands, Chloe said that he should sign these papers. Looking at the protagonist, she turned. He put the sign on the table, and she thought that for sure. Closing her eyes, the girl thought that she still could not get used to calling him by the new name. He was promoted too quickly, and then asked if he could sign these documents. Rick grinned and said let him take a look. A thought came to mind that of course, it was good that the manager was promoted to vice president, but the girl gritted her teeth and thought that she had much more work. She worked overtime every day, and the hero said that it was expected. She was great at her job. Chloe asked again in surprise, hearing that everything was going smoothly thanks to her. Let him take a look. Looking at her, the hero said that they needed to be lured from the Black Dog Guild. A view of the building opened up. It was said that 2 weeks had passed since Carl's disappearance. The Black Dog Guild, having lost its leader, plunged into chaos. Their competitors are trying to lure talented awakened ones. The man raised his hand up. A thought arose that the Black Dog Guild was slowly being torn to pieces. Under his leadership as vice president, the White House Guild was very active. They had enough money, fame and recognition. Now they needed to hire promising awakened ones and grow in size. Grinning, the protagonist said that he should do everything to lure these three to them, to which the girl asked that aren't they considered average even in their own guild. Frowning, he thought that this was for now, but in the future, when it would be possible to travel between dimensions, these awakened ones would quickly gain strength. Putting his hand on the table, Rick said that he seemed to have no more business today, so he would leave early. Even if he worked half as much as others, the salary was still 10 times more. It was very profitable. Looking at him, the girl said that the head of the guild told her to tell him that he had business with him. Let him come to him. Before he left, he heard that they wanted to see him. Putting his hand on his side, the hero heard that he would get straight to the point. He was somehow connected with Carl's disappearance. Frowning, he said that of course not, to which the man asked that he really was not involved, and the protagonist added that he himself knew how busy he had been lately because of the promotion. The man looked angrily and said that he felt that he had a hand in this matter. Sitting at the table, the protagonist thought that it was not yet entirely clear what kind of abilities Bill had. All he knew was that his senses were well developed. He did not even suspect that he could sense darkness. Gritting his teeth, Rick asked what he was saying. Did he smell? To which Bill replied that no, he smelled a mile away. It didn't matter, he called him about something else. The man stretched out his hand forward. The thought came to mind that Bill had actually called to ask his opinion about the affairs of the guild. It was felt that he really considered him the vice president. Sitting on the couch, the hero said that by the way, he also had one matter to ask him, to which the man replied that what happened, let him talk and not be shy, and he added that Team 7 had shown themselves well in his absence, so. Grinning, the protagonist said that as a reward for this, he wanted to organize a trip for the entire Team 7. Bill closed his eyes hearing this. He raised his hands up and shouted that not even half a year had passed since he had arranged a sortie into another dimension, and now he was going somewhere again, and with the entire team. Rick, looking into the distance, said that the mountains were a sight to behold, the water was wonderful. It was said that the team had arranged a joint trip. The guy grinned and responded approvingly, hearing that they should relax and enjoy the hike. Looking at the hero, Charlie asked that they would not have problems later, to which he replied that what was he talking about, there seemed to be no danger here. A map appeared. It was heard that they were in North Korea. They were looking for a suitable place for a camp and accidentally ended up here. And what now? Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked that if they set up camp here, then this was already a hike, and not crossing the border, right? Or he just did not want to go on a hike with them, to which Charlie replied that he did not even think about it. Kiri looked away and said that the spatial gate to Murim was too unstable. If they had something from that dimension, they could stabilize the gate. It was said that he came to North Korea under the pretext of a hike to find some item that came here from the Murim dimension. Holding the folder in his hands, the hero asked that if they needed any item from there, how about this book? To which he was told that the book would not withstand the pressure of the spatial gate. It should be some kind of solid object, at least 2 meters wide. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that an item from Murim that could withstand the pressure of the spatial gate. In the future, some items from the Murim world that fit the requirements will be found, and the closest one to them is in North Korea. The meat was roasting on the fire. A thought appeared that if it suddenly turns out that he went to North Korea, there will be a fuss. Rick glared at Lily and thought it would be better to quietly find what they needed and quickly run away. There was a rustling in the bushes behind him. A view of the mountains opened up. The camp appeared. The thought arose that the damn bastards had come to someone else's territory to make trouble when they finally had peace. The guy took a step forward. The thought arose that he did not know why they were here, but if they left things unattended overnight, someone could take them. Sitting at the table, the hero asked what had finally come, to which the guy thought that there was no one there. Smirking, he said that they still had meat left. Let him help himself. Lowering his head, the guy asked when he noticed him, to which the protagonist replied that he had nothing to worry about. In any case, he needed his help. Rick held out his hand and said that he should help himself while they talked, and if he got what he needed, he would get even more food. Looking at the food, the guy thought that he didn't know what the southerner had planned, but that way he would be able to get food for his comrades. Frowning, the hero introduced himself and asked what his name was. Looking straight ahead, the guy heard that they were in the Swan County, right? To which he replied that yes, that's why he came here. The protagonist looked angrily and said that the thing he was looking for was probably hidden in one of the caves. Let him help find it, to which they answered that it was not an easy task. There were more than 40 caves near the mountain, and these were only the ones he knew about. The man looked away, hearing that he would be their guide, to which he thought that now they really needed to get food. However, with what the southerners brought, they would be able to deal with their problem. Rick frowned when he heard that he wasn't helping for free. Everything had to have a price. He would escort him for half of their supplies and 2 cars, to which he replied that he was asking too much. Bringing the gun to his throat, the guy replied that it wasn't a request. Gritting his teeth, he added that it was an order. if he didn't want to die, he should do as he said. Smiling, the hero asked why he decided that he was a naive simpleton, since he offered him a good deal. The man took hold of the fabric. It was heard that they already had someone in charge of the household. He was talking nonsense because he was scared. Looking straight ahead, Charlie turned to the leader, and the guy said that he was an asshole. He needed to teach him some manners. Pulling the gun forward, the man said that the vile southerner, it was a trap, to which the protagonist replied that it looked like the negotiations had failed. Suddenly, a blow flew at him. Rick grabbed the man by the arm. The hero performed a throw. The girl grinned and asked if they were going to fight, to which he replied that there was no need, let them tie him up. Kneeling, the guy asked what he thought, tied him up, and he would immediately talk. He looked surprised to hear that he was a former North Korean Special Forces soldier. He went on the run after the North Korean regime collapsed, but still planned to retake Pyongyang. He was right. Putting his hand on his hip, the protagonist said that he already had enemies everywhere, no need to make more, so now they would agree on everything on acceptable terms. The guy, frowning, shouted loudly that they could torture him as much as they wanted. He would not tell them anything. Someone asked what he wanted them to torture him. The protagonist, looking menacingly ahead, answered that it would be better if they did what they had to do and parted in peace. He thought he had already received all the information they were interested in. Then he thought that it was somehow awkward for him to torture someone in front of the whole team. But he couldn't just let that guy go. Suddenly, the red-haired girl turned around in surprise. A man flew out of the portal, and she shouted who the hell it was. Smiling, she asked why he hid. The man's face turned pale, and he wondered what he was doing there. Suddenly, the guy, pushing off the ground, shouted that they were savages. He jumped forward, shouting for them to let him go right now. The girl looked ahead in fear. After a while, someone was tied up. The protagonist, lowering himself to the guy, said that if he answered his questions, he would also listen to him. Raising his head, the guy shouted for them to help them. If they did not return, all their comrades would die of hunger. Rick, looking at him, replied that he was just about to wrap up some food for them, but this guy suddenly pointed a sword at him, so he had to tie him up. The protagonist, looking at the forest, asked where his comrades were. After a while, a group of young people appeared in front of us, shivering from the cold. Seeing them, the protagonist frowned. Turning around, he told the medical team to examine them. Someone asked if they were from around here. The doctor, bending down, said that they had nothing to worry about, they had come at the request of their comrade. The guy, clutching his hand, frowning, replied that they should leave it to him. He put his hand on his chest, adding that since he helped him with the prosthesis, it had become much easier to do delicate work. He thought that this was why he really wanted to cook again. The protagonist, looking at him, answered that he should keep an eye on everything here, and he would leave for a while. Then he thought that while he had no need to tell him about the special devices built into the prosthesis, this guy first needed to get ready. We were transported to the forest thicket. The guy, looking ahead in fear, thanks them for helping their comrades, and the bound one adds that he should be on the alert, and if he can't, they are helping them now, but he doesn't know what they have in mind. Rick, smiling broadly, answered that he was right. It was time for them to pay for the help, since they have their comrades. Even if they don't think of committing a meanness, they will search all the caves in the area. Hearing this, the guy clenched his teeth in displeasure. The girl, looking ahead, wished them luck, saying that she would check what was nearby for now. We are transported to the destroyed buildings and told that North Korea also suffered greatly. When the first gates opened, some of the spirits of the Twilight World appeared in Pyongyang and began to create chaos. Many elements raged in the city, and we were told that everything in the vicinity mutated due to spatial erosion. The newly awakened were unable to cope with the situation. As a result, Pyongyang became a fortress of spirits. When he saw this in real life, everything turned out to be much more terrible than he imagined, but this did not concern him in any way. The protagonist, looking at his girlfriend, said that it was too dangerous to get close. Let her keep her distance. She replied that she would try. Then, looking menacingly in front of him, he said that it was time for them to start searching too. We are transported to the forest on the third day. Someone asks that this is already the 35th cave in a row. He is told that it is not his fault if she ends up wasting her time, and does not find anything anywhere. For him it would be too serious a loss. A strange aura appears in front of us, and someone says that he feels that this time it is different, partly because his internal energy reacts to this place. After the protagonist added that everyone should wait outside, he will go one. The girl, turning to the prisoners, said that she will look after the two of them. Rick, going inside, became wary. He thought that the marine martial arts were created solely for the purpose of protecting the heavenly demon. The deeper he goes, the stronger his internal energy responds. A statue appeared in front of him, and he thought that the dark energy of the cave was also becoming more powerful. This was the statue of the first heavenly demon of the demon cult. Yes, all the dark energy was concentrated here. He heard that unprepared people who accidentally got here went crazy from this power. Smiling, he said that he would have had a hard time too if it weren't for the protection of the sea martial arts. Taking out his sword, he said that he did not intend to use them for their original purpose of protecting the heavenly demon, but thanks to them, he could withstand this dark energy. He began to make his way through the power absorbing him. The statue stood still, releasing dark energy. The protagonist swung his sword, preparing to strike. A second later, the walls shook. The guy, looking at the girl, shouted that the mountain was shaking. He needed to go get him before the cave collapsed, to which she replied that he said to wait here. The girl turned around in surprise, and Rick said that if anyone heard them, he would think that they were worried about a good friend. The protagonist was holding a piece of a statue in his hands, adding that this was the very statue he was looking for. The guy, looking ahead in fear, replied that he looked pleased, to which the protagonist said that, of course, he found what he had been looking for so long. A scroll appeared in front of us, and Rick thought that he had also accidentally discovered something valuable. Who would have thought that a map would be hidden in the statue's mouth? Suddenly it was a treasure map. He would check it when he arrived in the city. The girl, looking ahead, asked that they could now go back. The protagonist replied that they were done here. The guy lowered his head, said that now he understood they would leave. Rick thought that at first he thought they were villains, but he helped their comrades and fed them. Looking at the sky, he continued to think that he was sorry. They were together for so little time, but apparently this was the end. Someone took the doctor by the hands, thanking him. The girl, looking ahead, replied that it was very good that they were all safe and sound, and lucky that she had brought a supply of medicine with her. The guy, turning around, heard someone say that it was very tasty. He replied that when he finished, let him help with the dishes. The guy looked at the glow, thinking that it was his girlfriend returning. A second later, many fireballs flew towards them. He, raising his hands, shouted for everyone to urgently run for cover. A moment later, he created a huge stone barrier in front of him. The doctor pointed to the side, shouting that they urgently needed to hide the people in the cave. They were being attacked. 3 guys came forward. Their minds were captured by spirits. One of them said that so much prey had been collected, they needed to kill everyone. The guy watched as the spirits headed his way. A second later, he managed to grab one of them by the face. He crushed it, and a strong explosion occurred. Looking at the attackers, he added that as long as he was here, they would not harm anyone. Then he folded his hands, summoning stone spikes and piercing the attackers. After which a yellow aura began to emanate from him. The guy, looking menacingly ahead, hit one of them, shouting that where was he going. One of the spirits froze when many shots flew at him. The sniper said with a smile that they were not weak either. There was no leader with them, but they could hold out until he arrived. A second later, one of them turned pale, hearing screams behind him. He wondered what it was from behind. Turning around, they saw how the doctor was pierced by a hand. And they did not look fearfully ahead. The guy turned around menacingly, and the spirit told the stone man not to jerk. He threw the doctor on the floor, adding that if he does not surrender, he will kill these guys. We are transferred to the protagonist. He, looking at the girl, says that they can fry the meat that they have left. She screams that he is the best guy. Turning around, she adds that her uncle is just a miracle. Suddenly they freeze. Looking at the cave, someone asks why it is so quiet inside. Entering it, they see devastation and scream what happened here. Where did their comrades go? The protagonist puts his hand on someone's shoulder. Then he looks menacingly at the doctor. He, lying in the car, holds his hand, trying to say something. Rick pours liquid on him, asking if it means they were all captured. He answers, yes. The doctor lowers his head, and the protagonist asks what then. Why didn't they take him? He says that his friend quietly told him to pretend to be dead. Someone should have reported to him about what happened. Rick stepped forward, answering that he understood. Now let him rest and gain strength. Then he thought that he did not forbid drinking a healing potion to hold out until they arrived. The guy lowered his head, answered that there could well have been over 2 million of them. After they captured Pyongyang, they subjugated all the inhabitants. The protagonist thought that, judging by what he heard from others. He imagined in his head the guy reaching out to the spirit, thinking that the official name of spirits is zombies. Initially, in order to summon a spirit into the world, it was necessary to conclude a contract with it. The contract helps spirits maintain their shape after they receive magical power from the performer. After that, an image of a burning man appeared in his head, and he thought that the case in Pyongyang was an exception. Since the spirits took over the city, the spirits were desperate. Since they were on the verge of extinction, they decided to subjugate the will of people and use their bodies to survive. Because of their appearance, they were called zombie spirits. The protagonist came out of the cave, thinking that a person becomes a zombie spirit in about 72 hours. He needs to get his people out before this happens to them. He imagined the soldiers in his head, thinking that in the past, in order to liberate Pyongyang, 120 awakened from both Korea's and China joined forces. Out of those 120 soldiers, only 50 were brought back alive. Will he be able to save everyone alone? The girl turned around and asked where everyone went. Did they really fight with someone? An elf appeared in front of them. The girl threw herself on her neck, saying that the others had been kidnapped by spirits. The elf replied that then they would have to go back on their own. It would not be easy for them. The protagonist, turning away, replied that he was not going to abandon his people. If he could get through this barrier, then perhaps he could cope with the others. The woman asked if he needed help to get through it. She raised her hand, in which magic appeared, adding that she hoped she did not need him. She wanted to see what was inside. There were strong guys there, so she did not dare to go deeper and only looked around the area. Rick looked at the map in surprise, wondering if he could infiltrate them. Wouldn't he have a better chance of success? He then looked at the guy, asking if he could contact other special agents. He was definitely not the only Super Korean agent left alive. Looking at the guy, he added that he would save his team, and he would take back Pyongyang. How about that? Let him call everyone. We are transferred to the old man in Pyongyang. Inside the magical barrier, he thinks that this body is gradually ending. Raising his head, he thinks that it seems like new people were caught outside. It would be difficult to hunt alone. The protagonist's eyes filled with darkness, and the old man, looking at him, wondered if this was a dark spirit, how such a seemingly weak spirit took possession of such a young and strong body. Then Rick stretched out his hand to him, and the old man asked how he took possession of this body. A second later, the old man is enveloped in mine. The protagonist looked at him and thought that they probably couldn't tell him apart from a zombie spirit. He didn't think that this artificial spirit would swallow him up so quickly. He smiled and looked at his hand, telling him to be a good boy and he would give him more. He then touched his earphone and reported that he had passed through the barrier. They answered that the connection seemed good. How could he be heard? Rick replied that he could be heard well. Looking around, the protagonist saw many spirits in a ruined city. Someone asked him how it was inside. It was probably very beautiful. Rick replied that besides these monsters, he thought that many of them were lower spirits. The average spirits were smaller. He looked around the corner, thinking that as research had told him, higher spirits didn't move alone. He needed to be careful around them. They could be on the same level as a sword master. Then he looked menacingly in front of him, thinking that the most dangerous spirit was standing over there. Raising his head, he saw a spirit in the form of a ray, thinking that this was the supreme spirit of ice, which is called Frost. The protagonist bowed his head along with the others, thinking that this monster of the level of a national disaster, in the absence of the Lord of Spirits, one could say this spirit is the ruler of these lands. He needs to act quickly before he catches it. A map appears in front of us, and we are told that this is the plan to take Pyongyang, and it is as follows. First, they penetrate the city and distribute bombs in the 7 towers that support the magical barrier. Then they simultaneously detonate all the bombs, destroying the towers and removing it. The girl, raising the flask above her head, said that they need to be detonated at the same time. If at least one remains, the barrier will immediately be restored. We were told that when the barrier goes, the spirits will lose their power for some time, and this is their chance. Then she looked at the guy, saying that he should attack the city at that very second. He replied that they should. The girl looked at her friend, thinking that they would take advantage of the chaos and save their guys, then join the battle. She added that she would not hold out against the Frost until they saved ours. The girl replied that she would fry even before the uncle got there. We are transferred to the protagonist and told that together they will defeat the spirits, and your city and return to the guild. We appear in the first tower. He thinks that since he is in the guise of a zombie spirit, there is no special security inside the tower. Nothing special. He needs to go to the roof. Suddenly 2 spirits appeared in front of him and they asked what he forgot here. They looked menacingly in front of them. Then one of them, stretching out his finger, shouted that how dare he. Rick, looking in front of himself, thought that he can defeat even such average spirits. He released dark energy, thinking that despite the fact that the darkness increases regardless of the element absorbed, it is all a dark spirit. Smiling, he added that it seems that it is not so easy to defeat it. We are transferred to several hours later. Rick installs a bomb on a column. Descending, looking at his friend, he says that the 6th bomb is installed. They need to go further. Frowning, he felt a dark aura around himself, and then said that he is already an average, if not a higher spirit, and he is still not enough. They will hunt again later. Let him be patient a little longer. Many spirits swept over the city, and it seems that they began to search the outskirts of the city. This is quite natural. Dozens of average and lower spirits went missing. In front of us was a huge tower. Rick thought that he needed to hurry and install a bomb in the central tower. He walked along the streets, thinking that the closer to the center, the more often they see medium and even higher spirits. The team is all awakened people with special training. Most likely, they are kept somewhere in the center. Then suddenly he looked menacingly ahead when he heard the spirit addressing him. He turned around and saw a hand on his shoulder, thinking that it was a higher spirit. He asked why he did not answer. The demon, looking menacingly ahead, added that it was strange. Was he among the spirits of darkness? Rick, lowering his head, quietly said that they were starting the operation. He was asked that right now. The protagonist, waving his hand, answered that right now. He hit his opponent on the neck with all his might. The shadow, looking menacingly ahead, began to restore his wounds, saying that he was not one of them. Rick thought he was aiming for the neck, but it was harder than he thought. A huge amount of energy threw him back, and the spirit shouted that now he would show what happens to scouts. Rick, looking at his opponent, wondered if he was absorbing the darkness. Drawing his sword, he asked that he was ready. He made a quick dash, cutting the demon into pieces using Shadow Bite. Suddenly, the protagonist, turning around, heard someone shouting that they were attacked by people. Rick, holding out his hand, said that his comrade had eaten enough, it was time for them to leave. He made a quick dash forward. Turning around, he saw his opponent, thinking that he knew the Frost would notice. The mission was a failure, he needed to regroup and come up with a new plan. He put his hand to the earpiece, adding that about what he said earlier. The protagonist, looking ahead in fear, heard the girls say that the guys from Team 7 were very close. The spirit flew forward at great speed, shouting that they needed to catch the scout, and he would tear him to pieces. Rick, dodging the shot, asked where they were. They answered that they were in the basement of the tower right in the center of the city. There were no dead. Everyone except him was unconscious. The protagonist, frowning, heard the guy say that he thought they had cast some kind of spell on them. Although this was strange, he came to his senses very quickly. Rick wondered that maybe it was because he was wearing a pendant with an immunity effect, which he had given him after traveling to the continent. The guy, looking at the crowd of people, said that there were many other people here, thousands of people everywhere. He clenched his teeth, and Rick told him that they were being kept as expendable material, zombie spirits using people like batteries and then throwing them away. The protagonist, dodging the attack, heard his comrade tell him what he should do. He replied that his prosthesis had not been taken away from him. The guy, clutching his face, asked why he was worried about his arm. The protagonist replied that he was so touched. Rick imagined his comrade in his head, thinking that he wanted to watch him longer because he knew what he had been through. People only truly open up when they become stronger. Opening his mouth, he thought that right now this was the best solution. Then he said that in fact, he had awakened with a special power. The guy looked at his prosthesis, and the protagonist said that there was a button hidden on the elbow of the prosthesis. When he pressed it, he would be injected with monster blood. This injection contained the blood of recently captured monsters, such as the ancient serpent and parasitic demons. The guy looked at the button in surprise, and Rick added that he should not resist. Let him absorb the magical power and surrender to it. The guy looked menacingly ahead, experiencing severe pain. We are transferred to the entrance to the basement of the central tower. Someone says that this should be enough, and not pretend that they are chasing him. An electric spirit of the highest rank appeared in front of us. He said that there is no point in trying, the Frost will devour that person anyway. Behind him was an ordinary spirit, who said that he used too much mana. Now his head is spinning. The electric one replied that he should use the people and save them, they will die soon anyway. The spirit, looking menacingly ahead, thought that because of the barrier, people could not get inside, while it is possible. Looking back, he saw someone's silhouette. Thinking that this is the person who was behind the barrier, he asked who it is. The guy in the demon form smiled and said that he didn't need to know, he would die soon. The electric spirit stood up and replied that he had gotten in here as a demon. Rick turned around and saw a strong explosion, thinking that his comrade's special power mixing. It is a very rare power that grows if the blood of monsters is used, especially the monsters were high level. Apparently, this helped him become much stronger. The demon ran up the tower at great speed. He cut the spirits on the way with his claws. Looking ahead, he laughed loudly, shouting that this is an incredible power. Then, smiling, he said that he is on the top of the tower. The protagonist answered him that this is great. He must destroy it as soon as he gives the signal. Lowering his head, Rick sighed. Turning to his opponents, he said that now there is only one thing left. The spirits jumped towards him. The demon hit the ground with all his might. Several strong explosions occurred throughout the city. Energy began to leave the city. The spirit, looking ahead in fear, said that his mana and barrier. The boy, looking menacingly ahead, ran forward, shouting that the barrier was destroyed. He, in a trick, cut off the head of one of their opponents, shouting that they cannot hesitate and fight to the death. If they make the same mistake again, they will lose even more of their people. Rick walked forward, cutting down everyone in his path, saying that he caused much more trouble than he thought. An ice spirit appeared in front of them, and he thought that even so, he will still have to compete with Frost. Turning around, he asked where the little one was. He was told to leave it to her. A fireball appeared in the sky. The girl surrounded herself with fire. Then she created a huge fire spirit. It hit Frost with all its strength. The ice spirit fell to the ground, shouting that so much fire from some girl, how dare she? Rick grabbed his sword and thought that his girlfriend had apparently managed to attack unexpectedly. But their opponent was a high-ranking spirit. He needed to take advantage of the barrier's destruction until they had adapted to the new environment. The ice spirit raised his head and told them to stop playing. A second later, he exploded, releasing many ice spikes. Looking ahead, he said that for a human, he was an excellent fire magician, but she was still far from his grave. She would become his body. The protagonist swung his sword and struck Frost. Smiling, he told her not to worry about him and to continue fighting, and then thought that it seemed that Frost would soon be reduced to a spirit. The more he attacked his body, the weaker he became. A moment later, the fire spirit grabbed the ice spirit, and Rick shouted at him not to get distracted. Then he jumped up and swung his sword. Trying to get free, the ice spirit shouted that this was a very mean move, not pathetic people. The protagonist stretched out his hand, filling it with energy and saying that they will now finish with fireworks. He released a huge force in front of him, destroying the enemy. The beam flew over a huge distance. Looking at the destroyed city, someone said that it was an incredible explosion. Did the huge ice spirit disappear? People raised their hands, shouting that they were free. We are transferred to the city a week after the recapture of Pyongyang. The population in the city has grown rapidly. The refugees returned as soon as they heard the news. A guy with a red face looked dissatisfiedly in front of him, and we were told that the task of rebuilding the capital of North Korea was entirely entrusted to him, and he does not intend to live in North Korea, so he will not go into details. The protagonist approached him, asking if he is busy. The guy turned around and replied that there would always be time for him. He owed him a lot, and a lifetime would not be enough to repay him for everything. Lowering his head, Rick replied that in any case, he was really looking forward to him serving him more than once. The car drove up, and he added that they would be here soon. Turning around, he heard someone shout for Rick to see what he had bought. The guy leaned out of the window and shouted with a smile that he had bought him a car. The protagonist looked menacingly ahead and replied that he should behave calmly, that he had called him. A girl got out of the car, saying that she had never thought that she would have to go all the way to North Korea for the leader. She looked ahead with displeasure, adding that he had said that this was a training trip. Then she handed him the folder, and Rick asked that she had brought what he had asked for. The girl replied that he should not worry, that it was all in an envelope. The protagonist handed the folder to his comrade, telling him to get acquainted with it. Smiling, he added that it was a contract, and that they were not planning to open a branch of their guild here. The guy took the folder, thinking that he could not even imagine such a thing at their first meeting. Clutching the folder in his head, he thought that he owed him a lot, so he would repay him no matter what. Then he said that he understood. The protagonist, frowning in displeasure, replied that he understood. He did not even look at the contract. They needed to discuss everything in a quieter place. We are transferred to the office. Rick, looking ahead, asks if he read everything. Folding his arms, he adds that over the next 3 years, the White House Guild is obliged to provide assistance to Pyongyang, in exchange for which it does not receive exclusive rights to trade in magic stones. Of course, the price of magic stones will be acceptable. Within the framework of this project, they will also provide jobs for the North Koreans. The protagonist imagined the stones in his head, thinking that in North Korea there are several rich mines with magical stones, but the Northerners with the technology they have cannot even properly process these stones. As soon as they establish a supply network, they will be able to establish land connections with neighboring countries. Such an opportunity is provided only once even to such a guild as the White House. The guy lowered his head, thinking that helping Pyongyang the conditions are not so bad, but does he have the right to make such a serious decision? Rick shook his head, saying that he is not telling him to agree immediately. If he refuses, it's okay. The guy replied that if he really refuses, what will their comrade do then? The protagonist, looking at him, replied that he would probably return to his place after everything was finished here when he returned to South Korea. Most likely, everyone would already know about it. The guy replied that even then, packs of hungry wolves would come running here. But wouldn't the same fate await the country even if he agreed? The girl put her hand on her chest, saying that at the moment, the White House Guild is the strongest in Korea. While they are here, he has nothing to worry about. Stretching out her hand, she continued to say that the 3-year aid also includes food and medicine supplies. She assures him that no other guild in Korea will make him such an offer. The guy put his hand on the table, replying that, apparently, he was offered a great deal. Considering the situation in Pyongyang, it is difficult to hold out for a couple of days without any humanitarian aid, but he is just an ordinary soldier. Looking at the document, he added that such an important decision should be made by someone like the chairman. Rick, smiling, replied that who is their chairman and where is he now? If the position is so important, let him take it and become the chairman. The guy, clenching his fists, shouted what he is saying, to which the protagonist replied that he should think for himself who else besides him could now become the head of Pyongyang. Looking at the angry face of his comrade, he added that most of the elite were either dead or the first to flee the city as soon as the crisis began. The guy thought that he, too, was not eager to entrust the future of the entire country to these Southerners. Rick put his hand on the table, adding that the most important thing was that they were making this deal directly with him. If he had not led the fight for Pyongyang, he would not have offered anything. It was obvious that the people wanted to see only him as a leader. The guy, raising his head, was silent for a few seconds, after which he grabbed the pen, answering that he was right. At least now people would trust him, so they gathered in Pyongyang. He had to prove to them that he was a worthy chairman. Then, he thought, no one would have any objections. The protagonist, smiling sarcastically, answered that everything was exactly like that, and we were told that a few days later the White House Guild reported to the governments about cooperation with North Korea. We are transferred to 2 dissatisfied guys and told that after an official request, The president ordered humanitarian aid and will send the necessary personnel to the country. Other guilds also sent their awakened there, but most of the deals had already been concluded with the White House Guild. A map appeared in front of us and we were told that a month later the destroyed city was almost completely restored. Rick strengthened his power, gathering the awakened who had been hiding around him. We are transferred to the city. The protagonist stands on the roof, thinking about how the construction is going fast. Team 7 has been working hard all this time. A demon appears in front of us, he smiles and asks how the girl is feeling. The guy surrounded by an aura shouted that nothing else could be expected from their leader's comrades. The doctor, walking through the ward, added that they needed another potion. The girl stretched out her hands with leaves, saying that in the spirit dimension she found a plant. If you make kimchi from it, it is very good for health. And Rick thought that the refugees were saved, the monsters were subdued, help for the wounded was provided, and research was also carried out in the spirit world. Suddenly, something appeared near him. Rick turned around. The guy, smiling, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The protagonist replied that it was the guy who was possessed by a giant moth. Having descended, he said that he had arrived to build an interdimensional gate. In the future, it would take much less time to get from Seoul to Pyongyang. Rick replied that this was great. He imagined a monster in his head, thinking that it took 20 years to do this initially. Working together they would develop faster. At this rate, even if the butterfly effect happens, they would be able to mitigate the consequences. Looking at the guy, he asked what they did with that statue. He replied that he had good news. Looking at the happy protagonist, he said that they were able to create a stable spatial gate leading to the world. Murim replied that it seemed like he had business to attend to. We are transported to a skyscraper and are told that Team 7 has returned to Seoul. Everyone was happy to contribute to the resumption of diplomatic relations with North Korea. It has become much easier since the new leader of Team 7 has begun to fulfill his obligations. The guy, lowering his head, heard the words that it is a great honor for him to be here in front of the Korean people. He thought about giving an interview late at night again. He entered the work mode. In front of several team members, we were informed that there had been a personnel change in the group. Now the young guy was the leader, and his friend was the deputy leader. Since the girl was hiring a new team, he didn't even need to show up there anymore. Rick slightly opened the door. A sleeping girl appeared in front of him, and he said that it was great. It seemed like she was really sleeping. Closing his eyes, he remembered how she had destroyed spirits, thinking that he had chased her well, since she snored like that. Looking at the girl, he began to think that next week she would go to school, while his comrades would look after her. He made several quick jumps to the houses, thinking that therefore he could go to the world of martial arts with a calm soul. He took a 2-month vacation under the pretext of going abroad. His goal was to find the heavenly sword in the world of Murim. The guy, looking at the screens, greeted Rick, said that the preparations for the spatial gate were complete. The protagonist, putting on a new suit, replied that it was great, he was ready too. The elf looked at him, asking that the girl didn't know anything yet. He replied that of course, let him look after her. If she found out that he had left without her, she would cause chaos. The girl imagined herself as a little ward in her head, replying that she would try, but this task was incredibly difficult. The guy, raising his remote control, said that when he wanted to return, let him use this device. When he pressed this button and used magical power, the gate would open. Looking at the remote control, he continued to say that the device also tracked his location, and an electronic signal could be sent from it. So let him take care of it. It would not be possible to talk on it, but it would transmit a signal. If anything happened, let him return safe and sound. Rick, looking ahead with a smile, replied that he would hardly ever use it, but he was still grateful. He then approached the gate. He was told that since there was no second gate in the Murim world, a magnetic effect would occur. The protagonist replied that he knew. He imagined a notebook in his head, thinking that since he had the Sword Emperor's martial arts book, there was a high probability that he would be transported to a place related to the Sword Emperor himself. The elf waved at him, telling him to bring her something unusual. Rick stepped forward, replying that he was going. Then there was a bright flash. The protagonist was moving between dimensions at great speed. Suddenly, he appeared in the mountains. Looking around, he asked if he was there. In front of him was an ancient Chinese city, and he thought that he was really in some village. Walking down the street, he thought that first he needed to find a place to stay for the night and get information. Seeing a guy, he asked if he could ask him. Then he made a welcoming gesture, saying that he was a traveler, wandering wherever his feet lead him. Could he find out if there was an inn nearby? The guy pointed his finger to the side, saying that there was one in that direction. An old man owned it. The protagonist replied that he was grateful. He saw the man, thinking that this part went smoothly. If he quickly found the heavenly sword, he could enjoy a full vacation. The man, smiling widely, replied that Rick should come in. He put the food on the table and replied that it was noodles and buns. Then he came closer, saying that it seemed like Rick was into martial arts. Where would he be from? The protagonist named the place. Then, raising his head, he said that he was an explorer, wandering around different places. What was the name of this village? The man, putting his hand on the table, replied that he came from he himself does not know where, he is quite funny. Stepping aside, he laughed and added that if he stayed longer in their wilderness, he would feed him for free. Rick asked in surprise that he really wanted to drink on the sly. Let him be careful with that. Then the man pulled out a glass, saying that he couldn't be fooled. He looked menacingly in front of him, wondering what it meant. He was called an explorer. How did he stay in shape at such a young age without training? What should he do with it? The protagonist, smiling, said something, and then began to think that from the outside it seemed that they were just having dinner. But this was not at all true. It was all about his made-up story about the explorer. Frowning, he thought that something was alarming the man, and here's what was also strange. He saw a man behind the owner's back. Feeling the guy's aura, he thought that all he does is always wash something. But even in everyday trifles, martial arts skills are manifested. That guy also knows the martial arts of the Emperor of the Sword. Smiling, he thought that now he understands why he ended up here. Blue energy appeared on the floor, and Rick thought that he should check everything additionally. Lowering himself to the floor, he thought that these two definitely know martial arts. He watched as the man quickly hit the guy in all parts of the body. The protagonist thought that blood acupuncture treatment. Imagining an image of a person in his head, he thought that this type of treatment uses so-called energy. It stimulates blood circulation, increases vitality and relaxes muscles. As is known, such therapy is great for those who study martial arts. Then the guy exhaled, and his teacher said that it was all over. He pulled out a cup of liquid for him, adding that it seemed that his body tolerated it better than the previous roses. Let him drink the herbal infusion. The guy replied that this new medicine was incredibly bitter. He took a sip, saying that today's guest did not come for them. The man replied that perhaps so. He did not feel anything like that while talking to him. Lowering his head, he remembered their conversation, answering that, moreover, he did not wear a mask and did not hide his face. He did not see calluses on his hands. You can hide your inner strength, but you cannot hide your hands holding a sword. The protagonist, smiling, thought that he paid attention to everything, and then the man said that it was time for dinner. He spread waves of aura around the house, thinking that since he was using key energy, he should check if he knew marine martial arts. If so, then his energy would respond to his. Many waves went around the room. Suddenly, the guy coughed up blood. The man looked at him and asked worriedly what was wrong with him. It hadn't happened for a long time. His grandson replied that everything was fine, the cough had passed, and he felt better. Rick frowned and thought that these weren't marine martial arts. He imagined the guy in his head, thinking that his technique wasn't that useful because he was wasting too much energy. The energy flow was also unstable. It looked like his marine martial arts, only some unfinished ones. Maybe these were the martial arts that the Sword Emperor used before creating the marine ones. Suddenly the guy clenched his fist, and the man said that he decided to sell everything. He heard that a good elixir would soon be brought to the city. They would give up the inn and buy it. The guy answered fearfully that he himself said that if they acted rashly, they would find them. The man, looking menacingly in front of him, replied that they would find a place to hide. He would do anything to save him. Then he remembered how many years ago he sat bleeding with the child in his arms, thinking that he had run away with him, and it had been 15 years. There were times when he thought about leaving him, running away. But now she was not just his master's daughter, she was his daughter too, his flesh and blood. He hoped that she would live a long and happy life and grow up healthy. We were transported to a room. The man said that he had asked the old man to buy an inn. It would take a few days. They needed to leave here as soon as they got the elixir. The girl said okay. A candle appeared in front of us. The girl looked at herself in the mirror, thinking that there was any meaning to her life. In order to survive, she had to lie about who she was, about her name, even about being a boy. She hung her head and said that until her grandfather gave up, she too had to hold on. The protagonist lay in his room, thinking that he had learned more than he had bargained for. He took out a notebook, thinking about the relationship between the two and the conflict that could soon break out. He had gotten the book of the Emperor of the Sword himself. He read the words in the book that when he met his son or grandson, he should never tell them about him. Even if they tortured him, he should not say anything. Rick, frowning, thought about what this useless pride was for. If he returned alive, he would live in abundance and be known as a hero. Remembering the hot imperial palace, he thought that the Emperor of the Sword was destroyed to you. After the disappearance of the Emperor, it fell into decline to you. 15 years ago everyone was killed in a mysterious attack. Imagining himself in his head a burning diary, he read the words that even if his descendants have a hard time, he should not worry about them and think only about how to defeat those demons. He must destroy them. Imagining the guy stretching out his hand, he thought that he had read this book so many times that he knew it by heart. He even knew the Sword Emperor as well as he knew himself. He sighed and said that he did not ask his disciple, whom he had never seen, for help. He was incredibly stubborn. An old icon appeared in front of us, smiling. He said that he had really refreshed himself. The girl replied that, strangely enough, the bitter medicine really worked. The old man, crossing his arms, replied that it seemed that he finally understood what he needed to be treated with. He had already received money from the sale of the inn. The elixir would soon be brought to the city. The girl, clenching her fist, thought that this was strange. For some reason she felt so light in the morning, no chills, no fever. This is what it was like to be healthy. She had been sleeping very well lately. She imagined arms hugging her and thought that in her dream she was warm and enveloped in something very familiar. In that dream she could calmly rest and gain strength. The girl, frowning, thought that maybe she had imagined it. The protagonist left the room, greeting everyone. Looking at the girl, he said that it smelled incredibly delicious. She replied that he should sit down at the table quickly, thinking that he was a slacker and why he got up so late. She put the plate on the table, and the protagonist said that it looked delicious. Let him give him another bottle of bamboo tincture, she replied, imagining herself as a man, that he knew that the first thing they would ask for was a drink. The man, frowning, thought that he was a good guy, but lazy. He didn't even know how to use a sword properly. Then he asked what he was doing. He seemed to have muscles. If he trained a lot, he would go far. Raising his head, Rick replied that he did a little martial arts. The man replied that it was very little. Lowering his head, he added that he knew. It was hard to believe, but he once taught young men like him martial arts. He was telling this because he felt sorry for such talent being wasted. The protagonist, smiling, replied that he was doing combat training. He did not want to return to his previous position again. The old man, looking ahead, replied that he was, of course, grateful for the offer, but he would refuse. He was almost 70. He was no longer in the right shape for something like this. Rick smiled and thought that he was lying. He got up before dawn every morning and trained. At his age he was as healthy as a horse. The old man looked at the empty plates, replying that they would soon vacate the inn, so he should start looking for a new place to stay. Rick raised his head and replied that in any case he wanted to go to another city, and he found what he was looking for. Imagining a sword in his head, he thought that finding the heavenly sword was easier than he thought. Then an image of two men appeared in his head, and he thought that he was in the seamen. Of course, he was guarded by a lot, and there were very skilled fighters there. If he was on the edge, then yes, it was easy for an unprepared person to lose his life. He thought for several days about how to do this. Apparently, he would have to first scout out the situation. Suddenly someone opened the doors and started shouting loudly. The old man approached the people, asking what had happened. The guy shouted that the bandits had robbed a caravan going to the city. Putting his hand on his chest, the old man said, "What about the elixir?" The man replied that they had taken everything and killed the people. Gritting his teeth, the old man thought that he didn't have the elixir yet, and he wouldn't let the bandits get it, and he needed to go somewhere. He would be back soon. The guy, showing a gesture of approval, shouted that he would go too. They couldn't send only old men. The girl, coming out on her hand, said that he really needed to go with her, and everything would be fine without the elixir, that she didn't trust him, so he shouldn't worry. Even if there were 1,000 of them, he would defeat them all. Rick, smiling, wished him luck. The girl put her hand on the table, saying that he obviously didn't care what would happen to her grandfather. At least he knew that he was her only family. The protagonist replied that this drama was absolutely necessary. Her grandfather was very strong. The girl asked what it was. Well, how did he understand it? The protagonist, raising his finger, replied that as soon as he saw it. Suddenly turning around, he threw the stick to the side. It pierced the fabric, and a groan was heard from there, and blood spurted. The girl looked ahead in fear, asking who was there. He replied that they were checking all the time how things were. Apparently, they decided to drop in today. The fabric suddenly tore. Several people jumped from the ceiling, shouting that they needed to catch him.